and a roadie. Go tell and a roadie. Go tell and a roadie that everybody's dead. I was raised in a deep, dark hole, a prisoner with no parole. They locked me up and took my soul. To him like he's the one. His arms outstretched, but when she's done, he'll be torn apart. Go tell and roadie. Go tell and roadie. Go tell and roadie.
It's Resident Evil, baby! Yeah! Welcome to part 3. Welcome, Zach. Welcome, Nick. Welcome, everyone, to the Resident Evil lore stream. The final one. The actual final one. The actual, real, for-ass final one. Look at Nick with his cool-ass Wesker suit.
Yeah, man.
Let the madness out. Hey, Auspus.
We here, boy.
Hey, Mike Bot. Hey, Ark the Green Wolf. Hey, Trevor Gamer. Hey, Higher Bites. Hey, Definitely Not a Robot. Egg, Another Gal. Beer, Octojoker, Emerald Sword. Hey, Neon the Cartoon. Hey, Mary. Hey, Maho, Azzy. Hey, Chrissy. How's it going, Banana Boy? Another Gal. Your local paralysis demon, Tark, Fig Tree, Glitch Crown. Hey, Adi Shine, thank you for the membership. Hey, Amy is existing for the 14 months. Nice lore stream, Ethan. God!
Oh, we get to talk about that today.
It's been 3 months since last time. I could not do this stream when I was visiting Azazel. I had to do it at my home base. With everyone here. How we feeling? How we feeling? How we feeling here? How we feeling here?
Pretty good. Hi.
Pretty good? Pretty good?
I'm feeling amazing. I feel like $1 million.
I have so much to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
This stream is gonna be the least amount of games and the most amount of shit to talk about all at once. I need to explain. 4 months. It's been 4 months, actually. Yeah, exactly, Ashers. It's been a long time. Maybe. Actually, I've been getting like a lot of subscribers lately because I've been so fucking active this past two weeks. So maybe people don't understand what is happening here. Welcome to the Resident Evil lore stream, a stream exclusively dedicated not to actually play the game, but to just talk about our fucking hyper obsession. This stream had 2 parts before. It had... thank you, Little Boxman. It had... part 1, we talked about the initial era of Resident Evil, the one with Umbrella and the bioweapons and the T-virus and the G-virus. Part 2 was more about the BSAA and, like, the modern, like, bioweapon conflicts in the Resident Evil universe. And this stream is entirely dedicated to the new golden era of Resident Evil that is currently going on right now. We're going to be covering Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 8, all the DLCs for Resident Evil 7, the DLC Shadow of Rose for RE8, and we are going to be talking about the future of the franchise, and just our general thoughts about this entire series of streams. We initially thought this was going to be one stream. Turns out...
Remember that?
turns out the autism is way too strong. So we are going to finish the trilogy now for reals. To ensure that we finish the trilogy, we are sadly not going to talk about the Revelations games. I know some people really wanted us to get to those games, but let's be honest, those are kind of spin-offs.
Worthless.
They're never gonna be acknowledged by Capcom ever again in the future. They were a good way to maintain the horror aspect of the series during the BSAA bioweapon war era, but overall, they are not relevant to this discussion on this stream. This is about the Resident Evil Renaissance. Also, just a warning before we continue. This stream has notification sounds for the donations and general pop-ups disabled because we need to keep on track here. You know, we have to talk about a lot of stuff, so we can't just acknowledge everyone that pops up on the notifications. I still appreciate the donations and stuff, and I still will be reading the chat as we read. But overall, this is our time. This is our celebration.
I have been waiting so long to get to this specific set of games.
Zach, ever since the very first stream, was like, I can't wait to talk about Resident Evil 8. Man, talking about Resident Evil 8 will be so fun on this stream. Oh, it didn't happen on the first stream. Okay, let's do it on the second stream. I will study for the second stream. Oh, it still didn't happen. Shit.
I have spent every stream waiting to talk about specifically Village, and I have been cock-blocked at every corner.
Finally, we're getting to it. Hey, Azriel, thank you for buying the Toxic Suspense on the store. Hell yeah. My pen collection grows stronger soon. It will be unstoppable. Also, lore.
Phil?
Yes?
What do you think we end this after we get RE7 on?
Nah!
And leave, mate, for the very final stream.
Do you know what I've done for this stream?
Do you know what I've sacrificed?
Phil's seen my notes.
He gave...
I haven't. I'm really afraid.
Zach gave me an entire paragraph of notes, and I have integrated it into the PowerPoint presentation that I use to conduct these streams. It was very detailed, and I'm actually very happy. We agreed... We had to agree on how to share this lore, because... Gotta be honest... Zach may dislike me hearing me say this, but... I like 7 way more than 8. I am way more interested in talking about 7 than 8, but 7 and 8 are a duology. It's the Ethan Winters duology, and the lore of 7 and 8 are intertwined extremely tightly. So, I am only going to talk about, for Resident Evil 7's lore, the stuff that is only inside of that game, you know? There are some revelations that happen on 8, that are connected to 7, a lot of them, but I will be leaving that to Zach to talk about. I will give them the platform once we get to 8. So, the way that this stream is going to go is I am going to gush over how special Resident Evil 7 is. I played it on the channel a few months back. I explained why it's special to me, but I need to reiterate, because this Resident Evil 7 saved the franchise, in my opinion. And the lead up to the release of that game was just as special as the game itself. Hey G-Star, thank you for the super chat. So, I will be talking not only about the lore of Resident Evil 7, I will also be talking about the development of Resident Evil 7, the demos, the teasers that released beforehand, the GDC talks about the development and early prototypes of the game. I am obsessed with Resident Evil 7 as the concept that saved the franchise in general, especially as like a person that like does game development as a hobby. Like I need to talk about how special Resident Evil 7 is. So I'm gonna be talking about the development, the lore, and the DLCs, and then after that is done, obviously like Nick and Zach can interject in case I get something wrong or they need to add something to it. Obviously, you can always do that. And then later on, I will give the microphone to Zach for Resident Evil 8, just the entirety of it.
The Resident Evil 8 Zach yapping session.
Yeah, that the entire other half of the stream will be dedicated to that. Pastor Sprite feels hilariously appropriate right now. It's just shaking. Exactly, Paradox.
Right now.
I was literally saying before stream that I was making the exact face my Sprite is while writing my notes for
Fuck
Village.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I think before we do all this, we should probably do a quick summary of where it all began.
Oh yeah.
So, our story begins at the Spencer Mansion.
No, it begins with how much
murder-
Resident Evil 6 sucks ass. Fuck it.
Oh yeah, that.
You know where this all fucking begins? This begins in Resident Evil 6 being a fucking disappointment.
There was also the Spencer Mansion.
Fuck you, Spencer Mansion.
Okay.
Back in 2013, 2012, 2013, Resident Evil 6 released, and everyone under the sun shat on it because it was a fucking failure. Sure, it was a commercial success. Sure, Capcom made a lot of money with it. Sure, they were happy with the performance of the game, but critically, and especially for the fans, this game was basically Resident Evil 9/11.
Phil, that's wrong. The game didn't perform well initially. It did well in the long run. Like they got to their expected amount of money they will get, but like that took like 10 years.
Right.
So yeah, no, it was a failure in their eyes at first. So yeah.
Good, cause it should be.
Yeah, good. Good.
We talked last stream we talked for so long about the story of this game. This game's story is so overly complicated and twisty and meaningless. It's supposed to be the most important Resident Evil game because it's like a globe-trotting adventure containing like multiple series mainstay characters and new ones that are important to the lore, and none of it fucking matters.
Yeah, so it was already 9/11 for both us and them.
Yeah!
Don't forget.
Thank you, Static Rainbow, for buying the pins. I caught the first two RE lore streams live. I have been so freaking hyped for this stream. Hope y'all have a good stream. Thank you. So, I personally, I have said this story many times before, but I will say these again for posterity because a lot of people are watching now. I was a kid when Resident Evil 6 came out. I was a huge fan of the series, especially Resident Evil 4 on my PS2. I bought an Xbox 360, and I wanted to play Resident Evil 6 on release because it was like... I was on the internet. I was like, what, 14? 13? I don't fucking remember. I was like a teenager when this shit released. And I was like, oh my god. Capcom says that they are going to go back to the series roots for the Leon campaign. They're gonna make the Leon campaign like a new Resident Evil. It's gonna be survival horror, you know? Capcom wanted to do... They wanted to do survival horror for Leon's campaign. They wanted to do a Call of Duty, wanted to appeal to Call of Duty audience with Chris's campaign. They wanted to fucking become DMC for fucking Jake's campaign. And it was like, oh my god, they're gonna satisfy everyone. This game is gonna be the best. It's gonna be the best game ever. It's gonna be so big and awesome and huge. And then was shit.
And then it sucked.
It was so shit that I renounced the Resident Evil series in general. Like, this was my personal, oh fuck this series, I will never touch it ever again. This shit is just some Call of Duty clone. And I was not the only one that was like this. It was all over the news. It was all over like gaming magazines saying, why the fuck is this game like so actiony? Remember when Resident Evil had like spooky settings and scares? Me neither. I guess Capcom is gonna move on with this series. They're gonna have the dick-sucking giraffe fucking continue on the series with Jake Mauler or whatever as like the new action hero of Capcom moving forward. Nah, like,
Dude, I said it last stream, and I will say it again. Resident Evil 4, despite being how good it was, really was the downfall of the series up until 6.
yeah.
Like, it was so good at what it did that they were like, okay, it's an action series now because everyone liked Resident Evil 4, so let's just make it more action, make it Resident Evil 5. Oh yeah, that one was really action-packed. People like that one. Resident Evil 6 gonna make it even more action.
Yeah. If you want more details about this point of the series, there is another stream to see that. That's the previous lore stream. You can watch that. But suffice to say, I was not very happy at this time. And then Resident Evil as a series died. Sure, the Revelations games like were releasing and they tried to be a little bit more horror like focused, but it was still like linear shooting through like levels. It was not survival horror at all. And then a little game came out called PT. not Resident Evil 7. A little game came out in 2014, I think it was 2015.
Yep. It was summer of 2014.
Yes. PT was released on the PlayStation Store. What is PT? That is a playable teaser for Silent Hills, developed by Konami and Hideo Kojima. That game set the horror community like into a frenzy. It was declared the scariest game of all time. And it was just a demo. A demo for the new Silent Hill game that Kojima was developing. Sadly, we don't have time to go into the specifics of why this happened, but PT and Silent Hills was canned because Konami are a bunch of assholes. Looking forward to Silent Hill 2 remake. And Kojima was ousted out of the company. Therefore, PT was delisted from PlayStation, and it became a shitstorm of bad PR for Konami and the Silent Hill franchise. Because everyone loved PT. PT was this still influential piece of horror media that is basically lost media now. If you own a PS4 and you don't update it so that they force the game out of your hands, you will be able to experience that. And PlayStation 4s with PT on it go for hundreds of dollars by this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a whole can of worms.
It's a whole other can of
worms. We're not here to talk about Silent Hill.
But the influence of PT was felt even across sister AAA companies like Capcom, who, after hearing what Konami was up to, decided to take their ball and go, what can we do with this? In come the kitchen demo. It says Resident Evil 7 here on the thumbnail, but it's not. Ow.
At the time, it's not.
At the time, it's not. So, in a little presentation, people were able to play a VR game that was simply titled Kitchen. Nothing else, nothing Resident Evil related. It was just titled Kitchen. People at the time believed that this was an experimental horror IP that Capcom was developing for PlayStation VR. And here, you're just a nameless character with a camera in front of their face, tied up, unable to move. It was not really a game, it was more just an experience.
A VR experience, yes.
Later on, we would be able to understand who these characters are and what this actually meant, but at the time, this was just a mystery. It had the same feeling as the PT demo, but only available to a certain amount of people. At this, like, in this demo, it's only like a 4-minute demo. Mm-hmm. You see a guy trying to cut you out of those handcuffs. A little ghost or zombie thing appears behind him, punctures him, leaves him for dead, and eventually you get killed just the same with like a admittedly cheap looking effect of like the ghost girl appearing behind you and like chopping you up into bits. That is Mia, that is Mia, that is Mia. I know, chat, calm down. Calm down, we're not there yet, but nobody knew who this was. Nobody knew what this was for. This little thing, the Terror Continues in Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, that was not there. Nobody knew what Kitchen actually was.
Yeah, this was made public later, when it was already revealed that this was Resident Evil 7 all along.
Although,
Come in.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but this footage is kind of weird though, because wasn't there also a version of the Kitchen demo where you could actually walk around this house and see like this ghost appearing all around you?
No.
We'll get there.
Yeah,
We'll get there.
That's a different thing. That's very important. That's more PT inspired. Don't worry about that. But
okay,
what was this actually supposed to be? Well, behind the scenes, as the Resident Evil franchise was considered to be dead, Capcom was developing the next entry in the franchise with a new mindset. They took the feedback that they got from the audience about how they need to actually go back to their roots, and they had a team of people, close-knit team of people, go out into scary locations, watch horror films, just in general immerse themselves in horror so that they can refresh themselves as to what, you know, a scary game actually is. They took footage, they went to like the southern parts of the US, Louisiana, Florida. They took many like reference photos. Look at that cute ass gator. And
him.
not only were they determined to bring back Resident Evil into its scary roots, but they were determined to do it in a brand new engine, the RE engine.
Which doesn't stand for Resident Evil, by the way.
Yeah.
It stands for Reach for the Moon ending. Whatever. I mean, the engine is used for other games aside from Resident Evil. It's being used for DMC, it's being used for Dead Rising, so whatever. But still, even then, even though they were developing this game with the RE engine in mind, it was still in development. This is a GDC talk about the development of the game, by the way. This is where I got it from in 2017.
Yeah.
But they were still so excited to work on this project that they decided to create a little prototype, box thing for the game in Unity.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't seen this footage, I would like to show it off because it's like super fucking cool. This is like the early baby stages of Resident Evil 7.
Here are some samples for you guys to take a look at.
Like the most bare bones gray box development footage of the game.
This looks so cool even on its own.
We didn't really care too much about making things cohesive or organized. We just wanted to see our ideas come to life during the look dev process. So when building out the gray box, we had a few basic mantras. No lengthy docs, any interesting idea was valid, and anyone and everyone should have the opportunity to realize their ideas.
This is extremely important because Resident Evil 6 failed because it was built by committee. every decision that led to the failure of RE6 was the result of too many cooks in the kitchen trying to pull the project into different directions. It has to be like Call of Duty. It has to be like survival horror. It has to include all the popular characters. You have to include microtransactions. Add the mercenaries mode. Blah 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 blah. Like it ballooned up in scope to the point that like the project became unsustainable and they had to reuse a ton of assets and the game ended up poor for it. Resident Evil 7 by comparison had a much more smaller team and all of them had one vision in mind: to bring back the horror of the franchise. And boy, they did!
Oh, man.
So, the first actual public look that people got of Resident Evil 7 was a little reveal trailer, and just like the kitchen demo, nobody knew what the fuck this was until the logo at the end appeared. Everyone, like, even in the listings for the presentation, like, this was live presented to people, like the reveal trailer, this was presented as the kitchen demo. This was not presented as Resident Evil. Nobody knew what this was. And then the people finally got to see this. I know I did this last stream, but still, shivers. I need this.
She's back.
Go tell Aunt Rhodey. Go tell Aunt Rhodey. Tell Aunt Rhodey that everybody's dead. I was raised in a deep dark hole, a prisoner with no parole. They locked me up and took my soul. What they made. I call to him and he will come. She'll run to him like he's the one. His arms outstretched, but when she's done, he'll be torn apart.
Actual chills, man.
Yeah! Fuck! God! Resident Evil 7, though.
I can only imagine the amount of hype that would have been felt watching that trailer, not knowing what the hell you're seeing, and then just seeing that 7 at the very end.
I saw that live! I saw that live! Why do you think? Why do you think I'm directing this moment of the stream right now? Because That was me. That was me looking at this new franchise that Capcom was making. Is like, oh my god, they're actually trying to make a new horror franchise. I was a fucking stupid asshole. I was like, oh my god, I'm really interested in this new horror franchise that Capcom is developing. It's a shame that Resident Evil is dead now, but I guess I can check out this new thing that they're— Shut the fuck up, it's Resident Evil! It's like a shot of adrenaline right in the neck. So yes, as you may have noticed, this is a very special moment in the Resident Evil series for me. Surprise, motherfucker!
I need to point out too, because like, I wasn't there for whenever like the reveal happened, because I was not a Resident Evil fan yet. However, whenever Resident Evil 7 came out, it was such a big deal that all of my friends were talking about Resident Evil for the first time whenever I was in 7th grade when Resident Evil 7 came out. And my friends were losing their shit over this new horror game. This was my first Resident Evil game because of how much everyone was hyping it up. This was my introduction to the series because it was such a big deal that it got it onto like my radar.
Yes! Cause
So I didn't...
they did this masterfully! Capcom did this so well! Okay. So, after the reveal of Resident Evil 7 live to people, a little demo came out called Resident Evil 7: The Beginning Hour. This demo is basically PT2. Yeah, sure, the kitchen was pretty spooky, but it was you just tied up, like, and being exposed to horrible imagery. Resident Evil 7: The Beginning Hour, I have never played this on stream. It is not just the first hour of Resident Evil 7. It reuses a ton of assets, don't get me wrong. It reuses the entirety of the guest house of Resident Evil 7, but it is basically a different kind of game. It is much more PT inspired. You are not Ethan Winters here. You are nameless character, I will explain later, but you are a nameless character stuck inside of this haunted guest house. And your only objective here is to get the fuck out. This is a mystery exploration adventure game. This is you do not do shooty bang bangs here. You're supposed to solve puzzles. There is a VHS tape and a player in one of the main rooms in the living room that you can watch, like showing the story of a group of ghost hunters going into the house that you are in and finding something that drags them into the darkness, that kills them, that like assaults them. And all throughout that tape, you also see small glimpses of this ghost woman appearing in random places. And this entire sequence can be different depending on, like, the person playing it. It has random events that not many people can get. This thing was 100% made by the development team to show up what Konami threw away with PT. A lot of people say, yeah, but Phil, Resident Evil 7 was still in development even before PT came out. You know, like, obviously they wouldn't have been able to make the game after PT because, like, they were already in development. No, shut the fuck up. It's not about that. This is the development team being midway through the development of 7 and realizing we need to do better than Konami. They made the scary teaser and then updated it over time. Everyone was going nuts about a fucking mannequin finger. If you go through this game, like, there's a lot of keys and items and puzzles that you can solve to be able to get different endings. All of them ended up with you getting killed at the end, though. Like, you never got the true ending, right? But there was one little item called, like, the mannequin finger that you could get that was completely useless. You cannot use it in anything. And that drove the mystery. It drove because it felt like an ARG, you know? It felt that you were being pushed to break the game apart to get the true ending. this demo was exclusive to the PlayStation console when it first came out, which meant that you could not data mine it. So people that wanted
Smart.
to... Yeah, you could not get the true ending by just ripping it out of the files. People had to collectively, as a group, come to find the secrets of this game that were being kept away from you, all signified by this mysterious, like, mannequin finger that you could not use anywhere because there were no mannequins anywhere on the house yet. Then people brute forcefully tried to data mine the game, even though it's kind of impossible when you're going a console release. They still try to do it anyway, and they found assets of, like, mannequins and puppets and, like, an attic section that you could not go into yet. And it was like, what the fuck is happening in here? Eventually, the Midnight demo came out, and not only did it add more puzzles and more endings, but it also added a gun, which was a very specific message from the development team that said, hey, I know this is supposed to be a scary thing. I know this is supposed to be like a atmospheric, like, more PT-esque game, but don't worry, we're still adding the survival horror staples of the series. We're not gonna go full-on, like, indie game walking simulator, you know? It was a fear. It was a fear. Like, before, we feared that Resident Evil was going to turn into Call of Duty. After this, we thought that it was going to turn into a indie amnesia, like, not survival horror, but, like, indie horror kind of thing, you know?
Walking sim.
Walking sim. They added a gun, they added health, and they added a molded into here in the Midnight release to be able to show people, don't worry, this is scary, but it's still Resident Evil. And it was like, at that point I was like, sold! Sold! I need this! What the fuck is this game? There was like an entire ARG where you finally got the puppet finger and put it in a mannequin hand and then pointed it at certain locations in the old house so that you could get like little audio messages of like people that died inside of the guest house, and those audio messages would then tally up in a very specific part of the house that then you can then open and then get a reward that then you would be able to carry on into the actual main game. It was an entire ARG sequence that you could do. It was brilliant. It was basically, what if we did PT but we didn't just abandon it like a month after it came out? You know? Wait, really? Yes, I have never shown this on stream because it's like a 1 hour thing. But the beginning hour demo of Resident Evil 7, you can play it right now on Steam, by the way, it's completely free, is just a perfect way to encapsulate the message. We care about horror. Don't worry. We are going to go back to our roots.
Oh boy.
And then Resident Evil 7 released. For PC, PlayStation, Xbox, whatever you want. Obviously, like I said before all of this game saved the Resident Evil franchise. It is a soft reboot, I guess you could say that. Do you guys agree it's like a kind of a reboot of the series?
Yeah,
No,
kinda.
I absolutely think it is, purely because of the fact that it was definitely advertised as such. Like, yeah, sure, it functions as a continuation. It's still canon to the other games, but like, it's very disconnected. It feels like its own thing for the longest time through the game, and I feel like that definitely does make it like a reboot.
Yes. I mean, even the title, the logo of the game itself, like, the name of the game is Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. But not only that, if you look at the logo on screen right now, the 7 is obscured by the title itself. It is like, the orange part is supposed to be the number, but it can still be just read as Resident Evil Biohazard. Fun fact, Biohazard is the name of Resident Evil in Japan. That is the original name of Resident Evil, and then it was changed to Resident Evil in America because Biohazard was already the name of a band over on the West. So they kind of had to like play around with copyright there.
And correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
But in Japan, isn't the game called Biohazard Resident Evil?
Yes! It's
Yeah.
such
So
a
funny.
cheeky way of marrying the two titles together. In
So funny.
In Japan, it's called Biohazard /
It's so
Resident
funny
Evil.
how they sneak the 7 in both titles.
Yep. And it works because, this game in particular can definitely be called Resident Evil. This is the game with the
Yeah.
most evil residents inside of the residents.
That's the whole plot this time.
It's the whole ass plot, and it is not only the whole ass plot, it is... You're basically playing a reimagined version of RE1. You're going back to America. You're going back to a mansion, just like the original. No more RPD, police station, no more walking around a giant city, no more walking around Europe. You're walking inside of a giant mansion, but this time it's not owned by a fucking egomaniacal, like, rich man CEO of a pharmaceutical corporation. You're inside of the property of a regular, like, American household in Louisiana. This is the Baker family. You can see them all here. Don't count the guy on the right. We have Jack Baker, our main man, in the front. Marguerite on the right. Their son Lucas, and they also have another daughter that we'll get to. Is that fucking Evelyn on the right side?
Yes.
Oh!
I did not realize that.
God!
Yeah, she is.
Oh shit! It
I did not.
is!
I didn't fucking realize that until now. Shit, I thought that was just a post or something. Thank you, Static Rainbow, for buying the stickers. Those residents sure do look evil.
And here I was thinking you couldn't get jump scared by a photo.
Resident Evil 7 is special because it shortened the scope of the series. It brought a lot of inspirations from Western horror. It had inspirations from, like, ghost movies, like Ghost Girl movies. It had the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, bug, like kaiju bug, like giant bug slasher movies, fucking Saw. Like, the development team really wanted to encapsulate a lot of cliched horror elements and bring it into the world of the series. We said that this was a soft reboot, and it's not that it throws away the existing elements of the franchise, but it kind of goes like, let's shrink down the scope a little bit. We're gonna bring it down to a single location. We're gonna have a single protagonist, and it's gonna be a very personal, small story about the sad tale of a family that was taken over by tragedy. We play as our main man, the myth, the legend, Ethan fucking Winters.
I love you, Ethan Winters!
I know that I love
man.
Leon Kennedy. Like, Leon S. Kennedy is, like, I love him. I had a crush on him when I was a kid. But I gotta be honest, Ethan Winters is the best. He's up there. He is, like, S-tier protagonist. He has this little thing that Capcom committed to until the very end, where, like, they just don't show his face. Ethan Winters has this funny little meme where, like, no matter what, in any scenario, his face will not be shown. You will see the back of his face, you will see his, like, body with, like, his face covered up, you'll play the game in first person through his own eyes, but you will never see his actual face on what he looks like. He's a faceless hero. He's supposed to be the everyman, you know? He's just a regular guy in a fucked up situation, trying his best to survive. He ended up being way cooler than that later, but you know, like initially,
Yeah.
initially, he's just a regular guy. He doesn't have firearms training. You gotta understand, this guy is such an everyman compared to all the other protagonists, because every single other RE protagonist is a freak. Like, they're policemen, they're SWAT teams, they are like trained in combat already. Like, even in the first game, STARS is a fucking paramilitary unit that is specialized against like special operations. Like they know how to use guns. They have a team competition. They can communicate with each other through radios. Like, they are prepared. And after that, we go even crazier. Leon becomes a super special agent working directly under the president. Like, Chris becomes a BSAA agent, like a hero man trying to save the world. Like, everyone is a superhero. Jake Mueller is literally a DMC protagonist. Meanwhile, here, with Ethan, he is just a regular guy. When you play as him, you can tell that he doesn't actually have any firearms training to speak of. And in the sequel, RE8, he actually does get firearms training, and his combat capabilities increase slightly. But in the first game, he doesn't know what to do. He can try to block attacks with his, like, fists, with his, like, arms, but he kind of looks like he's scared of the monsters. He's like, no, don't get me, I'm gonna get hit. The melee weapons, he swings them around like wildly like an animal, and the guns feel so clunky and weird to control, and that is all to serve the point that this is not supposed to be an action game. This is supposed to be a scary game. He's just a little guy. Anyway,
Yeah.
he's just a little man.
He's a little guy.
The story of Ethan Winters goes like this. Ethan Winters is desperately trying to search for his wife. Don't worry, he's not James Sunderland. He is actually trying to search for his wife. He's a good boy.
He's the anti-James.
Yes.
To James.
Even though Ethan Winters is a regular guy, his wife is a little bit more special. She disappeared while out on a trip, a work trip, years ago. Mia was working for a company that she doesn't like to speak of very much with Ethan. She keeps her job very secretive. She just says that she's working for a company. Eventually she disappears, and years later, she sends a little email to Ethan saying to come get her. She is in Louisiana at the Baker estate. Ethan, because he is like a madman, I guess, immediately decides to grab his car and head towards Louisiana. The only thing he does before this point is just to call a friend and say, yeah, so like my wife is back, I'm gonna go get her. Ethan loves his wife, and he will do anything in his power to save the people that he cares about. Very important character trait for the future. Thank you for the super chat. Ethan Winters, my beloved. I mean, initially, yeah, he is kind of a wimp. He goes into the old guest house that we played as in the original demo, in the original beginning hour demo, and he watches the same tape that we did in the demo. It's not shown here, goddammit. Whatever. Ethan watches the tape of a couple of ghost hunters that disappear inside of this old house. However, unlike them, he actually braves forward, finds their corpses laying out in the middle of like a water hole, and finds a lot of pictures of missing people. Apparently in this, a lot of people have gone missing around this area. The Baker house, the Baker estate that Ethan is walking around in, has been seemingly abandoned. Nobody knows what's happening inside. It's not that it's quarantined, but that nobody really dares to go inside. Inside of the old guest house, Ethan finds Mia locked up inside of a cage. Once she finds her, she starts freaking out, saying that he's not supposed to be there, that he is, like, that she didn't send the message. She seems hysterical. She doesn't know what's going on. This is like a perfect setup for like a slasher movie. This is such a quiet and calm, quiet and like reserved opening for that doesn't really explain what's going on. Mia talks about, oh, like daddy's coming. He's here. You have to avoid her. She's coming. We need to hide. There's dolls all around. There's a picture on the table of a little grandma that doesn't really that you don't really know what's going on with her. And then after Mia disappears, shit hits the fan. Mia becomes suddenly zombified, but it's not a zombie. But it's not the Plagas either from Resident Evil 4. It's something new, like she's being possessed. She attacks Ethan, and as they struggle, he ends up, like, you know, killing her. Thank you, host, for the super chat. Oopsie doodle, I accidentally killed my wife.
The whole reason I came here. Whoopsie.
Whoopsie doodle. I know that I'm going point by point on this, and I will eventually start broadening out, and I will just talk about the game in general and not just the story. But this little bit at the start is incredibly important for later. So, Ethan gets a call from a mysterious person on the telephone asking, like, for help. Her name is Zoe. You don't know who she is right now. But Mia ends up reviving, and she gets a fucking chainsaw and cuts off your goddamn arm. Thank you, Deku, for the super chat.
Dude, like, okay. With shit like this, I just want to take, like, a brief moment to bring up something I love about 7.
Yes?
This game was trying to be the scary Resident Evil game.
Yes!
But it never stopped being ridiculous.
Yes! Because the moment that you start fighting, shit goes off the rails. I don't know where the fuck Mia got the chainsaw from.
She just comes back and she has one. Like, it's so ridiculous, but it never stops being scary.
Yeah, she just got it from her back pocket or something.
Anyways, so you not have to fight your wife, but like Ethan gets up after getting his fucking hand cut off, gets a gun, and just goes shoot his wife. Fuck her. Fuck her. He's reloading with his wrist. This man is pure unadulterated commitment. If my wife is gonna kill me, I might as well fucking retaliate. Like I don't give a shit at this point. I came here just to save her. She's gonna repay me with this. Fuck her. So that's not the entire game, obviously. That's just the intro section. You end up getting blown the fuck out by Jack Baker over here. And he welcomes you into the family. He knocks you out and drags you into the main Baker estate, where you get to meet everyone else. So, the Bakers were once a normal family living in Louisiana. They had a long history. Why is it that the house is so big in the first place? But because they have traditions here. It's not that they're rich. They're actually pretty like you know, lower class. Like Margarita and Jack don't have like $1 million paying jobs for this mansion. They were just inherited this like land by their like grandfathers and like the people before them. They had an old house that they had to run away from because the Louisiana swamp was like taking over it. This place has history. This place is grungy. It's dirty. It's fucked up. A lot of the ladders and like parts of the house are like broken down because of the mold and wetness and general disrepair of the area. I love Resident Evil 7 because you can see the history of this place unfold. Hold on there, Jack. You can see the history of this place unfold through the environment. So, once Ethan gets to meet the family, he escapes, and that's where the game commences. I'm not gonna go point by point because that would be kind of useless. I need to just talk about the general atmosphere here. You have puzzles, you have exploration, you have notes that you can read about the history of the family, Jack, Marguerite, Lucas, Zoe, and as you go through, you get mysterious notes of this girl that they found washed up in the swamps of Louisiana. She's called Evelyn. Evelyn is a very special little child because she seems to have influence over the family. The moment that she arrived at the Baker estate, the moment that she was rescued by the Bakers, everything started going to shit. Oh, also she came along with Mia. Turns out Mia was also rescued by the Bakers and was brought to their home. The Bakers used to be a quite nice people. They were calm. The son of the family was a bit fucked up. I will get to that later. But in general,
pretty fucked up.
Pretty fucked up. But in general, they were kind and pretty normal people. After Evelyn came along, though, they started becoming fucking nuts. Their darker impulses came to the forefront. Jack Baker, the patriarch of the family, started getting abusive and angry and violent. Marguerite got very possessive of bugs and, like, nature that she was growing at the greenhouse of the estate. Lucas became a really sadistic, like, serial killer that kidnapped people and forced them to play games inside of his part of the house. Ethan responds to this by systematically going into every single part of the Baker estate and finding all the members of the family. I like this bit.
One
One by one.
Mega Man Robot Master.
Yes. You can see in this bit here, one of the first fights with Jack Baker, in which you take a fucking car and ram it into him. That's what Zack meant about this game.
Nice car, Ethan.
Nice car, Ethan.
Nice car, Ethan.
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
That's a good one.
Even though the game is scary and it's trying to set up a good atmosphere, this is still Resident Evil at its core. It is still ridiculous. In this moment, in this first fight with Jack Baker, you can see how, like, oh, how can I skip this boss fight? How can I conserve as much resources as possible? Get in the fucking car, run him over, and then he will jump in with you and start doing donuts around the garage. There's even a fucking, like, Capcom reference with going like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take you for a ride. He says it here.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna take you for a ride.
I'm gonna take you for a ride.
It's just, oh man, I love it so much how, like, they make this ridiculously scary game, but they're also just like, yeah, this crazy hillbilly guy who you're scared shitless of, he's gonna start doing donuts in a garage as a boss fight, and you're still gonna be scared shitless. This is a flex now. This is a power move on our part.
We are not only gonna take Konami's PT crown away from them, but then we're gonna take it, go into our cars, and start doing donuts of celebration about how fucking cool this game is.
It worked somehow.
A very important thing to note, by the way. Also, Jack Baker is fucking invulnerable. Whatever thing infected him during the course while Evelyn came in, made him completely impervious to any damage. Well, he does get damaged, but eventually gets right the fuck back up. Every single time! Over the course of Resident Evil 7, how many times has Jack died? Like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Yeah, like 6 times he has, like, visibly been shown to have been killed, only to get right the fuck back up. Almost 7.
Okay. I know I make this joke every stream, but Umbrella spending years and hundreds of test subjects trying to create the perfect indestructible bioweapon. Some old guy in Louisiana.
And
Like-
he... sure, he's a bit crazy, but he still can talk. He can still, like, communicate with people. This continues the Resident Evil tradition of making Spencer out to be the stupidest asshole ever.
Yeah.
Because apparently, instead of working with the T-Virus and doing all this shit that didn't even end up working out properly, he could have just gotten whatever Evelyn had infected himself with it and become a immortal being. None of these people aged. All these people are immortal. They're a bit crazy, obviously. They're being affected by Evelyn. Yeah, there we go. Right the fuck back up. They're being infected by Evelyn's craziness, but look at the regenerative capabilities of this infection. It is crazy. Anyway, so continuing the craziness, you end up fighting Jack in... Hold on. Oh, it doesn't show it. Whatever. You end up fighting Jack inside of the basement of the house. There we go. With a giant chainsaw scissor battle. Again, the stupidity continues. He literally says groovy. He literally says groovy. He literally says groovy.
And Ethan goes, "That is not groovy."
The Jack Baker is supposed to be the the Texas Chainsaw Massacre stand-in for the game's cliche horror type. This guy is amazing. He is iconic. I would say he's just as iconic to the franchise as Nemesis. And he's
dude,
just
like,
an old man.
Probably, yeah.
I was going to say at some point during this section, call it hyperbole or exaggeration, but I genuinely believe Jack Baker is one of the greatest horror game antagonists that has ever been made. Like, I genuinely think he's perfect.
He is funny. He is legitimately threatening. He's fun to fight. He is like he chases you all throughout the first part of the game in the Baker estate. He is, if you don't know where to go, he is constantly on your ass, trying to get you. And when he does that, he's having fun during it. He's like, "Come on here, boy. Come on here, boy. Oh, come on, Ethan. Ethan." It's like,
Yeah.
oh, this guy's so fucking nuts.
Toying with you.
He's
Can you
just
show him? Can you show the leg cutscene?
the leg cutscene.
Yeah, the one where he chops off your leg and
Oh,
then gives you up a
You can
healing
use
item,
this to repair your leg.
Come on, you can do
which is
it.
completely optional.
Okay, there is a point here. Hopefully, I will be able to find it. It depends on the footage that this person had beforehand. I guess I'll have to check it out myself.
I'll
Hold
look
on.
for it myself.
Let me show it off, because this perfectly encapsulates Jack Baker's entire character. Leg. I'm gonna just type out leg moments. Yes.
Leg moment.
Yeah. No, there we
Man,
go.
this is such a leg moment, guys.
Hashtag leg moments. There we go. So this is what happens if Jack Baker gets you at the beginning of the game.
Come
Yo,
out,
why this person
come
so
out,
short?
wherever you are.
He's crouching.
Oh, I'm dumb. I'm so Don't
That's
mind me.
That's like walking
No,
up.
don't worry. This is the optional gnome mode
That's like
where you play as a gnome.
that's like walking around and meeting someone on the street and seeing them with a hat and going, "Why is your head so weird?"
I don't want to hear shit chat.
Slip out before dinner was done.
So if you try to open this door and then Jack Baker catches you doing that, he will just fucking cut off your leg. So fucking brutal. And you think, "Oh, I'm dead," right?
Yeah, that's the same sound Ethan makes when she dies.
But then no. You can grab your fucking leg. You put your leg in your inventory.
Nice leg, Ethan.
You can do it.
He gives you the good stuff too. That's like a good, like, first aid kit. This is so stupid. I love it. It's the best.
Just wait till you see what he does with that goop juice.
Just pour it in, boy. Right back in. Yep. Just as new. fucking run!
Dude, and okay. I know this is a lore slideshow, but I also just need to point out the fact that Jack Baker is without a doubt one of the best stalker enemies this series has ever had. Just
Yep.
like actually to be chased by this guy is so scary. Like even without all the taunts and whatnot he does and all the dialogue he has in mind, being chased by this guy is so terrifying because he just is always present, always knows where you are, and if you get too far away, he will actively teleport somewhere off screen just to catch up with you.
There are several videos online showing the behavior of Jack Baker going around the house. He is always near you. He doesn't, like, know exactly where you are, but he will just walk around. For new players that don't know where to go in the first part of the game, Jack Baker is just as much of a nightmare as Mr. X. Kinda sad that Mr. X nailed it as a stalker enemy. Jack Baker, an old man, nailed it as a stalker enemy. Nemesis, the stalker? Nah, fuck him. Remake, whatever.
Do not even
Yeah,
get
yeah.
fucking started.
Let's not do that now.
Don't open that can of worms.
No. But like this first sequence is just the best. You can tell the team had a lot of fun putting it together. Anyway, so after you kill Jack, you end up going into the greenhouse. This game is separated into levels. After you kill the Mega Man boss that is Jack Baker, you go into the old house where Marguerite is stalking, and you get to fight her. She transforms into a giant bug monster because apparently whatever mutation occurred here forced her into becoming this queen motherly bee spider thing. She's a combination of many types of bugs, like centipedes and like weird moths. It's fucking disgusting.
It is the scariest boss in the series, in my opinion.
She has a very, very fucking grotesque weak spot that you have to shoot. She is supposed to be the analog for, like, monster movies that include bugs, spiders, bees that were very popular around, like, old slasher movies. And also the crazy old lady type of character that is popular in horror movies as well. Then you go into Lucas's section, and instead of fighting him directly, you get to play Saw! Essentially.
I love him.
Lucas Baker has quarantined a section of the house for himself that he keeps actually in pretty good condition. Like, it's pretty clean compared to the rest of the areas. It's like a test chamber, like Aperture Science type of deal, where like Lucas has set up these traps for you. The mannequin finger actually returns as the thing to activate that puppet thing in one of the puzzle areas.
Yeah.
This is like, I love this because it takes one of the core aspects of Resident Evil, which is like the weird puzzles in the mansion, and gives it a character that loves this shit, you know? It's not just the eccentricities of like a corrupt policeman or the weird imaginings of a fucking rich man. This is just a guy that watched too many snuff films when he was a teenager and decided to become the next Jigsaw. Not only that, but Lucas's influence can still be felt all throughout the Baker Mansion, because all throughout the mansion, you have these little things, like these little spots, where you have jerry-rigged contraptions that are supposed to open doors in a weird way. Like, you have scorpions, like, taped to a door, and then you have a key that opens that door that has, like, a giant scorpion tail body attached to the head of the key. You have shadow puzzles installed, commissioned by, like, puzzle companies in this world.
The evil puzzle companies that make all the Resident Evil puzzles.
There is legitimately a market for construction companies that will be commissioned to create weird puzzles in your own home. Lucas adds so many of the weird cages and prisons and just general traps for the people that are trapped inside of the mansion. A lot of people came here before you. Like, at the beginning of the game, you find a list of like up to like 30 plus people that have disappeared around the Baker estate. At the beginning of the game, you get to find and talk to a policeman that is like, "Excuse me, sir, is this your property? There's been a lot of disappearances here. Is this like, are you doing okay, sir?" And Ethan is just like, "Help me! Help me! People are trying to kill me here! Give me your gun! Give me your gun!" And the policeman is like, "Whoa! Calm down there, boya." Obviously he gets killed before he can call for any kind of backup, because police are incompetent in the Resident Evil universe unless you're Leon S. Kennedy.
Unless you're a main character, you're incompetent.
So sadly, that guy gets fucking killed. But yeah, anyone who approaches the Baker estate gets captured, killed, or taken by Lucas to be able to do one of his sick games. Fun fact, if you play the beginning hour demo, you're actually playing as one of the people that got kidnapped by Lucas. In the tape where you find the ghost hunters that were attacked at the basement of the guest house, you play as Clancy, I think it was called? Clancy, yes? Okay, Clancy is one of those victims. He gets dragged around by Lucas all throughout the house, ends up getting burned by him. He is forced to play cards against other people that he's kidnapped in the DLC. Lucas is like, not the head of the family, but the most aware and outright evil member of the family. Why is that? Well, aside from the general psychopathy that occurs when you're infected with this... hello, Grandma. With this, like, infection, Lucas himself was a bad seed of the Baker family. He was considered to be the weird kid, the possibly sociopathic guy, the loser, the nerd. He had like a penchant for inventions ever since he was a kid. He in school, he won multiple trophies for his inventions, like his little jerry-rigged things. He actually showed them off to people in school, but he never won first place. That's a really good detail that I like. In his room, you can find all these little trophies for him, but he never got first place. There was always something that went wrong with his inventions. He is a gamer. Yeah, he's the stereotypical, like, introverted weirdo that watches snuff films and Live Leak on his spare time, you know? He's a horror fan. He's a horror fan. Eventually, something bad happened, though, when he was a kid. He was being bullied by one of the local kids. And as revenge, Lucas decided to trick him into going upstairs into the attic of the house, and then, with a control remote device, he closed off the attic, trapping the bully inside of the house. The bully screamed and begged for Lucas to open up the door for him, but he never did. Eventually, the bully died of starvation. Lucas, even before the Baker incident, was shown to be not outright evil, but still very uncaring for human life. And he continued this path and became even crazier as his family was infected. In fact, in this very cutscene that I'm showing off right now, he says, some people just don't want to go back to how things were. He is happy in this environment. He is happy to lure people into his family's home and just have fun with them in his own twisted, sick little games. Lucas is not the mastermind of the events of Resident Evil 7, but he is the main benefactor of it all. He can regenerate, he absolutely loves the pain that he's causing to both himself and other people, and he has connections to a certain company that was the ones responsible for all of this in the first place. So finally, after you beat Lucas's dumb little games, you reunite with Zoe, and after, like, you know, the 5th fucking fight against Jack Baker, Hello there, Jack. He's now super mutated, by the way. He is like crazy. This is one of the weaker fights of the game, but still it shows how determined Jack is to continue living. After that fight, you end up with a choice. You have a serum that will help you cure both you and another person from the infection. What is this infection? Well, Evelyn, the little girl that was rescued from a sunken ship outside of the outskirts of the Baker estate, she is very special because she is herself a bioweapon. Just like all the other shit before in Resident Evil history. Even though this looks like it's a haunting or like some kind of like mass psychosis or like some kind of alien invasion, no, it is still a bioweapon issue. She is infected and controls something that the game calls the mold. The mold is a fungus that infects living tissue and is able to be controlled by something called an E-series subject. Evelyn is part of that E-series. And she, as a child, is able to influence people's minds when they're being infected with the mold. Hey, Cassie. Thank you for the super chat. So Lucas is a sadist and a masochist now. Pretty much, he is a bonkers. Cuckoo. Nobody knows how hard he went before he got infected, but after, like, the mold not only bends your will to whatever Evelyn wants you to do, but also it brings out your worst impulses. Whatever deep-seated shit you had inside of you, you will be forced to act out on those impulses. So Jack Baker becomes violent and abusive, Marguerite becomes extremely protective and manic, and Lucas becomes this serial killer sociopath, you know?
So himself.
Yeah, the true self, I guess, without any regard for anybody else. Zoe here is a person that managed to escape the infection. Well, she's still infected, but she was not affected in the same way as the rest of her family. That will be explained why later. But essentially, she is the only sane one and is contacting Ethan throughout the game to be able to save herself and Mia. They are able to create a vaccine or a cure for the infection using the corpses of other E-series subjects hidden inside of the old house of the property. Because the boat that Mia and Evelyn crashed into not only contained Evelyn, the main E-series subject, but also all of her sisters. The failed prototypes. The ones that did not make the cut. You need those to be able to create a vaccine to stop Evelyn's influence on yourself. Eventually, Ethan has a choice. After killing Jack, he can either choose to save Mia, his wife, cure her and get the fuck out, or save Zoe. For some reason, I don't know why, but this game has this choice, this like moral choice at near the last 2/3, in which you get to have a different ending if you want to save Zoe first. But it's like, why would you do that?
I'm gonna be so
pick
real. One of the endings is so obvious what you should pick, and the other one, if you even pick it, is shit. Like, it's a bad ending.
It feels like an AU.
Yeah, like, I know we're not talking about 8 right now, but a lot of people are like, oh yeah, I wish they brought back, like, the choice from 7 and 8, and I'm like, bitch, I know you didn't pick anything but Mia when you played 7. Do not lie to me. It is the only good ending.
I picked Zoe.
You're a liar! You're a liar, Nick!
No, I saw him do it. I saw him do it.
I could even show you the date where I got the bad ending achievement and the other one.
Were you content with yourself?
No.
With that decision?
I
Like,
told him he
you
got
did
the bad
that?
ending.
Exactly.
Like-
It's a bad ending. Like, not just like the bad ending. No, like, I just think it's a really unsatisfying ending.
And there's not much of a
it's really bad.
change.
It's really badly made as well. Like, You
It's
go
kinda
under
nonsensical.
the boat, and then you're suddenly Mia. What?
Yep.
It doesn't make any sense.
In this branching path, you're supposed to either pick Zoe or Mia, but it makes no sense because Ethan's entire character up to this point is that he is the Terminator family man. He will save his wife. So it is completely out of character for him to then suddenly go, nah, you know what, this bitch, she helped me more. Fuck you, Mia.
I mean, it's true. She did help more.
yeah,
Oh,
like
yeah, she helped to hold
They're the
on
ones
to
that
that
bitch
ending,
with
right?
PPD.
Mia, a lot of people hate Mia for very, very varied reasons. But for RE7 specifically, a lot of people hate her because she's like, one, you lied to your husband about what you were doing, and two, you tried to kill me at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
So why the fuck should I care about you?
And it's not like I'm abandoning her. Like I'm supposedly gonna get help or something.
Yeah?
You know,
Yeah.
that's the logic I was going by.
But then, apparently, the moment that you choose Zoe, instead of having a logical continuation of the story of that, Mia just gets teleported into the boat.
Yeah.
I don't know
Mia
why.
gets teleported into the boat, and immediately it's like, oh, you picked Zoe? Fuck you, Zoe's gone, bitch. Why would you do that? I know we gave you the
I know,
option,
right?
but like, we the developers are wondering why you did that, man.
That's the worst part of the RE7, honestly. Like, it feels so phoned in.
Yeah,
Like, oh yeah, we have to do a choice or something.
yeah, this is the moment where the game slightly falls apart. I know that I sang this game's praises a lot, and I will continue to do so in the future a lot. But it is very clear that Capcom said, we need to push this out to people. And the final area of the game after you deal with Lucas is the boat, where Mia and Evelyn came from. This is basically Evelyn's area. It's filled with molded and a lot of, like, you know, regular enemies. You don't get chased or stalked throughout this area. And it is very samey. All the rooms kind of just look the same. It's a destroyed boat that washed up on the shores of the Baker estate. Here is where Evelyn originated from. She was being shipped out as a bioweapon from, I believe, from Central America to some place in North America. I think that was it. Like, they were surfing around, like, around the Florida part of America to somewhere. Evelyn was created by a company called The Connections. In partnership with the HCF, aka the mysterious unnamed company that Wesker was working for at the beginning of the goddamn fucking series. The Connections is supposed to be this shitty organization that develops bioweapon. Essentially, we don't have Umbrella, so just make up a different random company name. They don't even have a logo, so, like, they're not as iconic as Umbrella. But even though they're so nameless and unimportant, they still managed to create literally fucking, like, Sadako from The Ring as, like, a bioweapon? It's crazy because she's, like, in complete control of everyone, and she's just a prick. She's just a prick child. The details about this bioweapon are, they essentially want to create a child shaped like a Trojan horse. These bioweapons are developed for conflict in, like, the Middle East or something. And in here, she's essentially supposed to be a trap where she gets found in the middle of a random conflict, and the enemy force takes her in because, like, why the fuck? Why would you want to, like, imprison a child? You know, it's an innocent kid. She will infiltrate the enemy force and begin to infect them with the mold. She is able to puke, vomit, molded, like non-stop in this initial section where she takes over the boat. She is able to create molded and infect people with the mold substance, like, within minutes of going haywire. Evelyn herself is a combination of two things. She is supposed to be a bioweapon. Her instincts force her to infect other people. but she's still a kid. And that's the best part about this antagonist, because she is still a human, an innocent child, and the only thing that she wants is a family, because she was created in a lab, in a test tube. She was all her life, doctors around were like testing stuff on her, and she never got the affection of a real family. Her instincts force her to do her job of like assimilating people into the mold consciousness that she's able to control. But she really just wants people that she can call a dad, a grandfather, a mother, a grandmother, a sister. That's why she went haywire on the boat. Mia and someone else that she was working with, they were supposed to be her surrogate parents on the boat. Mia, in reality, in truth, was actually an agent working for the Connections that was supposed to take Evelyn from to their destination safely. She was supposed to be the mother figure of Evelyn. But she got a bit too attached to her. It's not said outright anywhere what caused Evelyn to go crazy on the boat, if I remember correctly. But I presume that Mia and Evelyn had a conversation about her being shipped off to her destination and not being able to see Mia anytime anymore. And because of that, Evelyn went crazy and decided to assimilate everyone on the boat and keep Mia forever. There's also this little guy, Alan. Alan did not have anywhere near as much of a relationship with Evelyn as Mia did, and so the moment that he stepped out of line and insulted Evelyn, he immediately got molded. Like, Evelyn, thanks to the mold consciousness, she is able to have essentially superpowers, like Ghost Girl superpowers. It's all explained to her like, oh, fungal pheromones or whatever. But like, come on, she fucking, this Thanos snap disintegrates a fucking guy without being in the same room as him. Like,
It just wills people to die.
It's fucking crazy. But yeah, no,
Also-
it's supposed to be a biological thing, whatever.
And if I may interject for one detail about Evelyn that you left out
Mhm.
that I think is very important for people in chat to know about.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Evelyn's obsession with family is something that definitely came as a result of her, like, living in this lab being a test tube baby.
Mhm.
But there is a specific note that I think is really important to
Yes.
remember for later,
Mhm.
where Lucas is talking to the Connections, and he specifically takes note of Evelyn's obsession with family, and he begins questioning whether or not she was purposely designed to have that obsession with parents, like, built into her. And he never gets a
Yes.
response on that question.
Right. That's very specific detail for later. Thank you, Digit, for
I
the
just thought I'd
membership.
bring that up because I feel like that's important to know, is that Evelyn was seemingly specifically designed to be obsessed with the idea of having a family.
Even until the very end, once you are in the climax of the game and you get to fight Evelyn, as she is dying, literally the only thing that she could muster is, why does everyone hate me? I just wanted a family.
Man.
Which is like, true, like, I feel bad for you, but also you're a prick. Like, you're a
she's so evil.
You're such a shit child.
Yeah,
You're a
she's
fucking
evil.
psycho. But like, it's like she's a brat that has omniscient superpowers over her entire colony and is able to kill people and like force her will upon them. So of course a power like that would go over a child's fucking head and would immediately like she would abuse that instantly, you know? Anyways, so as Evelyn is taking over the boat, a hurricane passes by and the ship goes overboard. This is the incident of the game. The Connections lose contact with the people on board. Everyone dies. Evelyn and Mia get stranded in the middle of Louisiana, where Jack Baker comes to the rescue and helps the two of them. by taking them into their home. It's sad because there's a cut. I want to show this cutscene. It's sad because you're not fighting evil people here. You're fighting a regular family, and the control that Evelyn has upon them is so absolute that all they can do is watch themselves do the actions that they feel guilty and sad over. You get to have a conversation as Ethan is unconscious, connected to the mold hive mind. He is actually able to talk directly to Jack.
Ethan? Hey, shh. I know. I'm not gonna hurt you. Hell, I never would have if I could have helped it.
What do you mean?
I'm no killer, son. Neither is Marguerite, nor my boy Lucas.
No.
Zoe here.
He's a dad. He's trying his best. Come on.
That girl, Evelyn, she did this.
What the hell is she? No, what did she do to you?
She infected us with her gift. That's what she calls it. I found her near a busted out tanker in the bayou. Everything changed after that.
So she infects you and then she takes control?
No. Not exactly, son. She just... she forces her way into your mind, your soul. You can't fight back. You are connected to her, and you can't resist the urge to... Oh, you're a different person after that.
Just like Mia. So Mia sent me that message because of Evelyn.
Listen, the girl just wants a family of her own. She's the key. All right? You find her, and you stop her. Ethan. Free my family. Please.
I'm tearing up again.
Jack is so goddamn good!
The fact that in that cutscene, he's still able to sympathize with the person that ruined his life.
He doesn't hold it against her. He literally just says, that girl just wants a family of her own, man. He is able to understand her because he's, you know, a human with empathy and an old man that understands what children are going through, especially someone with her background. A dad. He's a dad. Fun fact, in the initial process of infection, when Mia and the rest of the Baker family were trapped by Evelyn, Jack Baker was supposed to be the father figure for Evelyn. The main thing that Evelyn wants to do is create the perfect standard family that she may have listened about in, like, storybooks or something. A dad, a mother, a grandmother, a grandfather, a sister, etc., etc. A brother as well. Lucas is there too. Fuck him, though. He's like the bitchy teen, like, brother. However, her biggest desire is for Mia to be her mother. She has imprinted onto Mia as the mother figure. Therefore, Jack is incompatible because he's way too old, because he doesn't know Mia. He doesn't have any relationship with Mia. And he's, you know, he's got, like, Margarita and everything. So to resolve this conflict in Evelyn's perfect little family world, she decides to bring Ethan into the equation, because Ethan is Mia's actual husband, you know? Maybe, I don't know, Mia and Evelyn talked on the boat about Ethan, about how cool of a guy he was, you know? So she decided to force Mia into sending that email so that Ethan could arrive into Louisiana and become the dad of the family. And this is such a good detail because it explains why Jack is so fucking pissed off at you specifically. Because just like Jack said on this cutscene, even though Evelyn has complete control over you, she can't always control you. And while you are out on your own, you start exaggerating your darkest impulses. And as the dad, as the patriarch of the family, Jack Baker does not want to be replaced. All throughout his section, when he's chasing you and when he talks shit to Ethan, all he's doing is trying to emasculate Ethan, trying to kill him, trying to show that he ain't shit. And that he is the daddy, he is the father, and that he should not be the grandpa, you know? He's trying to prove to Evelyn that he is the hottest shit. Which is great, because any other game would be like, if Evelyn wants you to be the dad, why would she put you in harm's way with, like, Jack and stuff like that? Because Jack wants, in the deepest parts of his mind, even though he's such a nice guy, his impulses are, I want to be the father. I will not allow him to replace me. It's so good. I love it.
It's great too, because like at many points in the game, whenever you like see Jack and he doesn't know you're there, he's just mumbling shit like that, where he's like, oh, he wants him to be the father. Ooh, I'll show him. And then he leaves the room and you're just sitting there like, oh. Oh no.
Oh no.
He not only wants to have fun, but he is specifically trying to emasculate Ethan in front of Evelyn. It's great! Anyways. So, after all of this, you get to see... Not that. Oh, okay, there it shows. You get to the room in every single Resident Evil game, deep inside of the mines of the Louisiana, you get to have a little lab that was constructed to watch over the Baker estate. A makeshift lab, like improvised laboratory that the Connections have set up to be able to study the effects of Evelyn in a populated area. The Connections realized, oh well, we can't really retrieve Evelyn anymore because she's such a huge fucking problem. So we're just gonna study her. We're gonna grab Lucas from the family. We're gonna cure him slightly, and we're gonna make him the mole to the family. He's gonna give us information on Evelyn, what she does with the people that we bring in, and we're gonna essentially get combat data on this new bioweapon.
I love you, combat data.
You know, like
Combat data, my beloved.
Combat data, my fucking beloved. Because I know we fucked up. We totally fucked up. But we might as well get some combat data out of it, you know? It's just like in Resident Evil 1, where the T-virus gets lost, spreads around the Spencer mansion, and instead of cleaning that up, Umbrella decides to partner up with Wesker and go, yeah, just send some cops over there. Get some combat data on what happens when we unleash these bioweapons upon a house. Fuck it, you know? Have fun.
And yeah, I just want to bring more light to that other twist, because it's my favorite twist in the game. The fact that Lucas Baker throughout the entire game was never having his mind altered by Evelyn, and that's just the way he is.
I am half and half on this, you know?
No, I fully believe that is just the way Lucas is and has nothing to do with the mold. Because,
He's just fucked up.
They specifically say in the notes that they were able to cure him of like Evelyn's control.
Right.
Which would mean that all of the impulses he commits to, that's just how Lucas is in an environment where he doesn't have to hide it anymore.
True.
Yes.
The main reason for why I'm a bit iffy on that is because I think he's still molded, you know? He's still able to transform himself into a monster at the end of his boss fight. So I'm like, he's still infected with the mold, therefore his darker impulses are still being brought out into the surface, even without Evelyn's control. Because, like, with Jack Baker here, like, his darker impulses tell him to kill Ethan. Evelyn definitely wouldn't want to do that, but whenever he is not directly within Evelyn's reach, that's what he wants to do, you know? So maybe, I don't know, after being cured of the control by Evelyn, like, his psychopathy was still strengthened by the mold, but either way, Lucas is an asshole. Either way, I agree, you know?
Yeah, I just think it makes him way more compelling as a character to have that interpretation of like, oh yeah, no, he was always evil. He just had to hide it. But now that he's surrounded by his family, who has also gone batshit insane, he doesn't have to pretend to be normal anymore.
He got a taste for it. He got a taste.
I agree with Zach.
He got a taste of the crazy.
I don't think it's the mold and enhancing the his behavior. Maybe that's how it works, but I don't think that's the intended.
Maybe that's how it
idea.
Started, and then after he got cured, he went, no, I want to keep doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, like, especially, I know we're not on the DLC yet, but especially in the DLC, like, he is in full control of his own actions.
100%. Also, something very sad to point out before we go into heading onto the climax of the game. The infection works by cycles, initially. Not only with proven by Mia. Mia sometimes acts completely normal and then goes completely batshit crazy and tries to attack Ethan. But also, there are notes scattered all throughout the Baker estate that show the Bakers, specifically Marguerite, going to the doctor after finding Evelyn and getting a brain scan and seeing tumors on her head. And describing how her behavior has become erratic over time, and obviously eventually they stop going to the doctor. They stop interacting with society. People thought that they just straight up vanished from the area. But I love that the effects of the mold are not instant if Evelyn wants to keep you around. If she wants to give you some amount of control over the hive mind, she will keep your consciousness just in a limbo while your body goes crazy, and sometimes you will be able to regain control, and just sometimes you completely black out and become a monster. It's such a fascinating infection compared to stuff like the G virus, which you just infect yourself and instantly become a monster, you know?
Yeah,
it was slow over time.
Well, that's the thing I find really scary about the mold, and why it would probably be my favorite out of the infections we've seen in the series is Plaga, you become a part of hive mind. You lose your individuality. You're no longer a person.
Yes.
T-virus, zombies. G-virus, you're a big monster. But with the mold, it's literally your worst possible intrusive thoughts that just happen.
Brought
and
out.
Your body just does them regardless of whether or not you want to. And that is so much scarier because it's not just you're a monster who's brainless. You are fully aware of what your body's doing and just can't stop it.
Whatever the worst version of yourself is the version that would come out into the limelight if you were to become infected with the mold. It's great.
You become the version of yourself you never want anyone to see.
It's so good. And
that is scary.
You get a front row seat of it in the hive mind.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. You're the worst version of yourself imaginable that you never want the world to see, and you are basically forced to spectate your own body participating in those horrible acts.
Yeah.
Alright, so some people here may have noticed all throughout our yapping session that I have neglected to mention Grandma Baker. Remember Grandma Baker? We saw her in the title, wallpaper with, Jack and Lucas and Marguerite. We saw her at the end of the reveal trailer for Resident Evil 7. You saw some gameplay in this showcase cutscene thing where you saw Grandma Baker just chilling in random parts of the game. She's barely breathing, but when you move around her, you like her head like turns toward you. So she's definitely alive, but she's just like too old to do anything about anything. It's like, oh my god, the poor grandma. She's being like held hostage and like being kept alive in this horrible situation. Oh, poor grandma. She's so innocent. And then, once you get out of the caves, you get back. God damn it. Where is it?
Back to
Not
the
bad.
beginning of the
Fall
game.
back.
I mean, yeah,
So
back
it
to...
all started. No.
Literally.
So it all started in the Baker estate.
It all starts at the Baker estate. Some disappearances were happening in the Louisiana swamps.
It's actually so much... It's actually so much like Resident Evil 1. It's such a good way of doing the soft reboot.
It's a good parallel.
It's a parallel.
Yeah, absolutely. It parallels it perfectly.
Hopefully this guy picks up the photo. No, he didn't. Okay, well, once you get back into the guest house, you find a little photo that you saw at the beginning of the game that you didn't get any context for. It was a photo of Grandma Baker with letters on the other side of the photo that said E005. E001. You didn't get any idea what that meant initially. But now that you know about the E-series, and about what the Molded are, and about what Evelyn is, that number holds so much more significance. In reality, the grandma that you've been watching all throughout the game is not Grandma Baker. Grandma Baker never fucking existed. You know Grandma's room in the map area of the main house? That Grandma's room was not for Grandma Baker. It was for Marguerite. That grandma that you've been seeing all throughout the game is Evelyn. Because as a bioweapon, her aging process became accelerated. The Connections wanted to create a bioweapon that was able to infect the population and then die off. It was... They wanted her to be, like, disposable so that they could optimize her use in combat. So Grandma Baker is just a, I don't know, how old? Like 10-year-old Evelyn? Aged beyond her years. All the little visions that you see throughout the game are just the images that Evelyn projects of herself to other people to appear as a tiny, innocent little child. But those are just hallucinations created by the Molded. In reality, once you finally get to find her physically, Ethan grabs onto Evelyn, and it's shown off that Grandma Baker was there with you all along.
You.
Why does everyone hate me?
The Wicked Witch. And then, because this is a Resident Evil game, we get a fucking wall boss fight.
Shout out to Wall Boss Fight!
Shout out to my boy William Birkin. I don't care if it's lame. I love it every single time. This is a tradition for Resident Evil, like, fans. Yeah, sure, this game may have turned, like, scary and used a lot of... Like, people immediately just didn't like the first-person aspect of this game. But through and through, as you continue playing, this is just a Resident Evil game through and through. This is going back to its roots. They managed to achieve what they set out to do by using small callbacks here and there, all the staple mechanics of a survival horror game, just in a first-person perspective, and you get to cap off the game with a nostalgic boss fight.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest of the series shows up.
I'm not ready to see him again.
Turns out you were not just being alone in this location, you were actually being watched all along by helicopters surrounding the entire estate. In your final moments in this game, as you're being attacked by Evelyn in her final monstrous form, someone from the helicopter throws you the coolest fucking gun ever?
Yeah. The Albert.
Hold on, where is it? It's gonna happen in a minute.
Any second.
There we go.
Use it!
Whoever that is. It's literally called the Albert gun.
The what?
And dead. I don't know why there's a slow motion like rock crumbling animation.
It's not smooth at all.
It's not
Yeah,
smooth
I always
at all.
thought it was
Sensation, I
really
mean.
jarring.
That is so romantic, of course, because you guys know who handed you that gun. The helicopter comes down to rescue all of you, and the first person that you get to meet from this mysterious group is the one,
Who is it?
the only,
No.
the one and
It's
only.
It's him. Oh. You.
Who?
What's that?
Who is that?
Who?
Oh,
Glad we found you.
Who are
you his brother?
The one and only who?
Fuck took you guys so long.
Liquid Chris, I guess?
It's supposed to be Chris Redfield, but
Yeah.
it
There's
doesn't
Christopher
look like
Blue
him.
Ranch.
It looks nothing like him.
It's so funny too, because like immediately he gets facial reconstruction in the next game. Like,
Because everyone hated that look. Thank you, They Thespian, for the $5. I love evil, scary child archetypes. I will defend Evelyn with my life. Evelyn is a good villain, but... Come on! That little shit needed to die.
she's a phenomenal villain, but I liked killing her a lot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Axorman donates $5 and says, isn't the Albert 01 like a special antivirus aerosol bullet handgun? Basically a pocket rocket launcher for molded or T-virus infected? Yes! So, I will go more into detail about the gun in the section where I talk about the Not a Hero DLC, but essentially, that motherfucking gun was specially designed to kill bioweapons of the Umbrella Corporation! That's for later. Anyways. So... that is supposed to be Chris Redfield. It's kind of fucking romantic that he named a gun after his nemesis after he died. But whatever.
Yeah. The
Still
Albert
thinking about his
W
Pookie Bear
-1.
years later.
After all this time, don't worry, buddy. I will carry on the opposite of your legacy.
Do you think like every morning he wakes up to like a framed photo of Wesker and like caresses it, a single tear rolls down his cheek and he goes, "I miss you."
No. He has a photo. He has a photo on his desk of Wesker, and he goes to reach out for it, and then he moves it away, and there's another photo of a boulder, and goes like, "Ah, my beloved,
Oh
my true
God.
love, the boulder." Anyways, Chris was actually watching all of this transpire all along, alongside a military organization called Blue Umbrella, or the Umbrella Corporation.
Can't make this shit up, man.
Oh my god.
It is like, wait a minute, they're back?
And the best thing, too, is the only reason they did that shit was to fake us out for the DLC.
Yep. Because you see photos of like a helicopter and it has like the Umbrella logo, but the Umbrella logo is blue this time. Why is Chris working for Umbrella? What's going on over here? It's like, you cheeky little shits. Like, I can't fucking believe you. Every time you think that you're gonna get a self-contained story in a Resident Evil game, at the very end you go, no, but Umbrella though, guys. Umbrella was here all along. Happened with Resident Evil 5 when you encounter the fucking, like, flower bed in Africa and goes, wait, they were here too?
We brought this up last stream, but it is so obvious that Capcom never stopped regretting having Umbrella be just like completely stopped in Resident Evil 4.
They try
never
to fix
got over it.
They try to fix this as hard as possible in the Umbrella Chronicles, but everyone was still like, yeah, but where's Umbrella though? It's like the Ganon problem with Zelda.
I was gonna say it's like the Saw movies, like killing John Kramer in the third movie, and then every single movie after is filled to the brim with flashbacks showing that he was always there for every single plot line even when he's dead. It's
He
like
planned
the
it all
video game
along.
equivalent. Like, and I love them for it.
Yeah, fuck it. It's so goofy every single time.
Yeah.
So that's the main story of Resident Evil 7. Ethan gets his own helicopter moment, officially crowning him as another Resident Evil protagonist, because every single Resident Evil protagonist has to escape the city, carried on the sunset by someone in a helicopter.
Yeah.
It's like your rite of passage. It's like how you graduate a Resident Evil game.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Like, Leon didn't get it in Resident Evil 2, but then he got it in 4. Like, every single cool protagonist has to ride off into the sunset in a fucking helicopter. So he does that with Mia, and that's the end of his story for now. The Resident Evil 7 DLCs are all about clarifying the events of what happened through other people's perspectives. So, you have the perspective of the Daughter's DLC, in which you play as Zoe, inside of the Baker Mansion, while Jack got Evelyn back from the boat. This entire DLC is like, what, 30 minutes long? It's not really...
Yeah, it's really short.
It's not really that
really
impressive.
short.
But it's really fun to just see the Bakers as a family in this mansion. Like, Lucas here is just being, like, his regular asshole-ish self, introverted, looking at his phone, which is... Oh, there we go. He turned it on. But, like, this is just a regular family, just like Jack said beforehand. And in an unfortunate series of events, Jack's own selfless actions ended up dooming the entire family. I want to show the cutscene. Hold on. Where's the cutscene where, like, Evelyn shows up? Let's watch it. Last night spent with my real family. Oh, real life guy!
Real person!
From this week's hurricane looking to come to a close tomorrow morning as the storm moves on. Out in the Gulf, reports of a missing ship have rescue crews combing the coast. We'll have the details on that search shortly. But first, record rain over the past few days has left many residents in some of the parishes knee-deep in floodwaters. On radar, we can see the system moving along to the northeast, losing strength as it goes. And by tomorrow morning, we should be home
Any
free
news on the
and
damage
out
from
of
the
rain
storm?
Here in
They haven't said.
Marguerite, open up.
There we go.
I'm coming.
Look at this is so sad to watch.
They were so sweet.
Oh, she's so young.
Yeah, how's our other guest?
Sleeping, poor thing.
Well, I say let him. He'll be okay here for a few days. At least while till we can get him into town.
Zoe, go get some fresh clothes from the laundry room, okay? Oh, looks like there's some sort of oil spill or something.
Yes.
Don't touch that!
Let's get this poor
No,
girl some
no,
fresh clothes and into
Marguerite.
a warm bed. We'll put her in Lucas's old room.
Oh, come on, can't you put her somewhere else?
Oh, Lucas, you just hush. You've long outgrown that room. Always wanted to run a bed and breakfast.
Aww.
I'll put some soup
He's
on.
so adorable.
Good enough for soup, don't you think? Excuse me, look, Lucas.
And then, of course, the exact second that Evelyn gets to sit on a bed in a real house with a real family.
It was half on the water last I looked.
Yes,
Hey, Xorman, thank you for the $5. Not sure if this spoils it, but I'm so sad for Zoe. Her DLC should have been her getting powers and fighting her for her freedom instead of Uncle Punchman. No, I
I love Uncle Punch Simulator. You up.
Nah. Disagreed.
Uncle Punching Simulator is unironically the most fun part of 7.
Thank you, host So, also for the $5.
Daddy.
You could have had something here, Evelyn, if you had just, like, chilled. If for once in your fucking life... Like, look at how peaceful this is, you know?
I think that's a big thing is, like, if she just was, like, you know, chill, she probably would have been taken in by the family. And they would have taken care of her.
But then this happens.
All right, little girl. Let's get you cleaned up.
They're mine now.
What?
Just, like, immediately! Like, fuck you! And from that point onward, Zoe's life turns into a nightmare. She tries to find her family members. All of them have collapsed onto the floor. She finds her mother being completely possessed and full of bugs inside of her mouth because she's creepy as fuck. Jack Baker desperately tries to help.
He gets infected trying to save his daughter.
Yeah. And at the very end of it all, at the end of the Dollars DLC, like, this is a very short DLC, that's why I didn't play it on stream. But she gets to fight Evelyn a little bit, and then gets casted out of the family. There's this little detail in the end of the game where you get to see a dinner table in the guest house where, like, there's a lot of dolls and, like, there's a doll and chairs all around a family table. And in that hallucination moment, you get to see what Evelyn really wants to do. There is 2 chairs for the mother and father. There is a knocked over chair that represents Zoe. There is a doll standing over next to the knocked off chair. And there is a metallic chair representing Lucas. That is, in her mind, what she wants the family to be. She wants the father, the mother. She wants to replace Zoe as the sister. And Lucas is there if he wants to. I don't know. He doesn't care about Lucas. It's a very short DLC, but it just, like, shows off what Zoe's life was like for the years that she had to survive her infected family. She lives out in a trailer outside of the property. She hides whenever Marguerite comes to check up on her. Like, as long as she's out of the picture and doesn't try to fuck with the family, Evelyn just leaves her alone, just, like, to suffer. To see her family turn into these monsters while she can do nothing but just watch. So that's why, when Ethan came around, she desperately tried to help him. Now we cut back to the Resident Evil 7 Not a Hero DLC. This happens immediately after the events of the main game, and you play as Chris Redfield.
Christopher Blueyard.
You know what this was? You know what I legitimately think this was?
What's that?
I think that this was Capcom trying to age up the look of Chris from the original game.
No, yeah, that's what I think it is, because like he has a much stronger similarity to that original RE1 Chris. And like we were talking about before, this game has a ton of parallels with RE1, so I think they were trying to go for that, but it just didn't work because that's just not what Chris looks like now.
Because in RE5, Chris got a whole new redesign look, and it was so fucking good, it became the default Chris moving forward. Like, his big-ass, extruded forehead that makes his eyes look baggy and tired. Like, that's Chris from now on. I 100% accept that, even though I don't like RE5 as, like, a survival horror game, and it's more like an action game, it's still fun, but still. That is just Chris from now on. So, trying to forcefully put him back into the Chris, kind of make him like an older original Chris, just doesn't work at all. Sorry. He will never be Chris anymore. The Punch Boulder Man has officially become the new Chris, because the new Chris is awesome.
Yeah, because that's the thing is like, yeah, okay, Resident Evil 1 was a good game, but like, 5 was the one that really gave him a personality, being so real.
Resident Evil 1 didn't like, they were paper cutouts. The only one that had a personality was Barry.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they weren't really characters. They were just kind of action movie tropes. Resident Evil 5 was where he actually became a character. So, like, I don't know, just give us one that looks like that.
He got angst about losing, like, his men, and he got, like, this fucking, like, homoerotic rivalry with Wesker, and he got this idea of being, like, a lone wolf, and, like, he became a bit of a cliched action hero character, but still a character.
Yeah, exactly.
And he keeps that personality for this game, so it's kind of weird that he's using the old face.
It's okay, though. They learned their lesson with Village.
Also, booting Umbrella OS. They have an operating system for their company.
This is what I was saying earlier, too, about the whole fake out thing, because, like, they do this DLC, right before this DLC, it's like, oh, Umbrella, and then immediately Chris is like, I don't really know how to feel about working with Umbrella.
So what Chris is doing here is he is still a BSAA agent. He's still Hero Man. He is not a villain. For some reason, 7 and 8 really want to paint Chris as like he could potentially turn bad, but it never happens.
Yeah, no, you never really fall for it.
Why would Chris ever become a villain? Are you stupid? What? Whatever. So, the reason for why Chris is here is because the BSAA got into contact with a Blue Umbrella, which is not really Umbrella. It's not a pharmaceutical company. It is a paramilitary group formed by the original Umbrella paramilitary group that helped people off of Raccoon City, like those fucking guys that you saw in RE3, and ex-members of Umbrella that feel genuine remorse for their actions, and they want to help clean up the world from bioweapons, because Umbrella as a corporation were essentially the what's that guy that invented the nuclear bomb? The fucking
Oppenheimer?
The Oppenheimer of this universe. But instead of nuclear armaments, it was bioweapons. So it is mostly a paramilitary organization, just like the BSAA. It's just that they are using the name to clean up their act. It's like, please, we can prove that we can do good, you know? But it's not formed by any of the original members of Umbrella that did anything bad, so it's like, they're just using the name for brand recognition.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Chris's campaign, not a hero campaign, has him team up with Blue Umbrella to catch Lucas, because Lucas actually ran away in the main story of Resident Evil 7, and you never saw him after that. So you're chasing him through the mines. And obviously he is Jigsaw Man, so he trapped everything in the mines to become like a new playground for him to fuck with the agents and Chris. Thank you, Foolish Fiend, for the super chat. Nice stream, Philip. Mind if I take Mind if I take for a watch? Okay, fine. Systematically, as Lucas... Consent. You may watch, indeed. As Chris goes through this campaign, he ends up losing all the members of Blue Umbrella that were under his watch.
Of course.
Again?
Classic Chris.
Lucas systematically kills every single person that Chris was supposed to take care of, and he makes fun of him for it. Which is
Christopher.
like it's so... Lucas is such a good villain in this DLC. It's almost like he knows that Chris is like a fuck up, and he has like a sore spot when it comes to this. So he actively fucks with him in the mines. PTSD man, yes.
Yeah, it turns out the real PTSD man
was Chris Redfield. The losing men powers him up with rage.
He gets stronger the sadder he is.
No, but for real though.
Yeah, unironically.
So yeah, this DLC is mostly just an action sequence extending the mine section at the end of the game. But once you get to the lab section, you get that little piece of paper that we talked about, how like Lucas was talking about the E-series and about how it's kind of weird that Evelyn is supposed to be obsessed with parents and stuff. I love how he gets caught here and just fucking runs away like an asshole.
I know. I love how Lucas is just so pathetic.
He's crafty, but he's not a badass, you know?
Yeah, no. He builds all these crazy traps and whatnot, but he's only as like scary as he is when he's prepared for you.
Like this, for example, he tries to come at you and just immediately gets destroyed.
He immediately eats shit.
Like, he is not prepared for like an actual action man. Like, he tries to come up from behind you and just, nah. You don't know how to wield a knife, you stupid asshole.
He think he a hunter from Left 4 Dead.
Destroyed immediately. Now, obviously, because he's infected with the mold, he mutates and becomes like a Resident Evil monster. Because, you know...
He becomes the closest thing we get to a tyrant in 7.
Kind of weird that he just cocoons in the ceiling and just Chris watches it happen. But
Chris
whatever.
knows the deal at this point.
He's just like, yeah, just take a cigarette break, wait for him to mutate, whatever. Thank you, literally Makara, for the $2. There's a game based off of Lucas's games, actually. Oh yeah, there's like a Roblox thing, but like, I'm not gonna play that. You could tie for the 23 months. I have no clue what this fucking means, but I'm here for it. People love these streams because it's just us talking about our hyperfixations in a really hyped way. People love hearing us, like, splurge on about this fucking series, even if they don't understand it. Thank you, Wildcard, for the $5. Resident Evil has lore. Of course it does.
No, it doesn't have lore.
So yeah, this was just to tie up the loose end that is Lucas Baker, and further tease the connections. Ooh.
They're definitely gonna do something in the next game. They're gonna be there. They're gonna be the main villains in the next game.
Remember Neo Umbrella? Remember the family? Remember Jake Wesker? Remember the people the people from Revelations? Remember literally anything about the rival company to Umbrella in the original trilogy? No? Because for some reason Capcom refuses to follow up on details. Sack, you're obsessed with Resident Evil 8. Does the connections appear anywhere in 8?
They get brought up a single time. They get brought up one time in passing.
Yeah, I can't wait to find out what happens with the USSA and the bioweapon.
Yeah, we'll go into that when we get to the end of 8. But they have
totally 1v Resident Evil in space.
Fuck it.
Maybe in 9, some people in chat are saying, we'll save that for the end. We'll save that for the end.
Circuit says, Chris, you fool, this isn't my final form. Shits his pants. I think if I had to like bring up a little aside from this, the only fucking time that the Resident Evil series has followed up on a plotline left at the end of the game was in Revelations 2. At the end, in one of the cutscenes where Spencer was talking about in Resident Evil 5, he was talking about the Wesker children, right? He was talking to Wesker about how, ooh, he's one of the 7 Wesker children that are special little boys that Spencer made to be like the final superior race of humans or whatever. They mentioned that there was a sister that Wesker had called Alex Wesker. Alex Wesker ends up being the main villain of Resident Evil Revelations 2. That is the only time a plot thread from the Resident Evil games gets brought up again.
Which, like, you could say is annoying, but my response is, the stuff they come up with after is always cooler.
Yeah. Like, I don't care about your ongoing conflict. Just give me a new setting. Just give me a new scary thing to work over.
Give me new setting. Give me new villains. They're always cool, except for Neo Umbrella. They're always sick.
I know you're not gonna follow through on anything you fucking say, so whatever. Just keep on being goofy, Resident Evil. I don't care. I'm just here for the ride.
Exactly.
Speaking of being fucking goofy, too.
Uncle Punching Simulator! Uncle Punching Simulator!
The best piece of DLC for Resident Evil 7 is the End of Zoe DLC. This DLC is to show you what happened after Zoe was left to die by Ethan and Mia in the original main game. Ethan says that he will bring help, and he does. But before that, we need someone else to come rescue our girl over here. So, after Evelyn's death, Zoe ends up calcified just as every other member of the family. Though for some reason she looks like a fucking snow princess. I don't know why. Mm-hmm. Like, every single other one looks like calcified milk. But no, she becomes a snow princess.
She gets to be pretty.
And gets rescued by the one and only fucking Joe motherfucking Baker, the secret uncle of the family living out in the swamps outside of the Baker property.
If you think about it, he really sounds like an OC someone made up.
It feels like an OC, yes.
No, because that's the thing. That's what I love about this DLC. He was never mentioned in 7, even once. No family photos with him. No foreshadowing. It's so obvious. They just came up with the idea for him when they came up with the DLC, and they're like, fuck it. They've got an uncle who lives in the swamp. He lives in a cabin. He punches alligators, and now he's here.
Joe is great. Joe is great because how long has it been since Evelyn came to the Baker estate? 3 years? It's been like at least 3 years, right?
It was like 3 years, yeah.
He has been living out in the infected swamp of Louisiana swamp next to the Bakers. And all he's been doing is drinking beer, hunting gators, and kicking ass. He doesn't give a shit about whatever's going on. He thinks that the Molded are just some kind of new creature that came along in the swamp. He never really questioned what was going on with his brother and, like, the main mansion. It is implied that him and his brother have a strained relationship, and that's why he's not living with them. He gets to still be around, but he never really visits. And he is... I think he was an professional boxer. He hunts his own food. He is the archetypical fucking badass swamp man.
And
you don't use guns in this DLC. You don't use knives. To be able to complete this DLC, you need to go find a cure for Zoe, and all the time while you're doing this, the Molded are walking around, and Joe just punches them out. Just clean off.
These were bioweapons created for the express purpose of fighting the military, and they are getting owned by some, like, 60-year-old buff Louisiana hillbilly who wrestles alligators and eats insects.
It's the greatest, stupidest shit of this game. Keep in mind.
My favorite.
Keep in fucking mind, when you play as Ethan, you have to pump at least 8 handgun bullets into the molded to be able to bring them down. Joe punches them out once with a heavy punch on the head and instantly kills them. A punch from Joe Baker is almost as strong as a shotgun shot from Ethan's shotgun. It is
He's not
stupid.
infected. He's not infected either.
No. Evelyn managed to control the entire Baker family within an hour of her being inside of the house. Joe has been living out in the middle of this infection for 3 years, and he's just immune. He doesn't give a fuck.
The fact that this is a character that is canon to Resident Evil lore makes me so genuinely happy.
I mean, there's a bunch of badasses in the Resident Evil universe. Like, we play as a bunch of heroes that are like out there in military groups trying to fight off like all these bioweapons. But no, a fucking guy from Louisiana that was an ex-boxer is just as strong, if not stronger, than Chris punching the boulder. I'm 100% sure that Joe would also be able to punch the boulder in Resident Evil 5.
If Joe punched the boulder, it would go into the stratosphere.
It'll just explode. Like,
Well,
yeah?
you know how anime sometimes have like a really elaborate power system, and there's this one dude that completely ignores that.
Yes.
He's just really strong. For example, Toji from JJK and all that.
This is anime as shit.
This dude is just Toji.
This is anime as shit because it's just like in Jujutsu Kaisen, where like, oh, nice fucking power scale, dipshit. How about I ignore it entirely? What, you have some
punch really hard.
You have some ghosts, you have some freak ass abilities. I don't really give a shit. I will just fucking kill you with my fists.
Joe Baker versus Sukuna.
God, it's so fucking good. This is the hunk of Louisiana. Yes! Joe Baker. Joe Baker is just as much a badass as Hunk. Anyways, so now that we have a badass protagonist in our Resident Evil game, it's time to up the ante and create an equally as badass rival character to be able to, you know, give Joe a little fucking challenge. So, in come introducing the Swamp Man.
I fucking love the Swamp Man!
Because, you know, Resident Evil 7 Original had Leatherface, had Jigsaw, had Ghost Girls, had insect monsters. So what else do we need to do? Oh, right, we're in Louisiana. We need Swamp Thing. Why the fuck did we not add Swamp Thing into our game? So in this DLC, the main villain is essentially Resident Evil Swamp Thing. The dude is like staring at you from across a burning building, pointing at the WrestleMania sign and saying, "Come at me, motherfucker."
He has a built-in battle cry.
He's so good. Thank you, TN Teenager, for the super chat. Joe versus Hunk, who would win? Depends. Are we talking like a fist fight? Because Hunk is like really good with weaponry, but like Joe's sheer ass fist power is unmitigated.
I like to think it would be like a complete draw where both of them drop at the end.
Immovable object versus unstoppable force type of deal.
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
Hunk's probably really strong as well. Have you seen how he instantly breaks everyone's neck in
Oh yeah, right, in RE4.
I mean, his name is Human Unit Never Killed.
God.
My God.
They would do that thing that in that fucking anime gif of the two buff men looking at each other and they just like fucking handshake.
Yeah. It would be the scene from Predator.
Yeah. Anyway, so all throughout the scene, you need to find a way to cure Zoe. You try to use the serum to be able to help her. It helps out a little, but she's still like calcified. I love the tasteful calcification around her like private areas. Like the mold was like, okay, we need to cover these up so that she looks like she's in a snow dress.
Exactly. We need to make her look pretty. We need to have some decency, but we need to make her pretty.
I know she's dying, but she has to look beautiful.
Her death needs to be a glow up.
Okay, so like you keep fighting this motherfucker. You suplex him. You do like wrestling moves on him. Like these fights are so goofy, but they're so fun. This DLC is like the best. If you're gonna play Resident Evil 7 and you need to play one DLC, play the Joe Baker DLC, End of Zoe.
I cannot stress enough that the Swamp Man has emotes during his boss fights.
If he catches you unawares, he will start taunting you while you're on the ground trying to recover.
Question?
Yes?
Does the Swamp Man have any lore? Where does he come from?
Oh yeah.
Okay. A little bit impatient for that. Okay. So, let's skip along a little bit. Should be around a church area. There we go. You fight your way through the molder to go rescue Zoe, and you get to a church area right outside. And then you get this fucking shit.
It's a goddamn sacrilege.
Does that animation seem familiar to any of you? It's him!
What the fuck?
Surprise, bitch! He's still alive!
Jack was cured of his infection and lived!
The last time we saw this guy, he was a giant pile of flesh and mold with random body parts and arms. Ethan grabbed the cure that was supposed to kill the entirety of the mold infection in someone's body. He injected it directly into his goddamn eye. And the dude regenerated into a new badass form called the Swamp Man. The cure that killed Evelyn! Yeah, weird name. The thing that killed Evelyn? He just got that right the fuck back up.
He just walked it off.
Like, keep in mind, this happens like, I don't know, a few hours, like a day or so after the main events of Resident Evil 7. So it's not like he got that hurt. A couple of hours passed by and he regenerated again. And he's out, by the way. Like, Evelyn is dead. Evelyn cannot control him anymore. He's just an unleashed beast going on raw, pure instincts.
If I recall correctly, like the reason he ends up coming back, if I recall correctly, there's a note you can read from one of the dudes sent by Chris, and they said that they started taking samples of Jack's body, and the samples were moving independently as if they were their own organisms.
Yes. It's right here next to this in a little camp area. The BSAA and Blue Umbrella quarantined off the entirety of the Baker estate, by the way. They're trying to clean off the infection. Later on, you get details about what happened to the Louisiana area that was infected. Because, like, the mold doesn't go away. Oh, yeah, there's a giant glove!
The umbrella branded power gauntlet.
Yep. As if Jack Baker's punch wasn't legendary enough, he finds a fucking metal glove that he can charge up for a super punch that goes through metal. Look at that shit. Also, there's a note next to that glove that explains, yeah, so this glove was made so that workers can carry around heavy machinery and heavy storage items for transport use, you know? This glove is supposed to enhance your abilities so that you can carry stuff better.
Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. I'm sure.
That's
I
why
will
it
say-
charges up, right? That's why it charges up.
That's why you could charge up a big punch that has the same
you
force
can-
as a shotgun,
No,
right?
no. It's so you can lift even heavier things.
Sure.
You don't get it.
Okay, I will say, giving credit where credit's due, the fact that they even tried to explain it is something that is worth commending.
Yeah, you know, like, we're trying to quarantine this giant mansion, so of course we have to lift up a lot of heavy stuff. So of course we need the fucking power glove that can destroy a man's skull with a single punch. Of course.
Yeah, you know, it's fine. We just, you know, in case a mold shows up, we just punch him in the head. You know, like that one scene with Dio in JoJo Part 3.
I fucking love the power glove. It's like such a good extension of the ridiculousness of this DLC. But anyway, you go back to the family house to go rescue Zoe. I like also as well that Jack is still going by instinct, and his instinct is to protect his family. So once he sees Zoe, all he wants to do is just bring her back home and protect her. Like, he's not trying to kill Zoe here. He's not evil. He's just trying to be a good dad, as always. You know? It's kind of sad. Like, yeah, sure, he has a lot of fun fighting his brother, because, like, Joe is Jack's brother and all, but still, he is still a dad. He still wants the best for Zoe. He just doesn't understand that if she is kept in the house in that condition, she will eventually pass out from her injuries.
Yeah, he's just kind of operating off of basic instincts at this point. He doesn't know what he's doing anymore.
Also, I love the note that you said, Zach, and it was there on the tarp area on the right side of that footage. Essentially, that note says, so we got some samples of Jack Baker's body, and like, this bitch won't die? Like you said, every single cell is growing and it's acting like its own organism. He is basically Cell from Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
And there is no explanation for it. Like, the guys, the researchers working for Blue Umbrella essentially say, he is just special. The mold acted on his body cells in a way never seen before or since. Never seen before or after.
I'm just waiting for Resident Evil 9 taking place in space. You're going after, like, Zeo Umbrella, and regular-ass Jack Baker is just on a space shuttle chasing you.
Like, again, we said this before, but excuse me, Spencer. What the fuck is wrong with you? That a guy from Louisiana can just meld together with a random piece of infectious mold and become essentially immortal. Like, fucking Simmons from Resident Evil 6 had to create the C virus in order to do this. Nah, Jack is just that good.
Jack is just built different, literally.
Thank you, Warden Malls, for the $40, by the way. Good stream, Phil. Hope you have a good day and stay filling. Thank you. But yeah, this is the final time that we get to see Jack Baker in the series so far. And this is a really cool battle, because all throughout, Joe is talking shit to Jack. He's saying, yo, Jack, remember when I fucking clotheslined you and fucking, like, sat on you and bullied you when you were a kid? You were such a little bitch, though. Oh my god, you were so weak, you little baby bitch boy. I was like, oh my god, they have history.
These boys got beef.
These brothers got beef. And keep in mind, Jack was ex-military as well. Like, they're both badass motherfuckers having a fight to see who's the biggest badass around. And I look at this sequence and I think, man, remember when people were worried that Resident Evil was going to become like a Amnesia clone?
Yeah, right? Remember when
Or
everyone
Outlast.
was scared of it being like a walking sim where you weren't going to, like, get any form of comedy?
Nope. You get this badass stupid shit. Yeah!
Katie's dead totally for real this time.
Yeah. It's over.
Sure. 44 says, Jack is probably my favorite character from the series, along with Spencer and Heisenberg. He is the poster boy for Resident Evil 7. Like, you look up Resident Evil 7, you don't get Ethan. I mean, you get Evelyn, sure, but you mainly get Jack as, like, the mascot of this game.
Mm-hmm. That's 2 times now he ended up as a pair of legs.
Zoe, hang in there. You're gonna be all right now. Zoe?
And then the 2 stories of the DLC connect.
Wake up, Zoe.
Joe, what happened? Are you okay?
I'm fine. Don't you worry about me. It's all over now.
Go, 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 go! Don't move! Get your hands up! Get down! Weapons down! Weapons down! It's all right.
Did you punch them all?
You must be Zoe Baker.
Respect.
Who the hell's asking?
Chris Redfield. Been looking all over for you. We're here to help.
You're gonna be just fine.
They're the good guys.
Also, her hair is just
I
permanently
was
gray
trapped
now.
with those monsters for 3 years. All of them trying to kill me.
Became a DMC protagonist.
I can't believe it's spun me over.
You gotta know. Deep down somewhere, they were still your family. And they loved you. Especially your daddy. Even in his final days.
Aww.
We found her. She's a tough kid. Of course. Hang on. Someone wants to speak to you.
Zoe. Zoe, are you there?
It's you. I don't believe it. You actually made it.
We both did.
You didn't forget about me.
I told you I'd send help. And I always keep my promises.
Thank you, Ethan.
Yay!
Yay.
Thank you, Ethan Winters.
We can talk about
you.
we can talk about the bedroom DLC, but not really. Like, that's just like a escape room section with Marguerite. That is essentially the ending to Resident Evil 7.
I mean, yeah, we could still talk about Clancy, but
Nah, it's fine.
it's not that deep. He's just, you know, like the Ethan, except he wasn't the protagonist, so he had to die.
He had to die. Lucas, like, fucked around with him until he ended up dying. Either way, like, it's just another story of
Yeah.
more people that Lucas killed in the Baker estate. So, it has been 3 hours now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It has been
So-
3 hours. And
Yeah, thank you, Chad.
No!
We'll see you for part 4.
No!
Bye.
Don't do this to me! Please!
Bye.
How many hours left in us?
Okay, fine. Okay. So, Resident Evil 7 was, unsurprisingly, a massive commercial success. It was the turning point of the franchise and the start of the RE Renaissance. I like that term a lot because it has RE in it. It's kind of cheeky. After this game, Capcom was set to develop the sequel, Resident Evil 8. Following up on the ideas of this one, they wanted to include Ethan again, and they wanted to include a new setting that would continue the trend of more types of horror being introduced into the franchise, like with the veneer of bioweapons, but really just like doing homages to old types of horror. And as we went through the wait for Resident Evil 8, more and more rumors and leaks started appearing online. Rumors of a village covered in snow. Rumors of werewolves and vampires. Things that people were not initially very happy about because they went, why is Resident Evil tackling werewolves and vampires? That doesn't sound right. But in my personal opinion, it was like, no, that's hype because they did the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Jigsaw so well in 7. I want them to continue doing this. And then Resident Evil Village was announced to the public.
It's time!
Real shit.
It's time!
And now, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, I need to remove myself from this position here.
Oh my god, no.
Hold on. I will, hold on a second. Put it right over here.
Hello, fellow co-host.
Hello, fellow co-host Nick. How you doing tonight?
It was so nice of you
fine.
guys to come onto my stream tonight. Oh my
Kinda
god, I
chilly.
appreciate you both so much. Thank you for joining me.
Yay!
You're welcome.
And from now on, I will shut the fuck up and just, like, interject whenever I can, but this is Zach's favorite Resident Evil game, or favorite game of all time, I think?
Yeah, this is my favorite game.
Yeah.
This is my favorite game ever made. It's my
Okay.
favorite game of all time.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Sorry, I need a minute. Sorry. I'm a little lightheaded.
Yeah. Breathe.
Okay. So, let's talk about Resident Evil Village, okay, chat? So, rumors, like Phil said, about the 8th Resident Evil title tackling gothic horror. Don't tell me to calm down, chat. Rumors about an 8th title covering gothic horror were being teased by Capcom, and nobody knew what to think. I remember when these teasers were happening, I was one of the people that was like, werewolves and vampires in my Resident Evil game? Ugh, no thank you. Ugh, no, that's ridiculous.
Look at this fucking guy.
But then the demo drops for the game. And in this demo for Resident Evil Village, you are this maid who is trapped inside of this giant gothic castle. And you're being chased around by these weird insect vampires. And you're just like, what the fuck is this game going to be? And then the game comes out. And then you start the game. And then you ask yourself as soon as the game begins, what the fuck is this game about?
The intro is so out there!
Because, you know, you open up any other Resident Evil game and it's like, oh yeah, simple introduction, main character drives into the setting, new, like, infection is introduced, immediately thrusted into the conflict. This game, it opens with this Coraline stop-motion-esque, like, CGI opening of this storybook called The Village of Shadows. And the entire time you're watching this, you're like, what the fuck? This isn't Resident Evil anymore. What am I watching? Because it tells the story about this little girl who, while she's out in the woods with her mother, ends up getting lost going to pick berries, and she ends up running into, and you remember these characters, chat, she ends up running into a vampire bat that gives a drop of its blood for her and feeds her. She runs into a ghastly weaver that takes the form of death and creates a dress for her. She encounters a fish king that feeds her. And finally, as she continues this journey, she runs into this stallion in the middle of a land of gears and takes a necklace from him, believing it to be another gift, but she ends up making him angry. And in the end of the story, all 4 of these creatures come together, transform into a giant witch, and you never know how the story ends. At least for now. Because then, as it turns out, what we are listening to is a story being read by Mia to her daughter, because this game takes place, I believe it's 3 years after the events of Resident Evil 7.
They fucked!
And yes, in the 3 years since Resident Evil 7, they fucked.
Wife's back! Time to make baby!
So Mia and Ethan, in the 3 years since Resident Evil 7, they settled down. They, as Phil put it, they fucked. They had a baby named Rosemary Winters. And now, this is very important, the two of them have moved to Romania. Because since the events of Resident Evil 7, quite a bit has happened to Ethan and Mia. More specifically, Ethan and Chris ended up becoming very close friends, and the BSAA has essentially had Ethan and Mia under like 24/7 protection because of the things that Mia knew about the connections. And during this time, Ethan had been given military training, so he actually knows how to wield a gun. And because of a current operation that Chris and the BSAA are going on, they recommended that Ethan and Mia, for the sake of their own safety, move to Romania and start a new life there. So that is exactly what they do. And then the opening of this fucking game happens. Because, okay, imagine this, chat. You are fresh off of Resident Evil 7. You spent that entire fucking game trying your hardest to save Mia from the Baker family. And at the end, you succeed.
I have to save my wife!
Exactly, and at the beginning of this game, you see the life that you now have with her. She wants to go and start preparing supper for the two of you. You take Rosemary upstairs and put her to bed. And then, out of completely nowhere, the lights in your house go off, the BSAA storm into your house, and Chris motherfucking Redfield rolls up and shoots Mia in the head, killing her.
The most evil-looking villain code ever. And he got facial reconstruction surgery.
Yeah, he rolls up, fresh after his facial reconstruction surgery, in his black evil Grim Reaper trench coat, and caps your wife in the head, and then, after doing so, kidnaps your baby. And the only thing he has to say when Ethan's like, what the fuck is going on? He just goes, Ethan,
no!
And then he gets knocked the fuck out. He gets knocked the fuck out.
Chris!
No.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
So that right off the bat, that's the big overarching mystery of Resident Evil Village. Right at the opening of the game is, Chris, what the fuck?
What the fuck, man?
What is wrong with you? I'm telling you, like, it took me a while to play Village after it came out. Hell, I was DMing Phil on my first blind playthrough with my reactions to shit as it happened.
I remember he said, I remember telling him, hey, Zach, you're gonna enjoy the Heisenberg section a lot. Oh boy, he fucking enjoyed that.
Oh yeah, don't worry. Forget it. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Don't you worry yourself. But yeah, so Chris motherfucking Redfield, he shows up. And at this point, this was where the game hooked me, because I'm like, okay, what are they doing? He kidnaps Ethan's baby, and in the middle of this like whole sequence, you have this whole dream about Mia, and it seems like there was something wrong with Mia and Ethan's relationship, but they never really elaborate on what until much later. But at the end of the dream sequence, Ethan suddenly wakes up in the middle of this cold Romanian forest. And he sees that the truck that he and Rosemary were being transported in was attacked by something or someone. He tries to get in contact with the BSAA, but the only soldier he finds is dead, and he's just forced to trek through this dark forest until eventually he arrives in this giant Gothic village, complete with a fucking castle
It looks so fucking cool!
that you just see in the distance, surrounded in fog, and he has no idea what's going on. So Ethan, of course, confused and scared, trying to find his surroundings, find out what's going on. He treks into the village, and he ends up encountering a small group of remaining survivors after he has a run-in with our main monsters of this game, the Lycan. Yeah, fuck zombies.
Fuck the
your
molded.
monsters. Fuck your villagers with brain parasites. The main monsters in this game are werewolves.
I still don't understand why, by the way.
I know exactly why.
Yeah.
And I can actually explain right here and now because it's not that important.
Oh?
So, the Lycan in Resident Evil Village are not actually werewolves.
Of course.
When Village was being created, the initial concept for the Lycan was the idea of creating primal zombies.
Right.
They are more savage, feral, primal zombies that are created by this game's infection, which we'll get to. And that is why they look and behave that way. They're not werewolves in the traditional sense. They're werewolves in the way of, oh yeah, they're giant bestial men that like run around on all fours and claw and bite at you. As opposed to the literal werewolves we'll encounter later, but we'll get to that when we'll get to that. These guys are just primal zombies that have werewolf-like features. Yeah, they're more like ghouls, honestly.
Yeah, Correct said that there are literal ghouls in this game as well.
Yeah, this game also has literal ghouls, but we'll get to those as well. So, either way, Ethan has his encounters with these Lycan creatures, and while he's trying to survive, he overhears on the radio that there is this spot where survivors of this massive onslaught are actually meeting in the center of the village. And so he makes his way there after encountering some freaky little hag woman. And he finds his way to this little home where all of these surviving villagers have met up. And we actually learn a lot from these people for the very short time we know them. They basically explain that this village was once an extremely devout religious village that was under the worship of a woman by the name of Mother Miranda. And for the longest time, Mother Miranda was a very kind leader that was very generous towards them. However, for whatever reason, ever since she came back to the village, Mother Miranda has seemingly completely lost her shit and just unleashed the Lycan upon the entire village and allowed them to start murdering all of these villagers and just eat them alive.
Is that the fucking umbrella logo?
Yeah.
About
Chat,
that?
you may notice the umbrella logo. Don't worry about that. That's not important.
That's for later.
That's not important. That'll come back later. But upon learning this about Mother Miranda, one of the village folk who gets brought inside, turns out he got infected and begins behaving like a Lycan and starts slaughtering the rest of the survivors. Ethan takes the last survivor with him in an attempt to escape, and he tells her his suspicions about where his daughter was taken, pointing towards the castle. And she tells him, don't you go there, that's nothing but blood and death. But he's like, I'ma go there, and then she dies. So, Ethan has his suspicions that Rose is being kept in that giant Gothic castle at the edge of the village, and, wanting to find her and bring her home, he ventures there and has his first run-in with the 4 lords of the village. So, the 4 lords of the village, these guys are the main villains of the game. And to give a bit of background, I'm going to go way more in depth on each of them when we get to their parts of the story. But to give you some basic info on them right now, the 4 lords of the village essentially make up the 4 richest, highest class families that helped found the village this game takes place in, which I'm just going to be calling the Village of Shadows because it doesn't have an official name. But yeah, these 4 are the descendants of the 4 families that founded the Village of Shadows. There are the Dimitresques, which were a rich noble family that lived within the castle. There were the Benevientos, who were also a founding family. It was never really specified what their role in the village was, though. There were the Moreaus, who were physicians and the doctors of the village. And there was the Heisenberg family, who were engineers and mechanics. These 4 descendants of the founding families have essentially all become these crazy monsters who have all been infected by this game's infection. And for whatever reason, they have all come together under the worship of the cult's leader, Mother Miranda. That's all we really get to know about them, though, for the time being, because as soon as we're introduced to them, our boy Heisenberg ends up putting Ethan into this just crazy string of death traps for the entertainment of the 4 lords, because they're all sadists. And he ends up getting away without the lords knowing he survived. And he makes his way into Castle Dimitrescu, the first part of the game. And if you haven't played this game and just go by what the internet says, the only part of the game.
Oh. Yeah. It's the biggest area, but it's also like it feels like it's half of the game almost compared to the other lords' areas. The other ones are pretty linear.
Yeah, because that's the funny thing about this game's structure that I always find very interesting, is that Castle Dimitrescu and Heisenberg's factory are both about equal length, and they are both massive areas. But then the 2 lords' areas in between are very, very short by comparison. So you've got like one massive traditional area, and they're both sandwiched. Like they both sandwich just like these 2 small, unique sections. It's really weird.
Everyone in the chat's going crazy for Lady D.
Oh yeah, don't worry. I've got a lot of lore about her and her family.
If you want some background, like, details about what the internet felt around this time, the entirety of Resident Evil 8's, like, promotional material when it came out was all about this bitch.
Yeah, that's what I find so interesting about this game and the, sort of, like, culture around it and the promotion at the time. Every single piece of marketing this game had was Lady Dimitrescu. It was this castle. It was the vampires. So many people, when they played this game and killed her super early on, they were like, what? I thought she was the main villain of the game.
Her boss fight actually feels pretty climactic. She becomes a giant-ass dragon that tries to kill you at the very top of the castle. It's like, it feels like the final boss.
Yeah, so you'd think with all the promotion and whatnot that she'd be the main villain of the game. That's what I thought when I played it. And then you kill her and it's like, oh yeah, you're only 1/4 of the way through.
The rest of the game is pretty fucking good, though.
Oh, I genuinely think the game only gets better. I genuinely think it only improves. But, not getting sidetracked. So, Castle Dimitrescu, I've got a little history lesson about each of these areas and the characters tied to them.
Ooh.
Let's start with the big woman herself, Alcina Dimitrescu. So, Lady Dimitrescu and the Dimitrescu family, like I said, she is the most recent descendant of the noble Dimitrescu bloodline, who were some of the founders of the entire village. And something very important to know about this family is that, as well as being the wealthiest family in the entirety of the village, they also had an extremely nasty hereditary blood disease.
Yeah.
That was the result of many members of the family's deaths. So Alcina Dimitrescu, Lady Dimitrescu, she was not so lucky when it came to that blood disease, and she ended up inheriting it from her parents before her. And because this blood disease was very quickly killing her, when she was offered by one Mother Miranda the opportunity to essentially be experimented on and have an opportunity to be healed of this, she accepted and ended up becoming the subject of one such experiment. What ended up happening to her was that she became infected with the mysterious infection that this game's all about. And the resulting the resulting infection caused her to gain insane regenerative powers that caused her to become like 9 feet tall in height and essentially become unkillable. And it also allowed her to like rapidly grow claws from her hands like Freddy Krueger, because fuck it, that's cool as hell.
She's essentially a human clothed tyrant.
Essentially, yeah. She operates just like a tyrant, but the infection she was given did not cure her of her blood disease. And so, in order to keep up with her rapid regenerative powers, she needs to constantly consume blood. So, it's a Resident Evil explanation for a vampire.
It's so fucking good!
And it's cool as shit. It's cool as shit, man!
It's such a good explanation for all this dumb, like, gothic stuff.
So, what ends up happening is that Lady Dimitrescu continues her reign over the village as one of these rich nobles that everyone looks up to. And in order to feed her need for consuming blood, she ends up having men and women taken from the village, where they are then taken to the castle. And I need to specify this because it is very important. What happens to these people actually depends entirely on whether or not they are a man or a woman.
Yeah.
Because the men of the village, when taken to her castle, they just get fucking murdered. They get cannibalized. They get drained of all their blood, and their blood gets mixed into wine that she then trades to other villages and other people around Romania to keep up this front. There's literal notes in the game from other people she trades with, like, oh, what is the secret of the Dimitrescu family and their delicious wine? What is her secret ingredient? So she has been trading wine made with human blood, like, across multiple, like, noble families that she trades with, and they have no idea that they are all partaking in cannibalism because of her.
But if it's tasty, though...
That's what I'm saying.
What about the women?
So the women that are taken from the village, they undergo a very different process. When you spend time in Castle Dimitrescu, you very quickly learn that Lady Dimitrescu really, really hates men and really, really loves women. Like, really specifically, she surrounds herself with, like, maids. She has her 3 daughters who we'll get to. This girl, she's a lesbian icon, let's be so real.
Lesbian queen for real, says Azzy.
She absolutely is. And the thing is, because of this, like, obsession she has with just surrounding herself with women, the women that she takes into her castle, instead of being murdered and drained of their blood, are given a similar infection to what she was given, and they are turned into these monsters that protect her castle that I never knew how to pronounce the name. It's like Morika. It's a weird, they're ghouls. They're ghouls. They get turned into ghouls.
They turn into the things that you find at the bottom of the dungeon in the castle, in that one specific area. They wield swords and shit. It's super fucking cool.
Yeah, they wield swords. Some mutate to grow wings and fly around like fucking like demon gargoyles. And one really fun fact about the Morika, if you remember at the beginning of this, I said there was a demo for Resident Evil Village where you play as a maid attempting to escape the castle.
Never played that.
Well, in that demo, I believe the maid you play as is a woman named Ingrid. In the dungeon section of Village, you can kill one specific ghoul that always drops an item called Ingrid's necklace.
Oh, shit. I never knew about this.
Yeah, so it is heavily implied that the woman we play as in the demo of Resident Evil Village found out what the Dimitrescu family was doing to people, attempted to escape, and was transformed into a ghoul whenever they caught her.
I never even knew that the demo had a story, even. I thought it was just showcasing the area.
Yeah, no, the demo ends with you attempting to leave, and Lady Dimitrescu comes out the door, picks you up, and then it cuts before she, like, claws you.
Cool. Also,
so yeah,
just one thing to contest you over when it comes to Lady D. I got the impression, not that she hated men, but more that she saw men as essentially, like, cattle, or like food. Like, she keeps saying like, "Oh, a stupid man thing," and just like puts them up in like hooks in her like bedroom. Like, she sees them as like entertainment and food. Not that she hated them.
Oh yeah, sorry, she doesn't hate men. She just sees them as less than human and enjoys torturing them.
Yeah, you know, that's different. You know, that means that.
Oh yeah, that's totally different.
I still have a chance.
Bold of her to assume I'm not into that. Anyway,
There's a chance.
Of course, there's still a chance. There's always a chance.
Go on.
But anyway, so yeah, but yeah, so Lady Dimitrescu, she ends up kidnapping a bunch of men and women, turning the women into ghouls, turning the men into food. And over time, because of her loyalty to Mother Miranda and this cult, Alcina Dimitrescu was offered a reward in return for her years of loyalty and gratitude. And the one thing that Lady Dimitrescu wanted more than anything in the world was daughters of her own. And so,
of course Miranda would agree to that.
Of course, right?
Oh my god.
Miranda hears this request and is like, "Oh girl, absolutely."
Got it.
So, and here's where Lady Dimitrescu's lore gets really especially fucked. 3 women from the village that Lady Dimitrescu chose end up being kidnapped and taken to her castle. Those 3 women became the subject of experiments where each of their bodies were given, and this is the first time we hear mention of this, they were given an experimental embryo called a Kado, which was forcefully implanted into their bodies. And what ended up happening during this experiment was each of these 3 women underwent this horrifying transformation where basically a bunch of these flies began collecting around their bodies and just completely consuming and devouring their flesh until nothing was left. And then those flies bonded with the Kado and began functioning almost like a hive mind that merged them all together and took the shape of the 3 women they devoured.
This fucking parasite is nonsense.
And those giant collections of flies that took the form of like human bodies all collectively sat up and were essentially brainwashed into believing that they were Lady Dimitrescu's daughters. So those 3 hot goth vampire ladies that chase you around in the castle, those aren't actually hot goth vampire women. They're actually all a collective mass of flies that operate in a hive mind that swarm together to create the vague shape of a human body to lure people in so they can consume their flesh.
I mean, that's fucking that's fucking cool, right? That's really
yeah,
cool. That's really cool.
Like,
of a concept, a bit out there, but
it's fucking awesome. I love it. I love how insane the infection in Resident Evil Village is. Because if you can believe it, I know you guys believe it, but if Jack can believe it, that is like the least crazy infection out of these characters.
Wait till we get to Heisenberg.
Wait till we get to Heisenberg. But yeah, so Lady Dimitrescu gets her 3 daughters. She begins wearing this little, she wears on her chest, you can notice those 3 black roses. Each of those 3 black roses represents one of her daughters, and each of her daughters has a black rose tattooed on their forehead.
Ooh.
Representing her love for them. All is honky-dory. And then Ethan Winters shows up.
That stupid man thing!
Let me tell you about Ethan fucking Winters and what he does. Because he rolls up to the castle, confused and scared, and immediately he gets captured by Lady Dimitrescu and her daughters. And, you know, because he's a stupid man thing, he gets, you know, strung up and crucified to be eaten for later. And he ends up escaping. And
hooks through his hands, by the way. Like, the hand gore in this specific game is crazy. Even more crazy than Resident Evil 7.
Oh my god, if you can believe it. Because yeah, Ethan gets crucified and pulls himself off of the hooks in one of the hardest to watch cutscenes from any game I've played. And he ends up escaping. And throughout this castle, Ethan is essentially making his way through the place, trying his hardest to find where they could be keeping Rose. and time again having run-ins with Lady D and her 3 daughters. Throughout his adventures, he ends up finding out that the flies that make up the 3 daughters' bodies are actually extremely like sensitive to like super cold temperatures, which is why all the windows in the castle always remain closed and the 3 daughters never leave. So yeah, that's their way of doing, ooh, the vampires are weak to sunlight.
I like that.
Having a look at the setting.
Because it's not sunlight, it's the cold. But it's still, like, you open up, you break the windows, and they still get, like, weak from it. So it's like, it's the same idea, but with an actual other, like, biological aspect to it. It's not just UV radiation. It's cool.
And what I find so cool about it, too, I forget the name of the species, but the flies that make up like the 3 daughters were actually based off of a real type of like fly, and those flies, when exposed to cold temperatures, go into hibernation. So they actually found a way to explain these vampires in a way that biologically works with real animals that exist. It's cool as shit.
Fucking cool.
But after Ethan finds this out, he systematically begins killing each of Lady Dimitrescu's daughters. However, there is still a problem. Ethan has no idea how the hell he's supposed to kill Lady Dimitrescu. This lady is essentially unkillable. She has insane regenerative power, she has super strength, she has claws that literally just cut through steel bars like paper.
She cut off his fucking hand.
Yeah, at one point, she slices off his hand like it's a fucking ribbon. Just absolutely nothing, and then he reattaches it with goop juice, because this man's a Lego
just
man.
like my wife.
Oh my god.
You remind me of my wife, Lady D.
You remind me of my wife, Lady Dimitrescu. But throughout this castle, he's trying his hardest to figure out what the fuck to do. Eventually, though, he ends up finding a note that talks about someone in history who had attempted to assassinate Lady Dimitrescu. And the way this individual did so, I don't remember if he has a name or not, forgive me for not knowing. But this individual, in his attempt to assassinate Lady Dimitrescu, essentially crafted this dagger. And he coated this dagger with all these different kinds of poisons and toxins that he could get his hands on. And his plan was to essentially stab it and have that blood interact with her bloodstream to hopefully be able to kill her. This guy tries to kill her, but he ends up failing. And what he finds out is that Lady Dimitrescu, after his attempted assassination, I guess she was a little sentimental, and instead of destroying the knife or just like completely disposing of the body, she put it in this coffin somewhere in the castle. And the only way to get to this coffin was by solving all these puzzles and collecting 4 masks to open the big fucking door of the area to then open it up. Which, like, on one hand, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, that's so stupid. Why didn't she just dispose of the knife? On the other hand, fuck you. I think it's really funny.
Agreed. Also, I looked up at...
Is really fucking old.
What the fuck?
And yeah. So, Lady Dimitrescu, I think it makes enough sense that she would want to keep it. She's established to be a very sentimental character. And she's like a massive sadist, so I could totally see her just holding onto that knife and just keeping it for safekeeping somewhere that nobody could get to it. But yeah, either way, Ethan finds out about the dagger. He collects all the masks after killing all the daughters. Oh, the stream's fine. It just lagged for a second.
Yeah, just for a second. Just if everyone has like any glitches or it's like it's still loading for you, just like F5 and reload the stream.
Okay, it's fine.
Continue.
But yeah, Ethan ends up, you know, collecting all the masks. He kills all the daughters. He gets his hand on the knife. And he ends up stabbing Lady Dimitrescu with it, which essentially causes her body's regenerative powers to go into fucking overdrive, causing her to transform into that gigantic dragon form you see on screen on that slide.
Yep.
Which, it's weird, because on one hand, the transformation is clearly caused by the dagger, but she also says specifically that besides Miranda, Ethan's the only one to see her in that form, which means that that's like a form she's taken before.
I think the main idea is that that is like her true form while she's not keeping it together. Like that's what she unleashes when she doesn't want to keep up appearances anymore. Also,
Yeah.
I really love the idea of like having an entire sequence where you fight this giant vampire lady and you think, oh, what's she gonna be? Oh, we're gonna find a giant bad? No, fuck you, dragon in a castle.
And,
It's like,
okay,
it's like this switch up of like, oh no, you get to fight the big motherfucking dragon with the lady riding on top of it, like metaphorically, I guess. And he flies all around, and she attacks you with like the same flies that made up the same moths that made up a part of the sisters and stuff. It's such a cool fucking battle.
and okay, I regurgitate this fact so often, but it's one of my favorite like little tidbits about Lady Dimitrescu as a character. Her main inspiration was Dracula. Dracula roughly translates to son of the dragon.
Ooh.
So the reason she turns into a giant dragon is because of the history and the character that she's based off of.
That's so cool.
It's so incredibly cool. Also, this boss fight is so neat to me too, because the dialogue and the way this fight goes out, like, it really puts into perspective the narrative parallels between Ethan as a character and Lady Dimitrescu. Because she has one specific line that like really stands out to me, which is, how dare you speak about saving your daughter when you murdered mine?
Yeet.
And I find that so interesting because I always saw that as this neat little parallel as the first villain of the game, where Lady Dimitrescu basically just has everything Ethan wants. She's living her happy life with her daughters that she loves more than anything in the world. And in order for Ethan to get his daughter back, he murders every single one of hers and then her. And like, man, that's really fucked, but it's also really neat.
Deserved though. What a bitch.
Well, she had it coming. It's a whole family of sadists that take pleasure in drinking blood.
Yes.
So, yeah. Big fight goes down. Ethan ends up killing Lady Dimitrescu. And then, quite possibly, one of the most fucked up plot twists in any game I've ever played happens. Because, okay, I neglected to bring him up whenever he first appears in the game, but there's this shopkeeper you meet very early on in the game named the Duke. I forgot to bring him up because in his first meeting, you don't really get any information about him. He's just kind of this dude who does deals with the other lords, and he functions as like a sort of merchant within the town and for Ethan. And upon killing Lady Dimitrescu, you realize, wait a minute, Rose wasn't in the castle. The only reward I got for killing this fucking dragon was just this yellow jar. What the fuck's up with that? So you go to the Duke, and he's like, hey, I fought the dragon, and all I got was this stupid jar. And then the Duke's like, why don't you take a closer look? And then Ethan takes a closer look and he realizes he's holding his baby daughter's shrunken, decapitated head in a jar.
It just literally says head.
Rosemary Winter's head. Because first big plot twist of this game, Rose was killed before Ethan even arrived in the village. Rose was just straight up murdered, and each part of her body was dissected, put into one of these jars, and just carried by one of the Four Lords.
There's a very specific cutscene that's like, it's just images, flashing images when you put these flasks in the places that, in the big fucking door that they're supposed to go. There is this small little cutscene of the POV of Rose in the room where all the lords gather in, and you see her looking up at the lords, and they start like going towards her and like slowly reaching out towards her, and like it's implied that they just rip apart each limb bit by bit of that baby altogether.
Dude, it's even more fucked because there's a note from one of the villagers, and he says that literally what happened was that Mother Miranda called a town meeting. Everyone in the village gathered around, she held up this baby, and they all just watched in horror as she turned the baby to crystal and handed off parts of its body to the Four Lords.
Fuck! Cool!
Like, what the hell, man? But
literally going through the Mega Man roster of baby killers.
Yeah, literally, that's what this game is. You're fighting your Mega Man bosses to make your way to the Dr. Wily that is Mother Miranda.
It's such a good evolution of the Resident Evil 7 formula. I love this new way that they're doing this, like introducing cool, amazing, memorable villains for each individual section of the game, giving them their own backstory, and then giving them their own amazing boss fight to cap off each individual section. You had that with like all the members of the Baker family in 7, and now you have the 4 lords in this one, and it just works. It works.
No, dude, like, that is genuinely one of the best parts about this game to me, is every single villain in this game is a hit. Not a single one of these characters to me is like a bland, boring character I don't care about. I like all 4 of the lords, and I like Mother Miranda as characters. They're all super cool.
Also, before we continue, sorry, Zach, but I would like to point out about the Duke here. He is one of those characters similar to the Merchant from RE4, in which he does not get a single bit of actual characterization during the main game. He is just there, and nobody really questions why he's there. The Merchant at RE4 is the same thing. Even in the remake, they don't give any kind of attention or backstory of why he's trying to sell you stuff. He is just there for gameplay purposes, but he's so lovely. He is such a lovely presence in the game whenever you meet him. He is like such a bro as well, and it's implied that he has history with the Lords, but aside from that, he's just around. And there's no one else to help him up, and he's like this giant man that could barely get out of his own carriage, but he is somehow able to go through all of these areas without being attacked or detected by the Lycan. And it's just like, you're so cool! You're so cool, Duke! And then... You wanna... and then, when you, like, buy stuff from him in his little different shops... Like, he has, like, random voice lines just like the Merchant has in Resident Evil 4. And one of those voice lines is him saying, thank you. And then he goes, that's just something an old friend used to say. Yeah. So it's implied not only that the Duke is very similar to the RE4 Merchant, but also that he knows him. That he has, like, a relationship with him, that there's just... this type of dude around Europe that just sells stuff to people in need. It's just a class of person.
I think that, like, what I love so much about him as a character, too, it's very clear that he was meant to pay homage to the RE4 Merchant, but he is his own character with his own reasons for, like, being there in the story, and he doesn't just feel like he's a ripoff of a fan-favorite character.
His
like,
design is completely different and unique from the Merchant, yes.
Yeah, like, I straight up like the Duke more than the RE4 Merchant purely because of, like, the story implications he has and just how fascinated I am by, like, all the mystery around him and what he could be.
He does pull a hero moment at the very end of the game that makes you, like, fascinated about why he's even doing this in the first place. Also, yeah, sorry, GPS. It's not, thank you. It's, what are you buying? That's another. That's the line that the Merchant says, which is like fucking iconic.
The best part is he does an impersonation of the Merchant's voice from RE4 too when he says it.
Sounds like a fucking pirate. What are you buying?
He's so funny. But yeah, he's also a bro in this moment because yeah, sure, he's the one who reveals right now, oh yeah, that's your daughter's head in a jar. But for whatever reason, the Duke also wants to help Ethan. Because he not only tells him that, he actually tells him that despite how, like, awful this looks, there actually is a way to potentially bring Rose back. Because he tells him that essentially the reason they kidnapped Rose is because Mother Miranda wants to do some kind of strange ritual that nobody really knows the nature of, and Rose is a key component in this ritual being completed. And the thing is, Rose, for whatever reason that we don't know yet, has these extraordinary powers that this cult intends to use. And if Ethan were to collect each flask that contains a part of her body, he could use those powers to bring his daughter back from the dead. So, the objective of the game goes from, got to save me daughter, to necromancy, bring my daughter back.
Gotta put my daughter back together.
Put my daughter back together. And I need to reiterate, no magic in this game. They still go for the science explanations.
Bio shit, no magic.
Bio shit, no magic. And that leads us to the next major section of the game.
Scariest fucking area in the game.
Okay, I need to do something. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy, House Beneviento. Oh, House Beneviento. Okay, so after Ethan learns that he needs to essentially get each of the flasks of rose, the objective is now make his way to the domains of each of the 4 lords, kill that lord, take the flask from them. And the first of the 4 lords he does that with after Lady Demetresque is one Donna Beneviento, who is without a shadow of a fucking doubt the scariest Resident Evil character ever, in my humble opinion.
You mean her herself or the doll?
Everything around her.
Fair
everything about her. Like her backstory, her area, everything about her fucking terrifies me. You gotta understand, I've had a horrible phobia of dolls since my childhood.
Ooh.
So even before I knew anything about this place, when I was told, yeah, Zach, you're going to the dollhouse, I was pissing myself.
Hell yeah.
But let's talk a bit about Beneviento. Actually, no, I'm gonna wait to talk about her history until I give the description of what happens in here, because I feel like that's better. So Ethan goes into the dollhouse, and the thing about Donna Beneviento, we got to see her very, very briefly whenever we first met the 4 lords. Donna has this weird thing where she refuses to speak herself. She communicates through this little doll named Angie. And when we go up to the dollhouse, we can see that there are dolls dangling from trees. And the dollhouse itself looks really unassuming compared to everywhere else in the game. And if that doesn't set off red flags to you that you haven't played enough horror games, because you walk into this super unassuming house and it's just this nice, humble little cottage by a waterfall.
It's such a contrast to the Castle Dimitrescu, because it's just so much smaller and you're like, how the hell am I gonna fight anything in here?
I know. That was the thing. I said this whenever I made a video about this section of the game, but what immediately terrified me about House Beneviento, you go into the village for the first time, attacked by fucking werewolves right off the bat. You go into Castle Dimitrescu the first time, giant gothic castle, screams of bloody murder, vampires attack you right off the bat. You go up to the next area, which is supposedly worse than Castle Dimitrescu, and it's just this nice little cottage. Nothing attacks you. It is completely quiet. And it's just this soothing little spot, and you're just like, what the fuck is going to happen in here?
Why is it so quiet?
Why is it so unassuming compared to everything else I just encountered so far? But you go inside, and you hear this music start. And as you go downstairs, eventually you walk into this empty room that has Angie just sitting in the middle of it. The lights go out, and suddenly when the lights come back on, your weapons are gone. And in the middle of the room is a mannequin that looks like the corpse of Mia. Now, okay. One thing that's actually very interesting about this that I learned about while looking into the behind the scenes of Resident Evil Village that I don't know if you know or not.
I think you talked about it in the actual stream that we played this game in.
I believe so. I yap a lot about
it. But recap it, yes.
Donna was actually originally going to be the village doctor instead of Salvatore Moreau.
No.
And this section was not originally going to be a dollhouse. It was originally going to be a clinic. And the whole section was you doing an autopsy on an actual corpse that looks just like Mia.
Oh.
And for later on, the surgery quickly turns into a C-section.
Oh, shit.
But later down the line, they had the idea of Angie. And when they had the idea of Angie, they reworked the idea into being a dollhouse with a mannequin, and the role of the village doctor was given to Moreau and his family instead.
Right.
But with what happens in this dollhouse, that explanation I just gave makes a lot of sense for what happens in here, doesn't it?
Immediately, with the main enemy in the section, yes. Absolutely.
Exactly, right? Because what ends up happening, you essentially do an autopsy on this mannequin that looks just like your wife's corpse. And the entire time you're going through this, weird shit is happening inside this dollhouse that realistically makes literally no sense. You are hearing recordings of your own wife over a radio saying shit to you, apologizing to Ethan for something she seemingly did. You find a projector that has film reels of things only Ethan has and only Ethan would be aware of that this cult should not have. There are things happening all around you that just realistically should not be possible, and that's really important. Because at the end of this autopsy Ethan does, he gets this moment where he goes down into this well. Straight out of the Ring.
Straight up fucking Japanese horror shit, yes.
Literally, you climb down a well, you find the dismembered body of the mannequin, and then you hear a baby crying. I got goosebumps just saying that. I hope you know that.
This section is basically... Let's try PT again, said Capcom, but make it even fucking scarier, because it's not just a ghost girl, it is this giant, fleshy, bloody, unborn, giant gaping mouth, ridges all around the throat, monstrous baby thing. And it's like...
It is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. It is the scariest thing I've ever experienced in a video game, like, easily. But yeah, you encounter this giant baby that just crawls after you, trying to gum you to death. And after being chased by it for a really goddamn long time, it feels like, in the moment.
There's a really tense sequence in the end where you have to get a fuse or something to be able to, like, power up an elevator that lets you go up into the first floor of the house. And once you put it in, the connection is dropping for some reason. Oh no.
Oh no.
Is it working? Yeah, we good now. Okay, refresh the chat. Anyways, the baby starts wailing, and then he starts approaching you slowly, and you can fucking see it. You can see it, and you're just waiting for the elevator to come down, and it doesn't feel like you can make it. Every single time I go through that sequence myself, even though I already know that I'm gonna be able to make it, I'm just fucking clenching because he's just like right there. He's right there.
It's literally just a pixel off of catching you every single time you choose to wait there. And I've seen some people get so scared, they choose to go back into the projector room and try to loop it around the table. And that is somehow even worse.
It is so good.
I know. That freaking, like, that recording of my blind reaction is like one of the most iconic clips of me on the internet. And shit, I was crying.
If you guys want to see that, you should go watch the VOD of the... Because we showed that off on the VOD for the Resident Evil 8 stream that we did with Zach.
We did do that.
Anyways, continue. You go up into the thing.
You escape through the elevator, that absolute nightmare sequence that makes no sense whenever you think about it. And eventually you have an encounter with Donna. And Donna, she's essentially freaking out that you have gotten out of that place. And she essentially turns the entire dollhouse against you. She plays this like hide and seek sequence where her and Angie are hiding around the house. And all of these dolls begin freaking out and trying to kill you while you try to find them. And a couple details I really love pointing out about this chase sequence. Throughout this chase sequence, you are chasing Donna with a pair of scissors you get while you're in the basement. And after stabbing Angie, when you begin to chase Donna after the initial time you stab Angie, you can see blood marks on the wall that look like Donna's hands, which imply that you're actually stabbing Donna and not the doll.
And she's just hiding from you.
Exactly. And that's that. I'll explain that in a minute. Another thing, the music that plays during this boss fight, we'll call it. It's not really a boss fight, but we're calling it one. The music that plays during this boss fight is a French nursery rhyme that is specifically sang when playing hide and seek And it is a song about a werewolf coming from the forest and attempting to kill you. In this context, the werewolf would be Ethan.
Coming to
who
kill.
Is attempting to... Yeah,
Kill a
attempting to stab
defenseless
and
woman,
murder.
quote unquote. Defenseless.
Exactly. So yeah, at the end of this sequence, Ethan ends up stabbing Donna to death with a pair of scissors. And following her death, he gets the flask. Now, somebody who plays this sequence without reading a lot of the notes or paying really close attention would be like, what the fuck just happened? What was all of that?
Did Ethan have a psychotic break and just stab an innocent woman to death while she was trying to play with her dolls?
Yeah, like, what was up with Donna? Well, by reading quite a bit about Donna and her powers and her history, everything that happens in House Beneviento slowly starts to make sense, and it becomes scarier and scarier the more you realize what was actually going on down there. Because, let's talk a bit about Donna and the history of the Beneviento family, and how royally fucked this poor girl's childhood was.
Yeah.
Because, you see, the thing was, Donna, being the most recent descendant of the Beneviento family, being in this old Romanian village that didn't have, like, you know, proper psychiatrists or doctors, she grew up with an undiagnosed mental disorder that was extraordinarily severe for her. And her family had no idea, like, what her deal was. They did not know, like, what the cause of it was. They did not know what was wrong with her, and they didn't have the resources available to diagnose her. What ends up happening is, due to some, like, unrelated stuff that is never specified, Donna's parents both end up committing suicide by jumping off the side of the waterfall that is located right outside the house.
Oh, shit.
And Donna ends up being so traumatized by the death of her parents, as well as this, like, horrible mental disorder that she never got a diagnosis for, that she mentally spirals to the point that she is physically incapable of communicating with anyone. And in order to cope with said trauma, the only way she knew how to communicate with others was through a doll she was given by her father before his death that was named Angie. So Donna, being this extremely mentally ill, traumatized girl who has no idea, like, what was up with her family and had no means of communicating, Mother Miranda shows up and essentially begins manipulating her by behaving like a mother figure towards her and giving her the mother that she lost years ago during her childhood. And Donna, literally being mentally incapable of understanding that she's being manipulated, ends up loving and caring for Mother Miranda in the same way a child would their mother, and allows her to experiment on her.
This is adding so much more fucking context. I did not know about that angle. That makes so much more sense.
Yeah. Really puts into perspective things whenever Angie's freaking out about Mother Miranda loving Rose more than her, doesn't it?
Right.
Because what ends up happening is Donna ends up allowing Mother Miranda to experiment on her because she literally begins viewing this woman as her actual mother. And as a result of these experiments, Donna ends up developing this mutation where her body reacts with certain plant life to release this spore that, when breathed in, causes you to hallucinate things. What she ends up doing is she plants a bunch of these plants around a graveyard of people's loved ones. And we learn from a note that she begins using these plants to make people in the village who have lost their loved ones hallucinate that they're still alive.
Yep.
There was it's specifically stated by one of the people who lived in the village that he had recently lost his wife, and when he talked to Donna about it, she said, quote, "You're going to see your wife again." And he talks about how scared he is because he has no idea what she means by that. As well as that, she also begins implanting parts of her, like, own body, her own mutated body, into a bunch of the dolls around her house so that they could physically move and do things for her because they're her only way of interacting with people.
It's like
so
this,
what ends up happening...
It's like this disorder where, like, she herself can't feel a way to communicate properly. So everything that she thinks, she uses these dolls as a way of playing, but also as a way of communicating her like feelings. It's like she's like a child trapped in a woman's body, you know?
Yeah, she literally, as a result of everything she's gone through, has no way of expressing herself outside of puppeting dolls.
We're still on Beneviento House, by the way. Welcome back.
Oh yeah. And I'm not done with Beneviento House because there's some other stuff about this I really want to bring up because there are things I've learned about Beneviento House that I have never heard anyone else talk about.
Ooh.
But yeah, continuing. What's happening in House Beneviento then, with all of that in mind, when Ethan walks into House Beneviento, he's breathing in those spores. What you are experiencing as Ethan in that house is not real. It is Ethan's most deep-rooted fears manifesting as like a proper nightmare.
Yes.
That he is being forced to live through. Ethan, because of everything he's learned about his own baby and because of the events of RE7, he has this deep-rooted fear that his child is a bioweapon or some kind of monster. And that horrible fear that he had a child despite knowing that it could have been born a bioweapon and ended up being some powerful like being, that fear ended up manifesting in House Beneviento as this giant monstrous baby that chases him and attempts to devour him.
So it's not only the vision of his wife, or at least the wife that he thought is dead, but also the innermost like fears of, and like issues that he has about his baby turning out wrong.
Yeah, Donna's hallucinations, because of the nature of who Donna is as a person, makes him begin seeing Mia again, because Donna tries using her powers to make people have their loved ones back through hallucinating them. But because of Ethan's like deep-rooted insecurities and fears, he also begins hallucinating this giant monstrous baby that literally represents his fear of him giving birth to this monster without realizing it.
Right.
And all of that ends up leading to the moment where he, in just this complete like hallucinogenic state where he can barely control himself, stabs Donna to death with a pair of scissors to make it stop.
It's also slightly, I mean, not implied, but like, thinking about this, it also seems like all those calls and those radio messages that you get at the basement where like Mia is profusely apologizing to Ethan feels like a part of their life after the Louisiana incident where like they had arguments. Remember that cutscene at the beginning of the game where like Ethan was like determined to keep the family together and Mia was just like arguing with him about something that is not really explained at that moment? It really feels like it's playing that aspect of like, did Mia do something bad? Why is she apologizing? Why is she giving Ethan the cold shoulder? Why is their relationship the way that she is at the start of the game? And it feels like it's that issue of like, Ethan doesn't know why Mia is acting the way that she is and why she's apologizing so much. And combine that with the baby that she has, it feels like, oh, maybe the reason for why my wife is dead is because of this child that we wanted to have, but maybe that was a mistake, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a really mature fear.
Exactly. All of his like deep-rooted insecurities and fears are being like forced upon him in this horrifying nightmare sequence. And we know from an Easter egg down there too that Donna's just in there watching him. Because there's an Easter egg when you're in the basement where Angie
doll.
Yeah, the Angie doll just appears. And we know from the sequence that immediately follows that Angie represents Donna's presence.
Right.
Which means that Donna is just down there watching Ethan running around in this horrified, hallucinating state, and she's just letting it happen. Because she's just super jealous that Ethan is the father of this baby that is taking all the affection away from her mother, quote unquote.
I never understood if Donna was able to actually perceive the hallucinations that she was giving out to people, or if she was just playing along. Not really sure about that. It seems that at least she understands that in her will, at least, like, from what I understand, like, her major trauma stems from the death of her parents, and the flowers are meant to be a way for her and other people to see the loved ones that they lost. That seems to be, like, the main connection between her backstory and her powers. But I don't know if she can see Ethan freaking the fuck out about that giant bloody baby.
Could you imagine she's sitting there like, oh yes, I will trap him down here. He'll see his wife again and he'll never want to leave. Why is she screaming about a giant baby? What's he going on about?
Why is he being thrown onto the ground and acting like he's being bored? What the fuck is going on with you, Ethan?
Wait, does he have a pair of scissors? Does he have a, oh fuck.
Like, out of all the lords, Donna is like the least outwardly threatening to Ethan. Like, she's in her mind, she's a kid. So, if anything, she's just trying to play with Ethan, trying to keep him away from the flask, and just not trying to harm him. It's just that Ethan's own insecurities and traumas are the things that are attacking him in that sequence, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's really fucked up from every perspective, really.
Goddamn.
But also, okay. I have been waiting for this specific stream to share this. Because I, by sheer coincidence, learned a fun little fact about this character that I have never heard anyone else talk about. And I have been waiting to talk about this because it's not super lore important or anything. I don't want anyone to think I came to some crazy lore revelation, but it's just a neat little thing, okay? So recently, and by recently I mean a couple months ago, I was rewatching the Conjuring films. And I, out of curiosity, was doing some research on the history of the stories that are being told in those movies, right? And I, out of curiosity, began looking into the Annabelle doll and the history of that doll. Let me read you a little excerpt from the page about this doll that I've had ready. As the story goes, the Annabelle doll was a gift to a young nurse named Donna for her 28th birthday. Donna was so thrilled with the gift that she brought it back to her apartment and shared it with another young nurse named Angie.
Oh! No fucking way!
Donna and Angie are named after the two original owners of the Annabelle doll.
Shit!
And no one has talked about this. I found this out by sheer coincidence.
Did that talked about anywhere? Hold on a second. There's no way.
I have never heard anyone talk about this.
Resident Evil 8 Annabelle doll. No?
No one talks about this. No one has brought this up before.
Fucking Reddit, help me.
Literally?
No, nothing.
I found out about it by sheer coincidence, and when I looked into it, not a single other person has seemingly noticed this except for me.
Okay. So, r/Resident Evil 3 years ago, only 42 upvotes, 5 comments. I caught while watching a video on the Annabelle doll. Was this intentional? The original owners of the famous Annabelle doll, roommates Donna and Angie. And only 5 people are talking about. This is the only thing I can find of it. It's just a random Reddit post from 3 years ago that only 5 people talked in.
So, okay, this was found by other people, but it was not, like, brought up by anyone, like, it was not brought up by anyone that, like, brought it into the spotlight. But I found that out, genuinely, I'm so fucking autistic.
Holy shit.
I found this out, and I ran upstairs, I, like, busted down the door to my sister's room, and I'm like, you'll never believe what I just found
out! No, that's genuinely so fucking cool, though. That just a few people talked about it in passing, but it never caught on as like a major inspiration for the Beneviento section. That's so fucking good.
And I have been so excited to share this information because the entire time we've been like on the stream, doing the streams, I've been sitting here in the back of my mind knowing that when I bring this up, I'm gonna be the person to bring this fact into the spotlight, because nobody else talks about that.
No.
That's so fucking cool.
I have never heard about this. And I've seen, like, analysis videos on the meaning of each of the lords and, like, the backstory of the village and stuff like that. Nobody fucking mentions this. I mean, it was obvious that, like... It's obvious that, like, Moreau was, like, inspired by Creature of the Black Lagoon, and, like, the Matrescu was, like, inspired by vampires and shit like that, but no! This is completely out of nowhere. Fucking Annabelle?
Yeah. The original Annabelle owners were two nurses named Donna and Angie.
Perfect.
It's so fucking cool. And I feel a tremendous weight off my shoulders because the entire time I've been waiting to do this stream, I was so scared that someone else was randomly gonna bring it up and bring attention to that random fun fact. And I was like, it needs to be me! It needs to be me!
Cassie P super chats and says Posture has made a discovery of more lore. This shit is like you would see it in a MatPat video. Hell yeah.
I'm so insanely autistic about this game.
As he says, that's way too specific not to be true. No, like I fully 100% believe it though.
No, that's the thing. It has to be.
It has to be. It has to be the reason for why these characters are named the way that they are.
There is no way that the character themed after haunted dolls wasn't named after the two owners of the most famous haunted doll in history. That's not a coincidence. That is intentional.
100%. I fucking love that detail now. Thank you. And
okay.
I mean, that was 100% a possibility too, because like sometimes my chat surprises me. Sometimes there's like lore experts like around, like whenever like I talk about small details of like my analog horror let's watches, like there's experts in the chat talking about small little things that I would never notice, but not a single fucking soul in any Resident Evil stream or VOD or comment has ever brought this up.
That's why it needed to be me, man. That's why it needed to be me.
Hell yeah.
It needed to be me.
Hell yeah.
And I've won. Today I've won. My life actually just peaks today. This is my biggest contribution to the internet. I have nothing else to offer as a creator.
I haven't even watched the Annabelle movies.
They're shit. Don't. They suck so bad. Just like watch a documentary talking about the doll or some shit, man.
All right.
Okay. Anyway. Okay, I got that out of my system. I'm good now. We can move on. We can move on to the third lord of the game.
Admittedly, the worst one in my opinion, but he's still pretty cool.
Yeah. I think that Moreau's section is the weakest, but I think his boss fight's one of the strongest.
He is... he is sad. A sad character.
I like his lore.
You don't have to feel bad for him.
I like his lore a lot. I like his design. I really, really like his boss fight. I feel like his boss fight is everything a Resident Evil boss should try to be.
Mm-hmm.
I just think his section is a little bit too short, and obviously it's all like very scripted, so it's kind of just like a roller coaster ride. But I still think he's solid. Anyway, speaking of that, so after Ethan brutally murders Donna Beneviento, he gets the next of his 4 flasks he needs, and he makes his way to the next area, Moreau's Reservoir. Now, something immediately interesting that happens at Moreau's Reservoir is we have our encounter with our first monster that is known as a Varkalak.
Ah, the wolf. I forgot to put that in.
No, how could you forget to put the Varkalak? But, basically, chat, remember how earlier I said that Lycans are more like primal zombies that have feral attributes that are kind of like a werewolf? Varkalaks are literal werewolves. Basically what these things are, they are these giant humanoid wolf monsters on all fours with these giant snouts. They're super vicious, super violent, and we don't get to know much about them. However, we do learn how they were created. A lot of people have the misconception that a Varkalak is kind of like a liquor with the T-virus, where, like, you know, zombie with a T-virus eventually mutates into a liquor if it's around long enough. That's not how Varkalaks work. Varkalaks are specifically the creations of Moreau himself. Basically, Mother Miranda tasked Moreau with the creation of like new creatures using these lichen. And what Moreau did, because Moreau's family owned a clinic, they were the doctors of the village, Moreau took these lichen, who had already been infected, and injected their spines with wolf's blood.
Oh!
And what happened as a result of these experiments was that these lichens became more vicious and mutated into actual werewolf-like forms and transformed into Varkalax. And Varkalax, they're these giant vicious monsters that kind of act like these foot soldiers of the village that are just sent after people whenever they need them dead.
I never really understood what was Moreau's like actual job within the Lord Society, so yeah, he's the one that is actually fucking around with people in his like area. I do believe he asked for more subjects or something like that in one of the notes.
Yeah, so the whole thing with Moreau, getting into his whole family's history, the Moreau family, they were all the doctors of the village. But Moreau, specifically Salvatore Moreau, Fishboy, his whole thing was that despite being in a family of doctors and physicians, let's just say he was never the brightest of the bunch.
Yep.
Moreau, for lack of a better term, was very dumb. And while the rest of his family were practicing medicine and were trying to help the people of the village, Moreau had more of a liking to fishing and being out by the water.
Ooh.
And that was where he spent most of his days. That being said, because of Moreau's intelligence and because of the fact that he wasn't really following in his family's footsteps of being doctors and physicians, he became the subject of ridicule and bullying among his peers, even before he turned into what he is when we see him in the game. And as a result of this ridicule and his general naive nature, when Mother Miranda rolled up and began trying to manipulate the rich families of the village, Moreau was very, very easily swayed by her influence.
Just like immediately. He's like the most obsessed character, like directly looking for her affection. Like outright, he tells you.
Exactly, because the whole thing with Moreau was essentially, he was promised that people would stop making fun of him, people would care about him, people would respect him if he took on these experiments and took on this infection. And Moreau, being the naive character he was and desperate for anyone to show him any form of kindness, he immediately agreed and began allowing himself to be experimented on with Mother Miranda. The problem with Moreau was that his body did not take kindly to the Cato parasite that was put inside of it. And rather than giving him any form of like regular powers, his body essentially began rejecting it, while also mutating violently and attempting to change into the biology of a large fish, which caused his body to begin morphing and caused him to begin violently puking. Because what's essentially happening to him every time he throws up is his human internal organs are being replaced with the organs of a fish. And it's his body just rejecting that transformation while trying to stay in its regular form, causing him to just like violently throw up and grow like all these like blisters and eyes all over him. His body's essentially like ripping itself apart.
You can see the jacket that he's using to cover his body up, and it's like this stitched up jacket that he made from like other jackets because he would never be able to find a jacket that could normally fit him, and underneath that jacket is just tentacles and eyes, and it's like he's already halfway through being transformed into a giant Kado monster. But no, he desperately tries to keep himself together into that form, and the moment that he finds any kind of resistance, like when Ethan rolls around into a swamp, he immediately just starts vomiting like these green pus, like piles of goo, and then eventually just says fuck it and just throws himself into the lake and just transforms into basically the Lago from Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, and you can see it from like his design and little notes about him that like after his transformation, and after he's going through all this pain and suffering, he just cannot comprehend why people have not begun to respect him and continue to like ridicule him and mock him because of his unfavorable transformation. Like Mother Miranda hates him because, you know, I can't go into it yet, but the entire thing she wants from these subjects is favorable transformations. And Moreau is, in every stretch of the word, like a failure of an experiment. His body is literally rejecting the experiments. He is falling apart. So Miranda is disgusted by him because of that. The rest of his peers are disgusted by him just because he's this giant, gross fish monster. And he just does not understand why nobody likes him. And so he constantly tries to give himself this feeling of like self-importance. Like the crown he wears, I forget where it said, but it said somewhere in the game that he made that crown himself out of bones.
Yes, I do remember reading that. It is also, like, during his fight, while he's chasing you as a giant fish monster, he keeps constantly trying to hype himself up, saying, "I'm the best!" and stuff like that. He's obsessed with watching, like, TV dramas on the television, like, obsessed with trying to find a happy ending for himself. Like, this dude is proper fucked. He is a tragedy among the lords.
Absolutely. Like, all the lords in some way had a favorable transformation. This guy, no, he was fucked from the start. And that was the whole thing with him, was that he was so desperate for this self-importance that he constantly asked for things to do within the ranks of the lords. And so Miranda would give him these lichen and be like, hey, here you go experiment on them. Your family were doctors, you have a clinic, go experiment on these things. And you know, he would continue doing these experiments to try and impress Miranda, and as a result, he created the Varkalax.
Reese Radford says, he's an autistic kid raised in an ableist family, is what it feels like to me. Here's the thing, though, and this is something that I kind of understood before when I played the game, but now that Zack is bringing this into the forefront, it is kind of crystallizing in my mind. Almost every single one of these people, these lords, are people in desperate situations that were being afflicted by some kind of illness, either mental or physical, that Mother Miranda took advantage of. Like, Dimitrescu had like a blood problem that was going to kill her eventually. Moreau had obviously like a developmental issue that like lowered down his intelligence compared to the rest of his family. And like Donna had had a mental issue to the point that she was completely nonverbal and could only talk through the dolls that she was given as a kid. Like, Mother Miranda absolutely took advantage of ill people looking for a place to belong.
And, dude, remember you saying that when we get to Heisenberg, okay?
Okay.
Keep what you just said. That is really important for when we get to Heisenberg. Just keep that in the back of your mind.
Very good.
But yeah, so he created the Varkalax, he began experimenting on people, and eventually, as happens with all the lords, Ethan Winters rolls up and gives probably my favorite exchange in the entire game. Because the thing is, Ethan is also guilty of completely underestimating and mocking this guy whenever he initially meets him. Because you gotta understand, Ethan just killed a dragon. Ethan survived House Beneviento, and here he walks into the swamp, and instead of seeing some grandiose, like, lair of one of these 4 great lords, or seeing, like, you know, the horrors of House Beneviento, he just walks into this sad little shed where he sees Moreau watching some, like, romance show, sadly and puking, and he's like, oh yeah, this guy's a pushover. So Ethan attempts to take the flask right then and there. Moreau notices him. Ethan takes some time to mock him because he gets cocky, and Ethan's also just kind of stupid. I'm be real. Ethan, I love you, buddy.
He grabs the flask, and then Moreau turns around. Moreau goes like, huh? And then Ethan looks at him for a second and goes, I'll be taking this. And just tries to move away.
He says that word for word.
Yep.
And also, this cutscene is also very important because it's the first time we get a proper mention of what is going to happen during the ritual, because Moreau said specifically that Mother Miranda needs the flask to bring back her special child. When Ethan is confused and doesn't understand what he's talking about and tries to get him to elaborate, Moreau essentially just says, hey, dumbass, you stayed here too long. I've just sealed up the exit. Have fun. So now Ethan's trying to escape. Yeah, he gets outplayed by the guy who everyone made fun of, which honestly, like, yeah, that's on you, buddy. Like, he had the opportunity just to leave. Like, no one said Ethan was the smartest cookie either.
He's a dumb wife male trying to save his child.
Exactly.
Everyone
You
loves
can't
him.
blame him, but you can. Ethan attempts to work his way out of the reservoir and escape, and that's when he has his second encounter with one Chris Redfield, who he finds in the reservoir, investigating what looked like the mold from Resident Evil 7 that they just have a sample of. And, Chris goes up, he's like, Ethan, don't you go getting involved in this. And then he's like,
Stay out
what
of
do you
this,
care,
Ethan.
Chris? What do you care, Chris? You murdered my wife. And before Chris can say anything to continue and explain what happened, suddenly Moreau shows up in his gigantic fish form, attacks the two of them. Crazy chase sequence happens. Crazy Moreau boss fight happens. I'm gonna be real, most of the content from Moreau's section of the game is kind of just running from a giant fish. There isn't really much lore to be had from playing the level itself. But you fight a giant fish monster. It's a really fun boss fight, at least in my opinion. You kill him, he explodes. It's kind of horrifying the way he dies.
He keeps vomiting acid into the air, and then you have to go, like, under, like, roofs to avoid the giant acid attack. He's disgusting.
And then whenever you kill him, his body begins filling with so much of that, like, green liquid bile that it begins inflating until eventually he explodes while screaming for his mother to save him.
Man.
It's probably the scariest death in the entire series.
Ethan, yeah, everyone says, everyone in the chat is saying, Ethan at the end says, disgusting, even to the end. Like,
he specifically says, in death as he was in life. Disgusting.
It's like, no sympathy for Moreau over here. No sympathy. Dot damn.
Yeah. It's really sad. But, after his death and the acquiring of our third flask, we make it to, the prelude to the best part of the entire game.
This is just a giant action section. Not much lore, just... This is basically the swan song for the Lycan.
Yeah, and I kind of love it being so for real. I love the challenge of it. Cause yeah, basically after the death of Moreau, that leaves only one Lord left, our boy Carl Heisenberg. And while you're immediately expecting, oh, it's gonna play out just like the last three Lords, you kind of get this weird sort of implication that there's something more going on with Heisenberg. Because the moment you pick up the flask and you get the key to leave the room, Heisenberg begins communicating with you through the TV somehow, by the way. It's an analog TV. How is he communicating to Ethan through it?
Don't worry about it.
I'm not gonna worry about it. But Heisenberg messages Ethan is essentially like, hey, you just killed the other Lords. That means I'm the only one left. If you want to come and get the flask, you can. I'm going to let you come and take it. But you've got to pass a challenge first to prove that you can earn it. So instead of going after Heisenberg right away to get the flask, he essentially tells Ethan, you go into the, like, nest of the Lycans where they are kept. You go into that stronghold and you come out alive, the flask is yours. You don't even gotta kill me for it.
I literally put it at the end of this giant werewolf nest. Have fun, buddy.
Yeah, so Ethan's like, what the fuck? Why would he do that? So he makes his way to the stronghold. I don't remember much about the lore of the stronghold. All I remember is that it was a stronghold that was used during the medieval era, or like during like, it was during like the early years of this village. It was originally used as like a stronghold during like this Cold War, and then it ended up being abandoned following like the end of said war, and they just kind of used it as a place to store all of the Lycan once they started infecting people. But yeah, Ethan goes in here. There isn't really much to talk about aside from that. Ethan fights a lot of werewolves, and then he fights the pack leader of the werewolves who looks like Hagrid, and then he kills him, and then he gets the flask. But what ends up happening,
Here we go.
This is my favorite. This is my favorite part of any game I've ever played. So, Ethan collects all the flasks, and upon getting the flasks, Heisenberg basically tells him, "Hey there, Ethan. Why don't you put those flasks in the big podium and come over that big old bridge?" And then he does it.
Come on,
so-
here, son. I cannot do
Come on,
this.
get your ass over that bridge. Which, like, by the way, it's so funny he has that accent when he's supposed to be German. So he completes the stronghold, gets his Sentinel flask, and basically what he finds out is by putting the 4 flasks in this giant sort of like podium in the center of the village, he's able to actually take it out and use it almost as a key that opens up this gigantic bridge that leads to Heisenberg's factory. Because for whatever reason, Heisenberg has something he wants to discuss with Ethan whenever he arrives there.
I love that to be able to get to Heisenberg's section, you put all the flasks in this podium, and Ethan just pockets it like a key item.
Yeah,
like it's
he
like
just shoves.
It's just as big as him.
It's just as big as him, and he just pockets it. Like, where is he putting that shit?
Like, you can walk around and fight enemies before that section when you got the key item, and then he just lugs that shit around and just shoves it in the middle of the village. In the temple
It's
thingy.
so funny. But okay, what I love about that though is like I've always pictured that he's just running across the village with like both of his hands holding it over his head trying to get to like the giant statue so he can slam it down and get to the Heisenberg's factory. But yeah, he uses it as a key to get himself over to Heisenberg's factory because for whatever reason, Heisenberg has an offer for him that can supposedly help him get back Rose. Upon arriving there, Heisenberg shows up, and in a scene that I can only describe as having the most crazy homoerotic tension I've ever seen.
Since Leon and Krauser in RE4.
Yeah, since that, Heisenberg actually explains his plans. And it's here where we understand the truth about his character. You see, before we get to this factory, Heisenberg always kind of felt like a Lucas Baker type villain, in the sense that he's this inventor who builds all these traps, and he's a sadist that enjoys throwing you through these like massive, just like death traps, just for the hell of it.
He's technically the
However-
first lord that you meet in the game. He's the one that traps you in the first place.
Exactly. He's the first one, and the whole like death trap you get thrown into is because Heisenberg gets to choose what happens to you at the beginning. So when you first meet this guy, you just kind of take him for this sadistic Jigsaw type character that fulfills the Lucas Baker archetype we saw in RE7. However, upon meeting him, we realize that there is much more to this character than what's really going on. Because Heisenberg actually was never loyal to Mother Miranda in the same way the other lords were. Lady Demetresque was loyal to her for essentially making her immortal and giving her daughters. Donna saw her as this parental figure, and Moreau did as well. But Heisenberg never had that same feeling of affection for her because Heisenberg, unlike the others, was never manipulated into the role he had. He was just kidnapped. Heisenberg, his family, if you remember, were a bunch of mechanics that lived in this village, and whenever we learn about Heisenberg's history, he was very content with the status and like the livelihood of his family. He just, worked away in the factory and very rarely left. So when Mother Miranda came to power and gave her powers and experiments to the other lords,
it was essentially
he was not-
for a forced situation. He had to accept it.
Yeah, every other person in a position of power was manipulated into this role, and he was essentially forced into it because he was outnumbered completely. And because of that, he became the subject of experiment, and he became one of Mother Miranda's, like, subjects. However, he sees her for what she is, sorry. He knows that all the lords are to Mother Miranda is just this experiment that is being used to complete some kind of ritual that will bring back her true daughter in some way, shape, or form. And Heisenberg has spent his entire life essentially feeling humiliated and feeling like he's just been under her thumb when all he wants is to be free from her control. And that's what he offers Ethan. He goes to Ethan, he's basically like, I have thrown you through so many challenges, because it's implied that the whole death trap he throws Ethan through at the start of the game was like his first test to see if Ethan had what it took to survive, which is why he says, "Let's see what you're made of, Ethan Winters." And after Ethan survived, he knows Ethan is strong enough to help fight back against Miranda. Essentially, what Heisenberg wants is he can show Ethan how to bring Rose back from the dead, but in return, he asks that Ethan use her powers to help him kill Miranda so that he can be free.
Not a bad motivation, to be honest. It's just that the way that he goes on about it is monstrous once you actually get to see what is going on in the factory.
Exactly. And also, yes, someone in chat brought this up. I was going to say this. Heisenberg, also out of the four lords, easily got the best hand in terms of his mutation.
Oh, yeah.
And whenever I was saying earlier, remember how I said earlier that the flies were the least crazy of the mutations you were going to be hearing about?
Let's
talk about the fact that...
in comes fucking Magneto from X-Men.
Yeah. His power, I'm going to explain it to you the way the game does. And I want to see if anyone in chat thinks this makes sense, okay? He was experimented on with the Kato, and when he was given the Kato parasite, it allowed his body to replicate the biology of a stingray, like an electric like stingray,
Electric eel.
or electric eels, but to an extreme degree where his body has complete control over magnetic fields. So he is able, through the power of mutation, he is able to control metal like he's Magneto.
He just grabs a fucking metal bolt and throws it at you and it pierces you. He can make platforms float in the air and he uses them as stepstones to like come down and meet you face to face. He is able to trap people into cocoons of like rusted metal.
And okay,
why?
now, I see all of you in chat saying that makes zero sense. I agree with you. However, look me in the eyes and tell me that isn't
That is
awesome.
so fucking cool,
That is
though.
so cool.
That is so fucking cool, though.
Literally rule of cool.
Cool.
And here's the thing I want to interject. I'm not sure if Zach is going to explain it later, but I think this is a perfect time to talk about the Cadeau and what the Cadeau actually fucking does. Because I've been racking my brain on this for a while. Zach, do you actually like have a general idea of what the Cadeau actually does to the human body, or like is it just like separate, disparate powers to that? They're just random powers that they give to other people. Or like, what do you think is going on here?
So,
because I have an explanation.
I know for a fact what the Cadeau does.
Okay.
And
should we do it later, or?
I was saving the explanation of the Cadeau for the Chris section of the game.
Okay. I'll be waiting for that. Like, I have my idea of what the Cadeau's real actual power is, but I'm gonna wait until you give your piece. Okay, please continue.
Okay. So yeah, Heisenberg, he essentially, like I said, he was one of the four lords, but rather than being a victim of manipulation like the others, he was essentially forced into it. So as opposed to trying to, appeal to Mother Miranda's whims, he sees her for what he is. He wants to lead a rebellion. He wants to use Rose's powers. And okay. I heard a lot of people, when they played this game, they said, oh, I wish the player got to choose whether or not they sided with Heisenberg. I think that's really stupid. I'm just gonna flat out say I think that is really, really dumb. Because the thing is with Heisenberg, is it so clear that he doesn't just want to kill Mother Miranda? Like, it is literally said in multiple, notes and even in, one of the concept art books that, from Ethan's perspective, Heisenberg is just another power-hungry monster that wants to weaponize his daughter.
Yep.
And with the way Heisenberg talks in that cutscene, it's so obvious that's the case, because he's literally talking about his baby daughter
that's like a tool.
Bioweapon.
Yeah.
And we learn from Donna's whole section that Ethan's worst fear is his daughter being this bioweapon that he thinks she is. So in what world would Ethan come even close to agreeing to that deal? Why would he do that?
Immediately after Ethan disagrees and doesn't want to work with Heisenberg, you see the extent that he has been working for to be able to free himself, and gotta be honest, the shit that he gets up to underneath that factory is just as worse as the shit that Miranda does to the villagers with the Lycan.
Yeah, like, this guy has sent Ethan through death trap after death trap, just told him he wants to weaponize his daughter, and the moment Ethan even gives the impression that he doesn't want to work with him, he threatens to murder him. And y'all are telling me, I'm not saying people in chat are, but like, I'm saying like a lot of Resident Evil fans are sitting here saying, it would have been so cool if we got the choice to work with him. No! There is no world where that is a possibility!
Like,
And also, like,
he is there to he wants to supplant Miranda as the boss of the entire village. He is not there for selfless purposes. He has taken so many people and like crushed them and corrupted them into these weird things that are so like actively look like they're in pain. This guy does not give a shit about Rose.
And also, I see all you people in chat just saying it's because he's hot, and like, okay, look, I get that. But also, we murdered 4 big titty vampires earlier in the game, and y'all are not asking for an alternate route where we bang the vampires.
No, they are, but they're not.
I mean, like, we are, but I mean, like, I wouldn't say no if they added it.
Look. It's just that the fans that are the ones that are fans of the big titty vampire are not even playing around. They know that they're horny. The yaoi fans with Heisenberg here like are just trying to keep up appearances. Like, oh my gosh, it would be so nice if, like, you know, we teamed up with Heisenberg and
they're
like
trying to hide it.
You know,
they're trying to hide it.
If we teamed up with Heisenberg and like you know, maybe like we beat up Mother Miranda together, and then maybe he went back to my place, and like, you know, maybe we played around with some Netflix and stuff like that. It's like, you know what's up here.
You know the reason people actually wanted that to be an ending, which is so funny because if there was an option, both endings would end in a Heisenberg boss fight where you kill him. So what would even be the point?
Well, yeah.
Like sorry, I just needed to get that off my chest because I have heard so many people say that shit as a criticism for the game, and I'm like, I think you're stupid.
Oh,
I think
Foolish
you're dumb.
Fiend gives out a very interesting comment. When I first played through this game, I thought Heisenberg's was going to be the classic horror character of, like, the Wolfman, because, you know, he's scraggly and stuff, but then he turned out to be Dr. Frankenstein.
Which, okay, that brings me to another really interesting thing about Heisenberg that I really wanted to bring up. So, interestingly, like, aside from the lore of Heisenberg, before we get into the actual stuff that happens in the factory, there was actually a very interesting thing that happened involving Heisenberg and his level behind the scenes of Resident Evil Village. So Heisenberg, each of the 4 lords is clearly inspired by a classic, like, horror monster and character. Lady Demetrescu was Dracula, Donna was ghost characters like Sadako,
and
Moreau was the creature of the Black... Yeah, and Annabelle, but I mean, like, you go down a well, she looks like a ghost, and she literally wears something over her face that looks like black hair. She's Sadako. Moreau is the creature of the Black Lagoon, and Heisenberg is clearly Frankenstein. But more specifically, when creating Heisenberg, there was a film called Army of Frankenstein.
Frankenstein's
and the developers... Frankenstein's Army of Frankenstein, depends on them. Either way, Frankenstein's Army, that was the actual full inspiration behind Heisenberg and his factory.
To the point that it came to a lawsuit.
I was gonna say, so much so that a lawsuit happened. Because if you look on the screen, that character with the propeller for a head, Sturm, that is a sort of mini boss that you encounter all the time throughout the factory. That design is like straight up plagiarized from a design from that movie. Like, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. That design was straight up stolen. If you look at the Propeller Man from Frankenstein's Army, they are the same fucking character, down to them becoming a giant flaming propeller that shoots fire.
Still cool though.
Zach, you don't get it.
Oh,
it's supposed to be Airman cool. From Mega Man.
Oh, my bad.
I would like to show.
Facts right.
I would like to show Sturm or like a clip from like Frankenstein's Army, but after trying to show a movie clip in the last stream, I ain't fucking risking that shit.
No.
Well, I
Maybe
have
get an image?
I actually have a picture of a side-by-side comparison of the two characters if you want to show that on stream.
Oh, absolutely.
I came prepared.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, here you go. Show this picture to stream and tell me this isn't plagiarism.
Oh, that's even way worse than I remember.
Oh yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. Like, it's so obvious, it hurts.
Oh my god.
And they also turn into like fire-breathing, or at least fucking fire-breathing, like propeller heads. The film Frankenstein's Army is all about like these like weird experiments going on with like, I think, Nazi Germany, in which like all these people get turned into biomechanical foot soldiers for this insane German doctor.
Which, by the way, Heisenberg is German. Heisenberg is German, and all of his monsters have German names.
Yep. It is blatant. Fuck.
Yeah, it's... But, I raised to you my own point. It's cool as fuck.
Yes. And also, one little design thing about Sturm that is very fucking stupid, but I love, is that Sturm, obviously, is like uncontrollable. His like propeller is not only a propeller, but it's also a chainsaw propeller.
Oh yeah.
And that this motherfucker had the propensity to throw his hands out to try to get you, like, reach out towards people, and when his like propeller was spinning, that caused his hands to get chopped off. Because this guy is so uncontrollable that he chopped his own hands off when trying to reach out towards someone. It's so dumb.
I was gonna get more into it with like the different like creations we encounter of Heisenberg's, but yeah, no, Sturm is a very interesting character because he's like the mini boss you encounter throughout the factory, but he's also regarded by Heisenberg as being a failure of a creation because of stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And also, there's a really fun fact about him. In the development of Resident Evil Village, when Sturm was first conceptualized, the original plan was for it to be revealed that Sturm was Heisenberg's biological father that he turned into that thing.
Fuck.
But
yeah, I
it
remember
went
you
back
talking
on
about
it.
this.
Yeah, so Sturm was supposed to have been Heisenberg's like actual dad turned into that freaky monster, but they went back on it. That is not the case in the actual lore. But yeah, either way, speaking of Sturm and getting properly into the factory, because a lot of shit happens here. Best area in the entire game. I will not hear any arguments about that, by the way. I've heard some people say that Heisenberg's factory is where the game falls off. I don't think they've played a classic Resident Evil game.
Have you got into the fucking boat in 7? Like,
literally, like,
every area in Resident Evil is like really strong at the beginning. Like, Resident Evil has this pattern where like the first area is the most iconic one with the most detail and the most amount of unique sections and most amount of unique rooms, and it's like the one that everyone remembers, including RE7, where like the main Baker house is a thing that everyone remembers when they're getting chased by Jack. Then the game starts to go outside of that. It starts to fall off a bit in detail. It becomes a little bit more linear. So like the guest house, or like the greenhouse, or like the old house, the sewers in like Resident Evil 2, the stuff like that. And then the last area feels like the most linear. It's like the lab, the thing that is just like shoot everything and just get the keys and just finish and get to the final boss, you know? Heisenberg's section feels like they purposely wanted to put all they could into the final area. It is the last major section of the game. It feels like the lab, because this is where like Heisenberg did all of his experiments with the soldats. And it has the most amount of unique gameplay sequences in the game. Even has like an entire new enemy type. You don't see any more Lycan as Ethan after the Stronghold. The soldats are the new enemy type, and it feels like almost a completely different game because of it.
Yeah. And that's the thing I love about it, is like, the thing I really like about the structure of Resident Evil Village is the game is structured in such a way where it plays off of traditional Resident Evil level structure while also being extremely experimental in other parts of the game. Like Castle Dimitrescu, I know we've had our discussions about whether or not it's a well-designed area, but it is presenting itself as that typical back to basics Resident Evil level structure.
Yes.
And then you get into House Beneviento and the Reservoir, which are very experimental and different. And then once you've gotten past that, you get what is, in my opinion, one of the most well-designed traditional survival horror levels ever made. Like, this shit is everything a survival horror area should be.
You have multiple levels in the map. You have a giant elevator that the Duke is also just sitting in, by the way, which is like really funny. But you have an elevator that takes you up and down all these different floors of the factory. It's like a vertical area, you know? It's a vertical survival horror area.
You are scaling this massive, like, tower of an area, and the amazing thing is, despite the fact that you're scaling it, everything always goes back into itself with all these shortcuts and all these little areas you explore. This is a lore stream, Zach. This is a lore stream. God, I love this area, man. So fucking good.
At the first floor, you have a little forge area that you need to use constantly to create new keys to be able to put to open the other floors of the area, including the big fucking door to get to the boss at the end. So you physically create the keys using the molds that you find all throughout, being protected by the soldats.
It's such a creative, perfect example of level design, and it's this giant industrial factory, which is my favorite settings in horror. Okay, so anyway, the lore. The lore. So, you arrive in Heisenberg's factory after being chased by Sturm, and upon being trapped inside this giant factory where all these people are being processed and, like, turned into these horrifying, like, machine monsters, which, yeah, that really backs up the fact that Ethan would not want to work with this guy. Look at these factory lines of, like, hundreds of human corpses being turned into weapons for him.
Literally
building a legion. You make your way through this area, and you essentially the entire time you get, this is one of my favorite tropes in Resident Evil games, you get the villain that is constantly talking to you and, like, monologuing and shit while you're going through the level. He plays like your Salazar from Resident Evil 4, constantly saying shit like, "We need to kill that bitch. You don't understand what I've been through. Look at this giant guy, he has a drill. Fuck you." It's super fun. And yeah, while you go through this level, you start encountering these bioweapons he created called the Soldats. And okay, I want to talk about these fucking guys, because aside from the Novistadors from RE4, these are, like, my favorite Resident Evil monsters. Because the thing I love about these guys, compared to your typical Resident Evil monster, is you will encounter one in the early parts of the level, you will kill it for an obvious weakness it has, you'll find a note from Heisenberg explaining, yeah, I noticed these things have this specific weakness, the next model won't.
Yeah.
And then you encounter that next model, and you have to find its new weakness.
Yeah.
These are monsters that over the course of the level evolve and become harder and harder to deal with each one you defeat. First Soldat has a big obvious weakness on his chest and a single drill. Second one you encounter has 2 drills and it's on its back, so you have to try and get around it. The third one you encounter has jetpacks and is able to, like, zoom around and it's covered in armor that protects it. And then the final one is just this giant, like, mechanical monstrosity that literally cannot be killed without explosives.
And here's the thing, and this is something that I feel comes directly from the response that Resident Evil 7 had to its final area. I think that Heisenberg's factory is pretty much like a parallel response to what happened with the boat in 7. So, with the boat in 7, everyone fucking hated that sequence because it was very confusing to navigate. It also had, like, a small vertical section where you had to, like, navigate some floors all around the boat. But the only enemy that you encountered during that entire sequence in Resident Evil 7 was the Molded, and you were already used to the Molded because of all the other stuff that you were doing in the other areas of the game. So everyone was like, fuck the Molded, I hate the Molded, they're so goddamn boring. Aside from the Baker family, the Molded are the only thing that you can actually shoot at in the game. There's, like, a big Molded, there is a Molded with, like, a slightly darker hand that hits harder, and there is a molded that's like lanky and acts like a licker. And that's it. That's all the enemy types in the entirety of Resident Evil 7. So it really feels like the amount of enemies in 8, in Village, feels like a direct response to that. It feels like they added lichens and ghouls and fucking bats and shit, and the Soldats here at the end as a completely surprised new enemy type, with like 4 variations, because the developers thought, okay, we need to make the end of the game unique and terrifying again. Let's just throw out the lichens and bring in these guys and continue evolving them and making them an entirely different enemy type. And it just...
Yeah,
so
and like,
good!
Dude, and if you remember, like, that's one of the reasons why this is, like, my favorite game ever, is because, like, if you remember the Resident Evil 7 stream, I spent so much of that stream bitching about the fact that the molded are the only monsters in that game, because I love Resident Evil for the monsters. I love the variety of different cool monsters I get to see. So 7, like, despite how good it is, always bothered me because it's like, oh great, another mold monster. But with this game, it's like, this guy's got a drill for a hand.
Yeah.
That guy's got a propeller for a hand.
They're flying in the air?
They fly now.
This guy has a propeller. Like, also the Soldats give me that same feeling that like the Regenerators gave me in Resident Evil 4, where like you find the first Soldat tied to a chair, and behind him is the first mold that you need to put into the forge to be able to create the key. So you are just like looking at this inactive, dead body with like mechanical parts attached to it, and you remember that you saw a picture of something like that back in the Village before like you got jump scared, and you're like, what the fuck is this thing? And this is completely different from any other Resident Evil monster ever, because everything else was just biological. It was like growths or like tumors. This is like a fucking like Iron Man like monster.
The way that each like Soldat's introduced is also so scary, because like I know like each of the areas in which a new Soldat's introduced is designed to cater into the new mechanics that Soldat has. The first one you encounter is this closed-in room where it can saw through the wall to try and get you. The one that the Soldat Zwei that has the 2 drills is in a super closed-in hallway where it's really difficult to walk around it to hit its back. The Jets are in this giant catwalk where they're jumping around to get to you. And okay, like genuinely one of the most underrated moments of horror in the entire game is the first time you encounter a Soldat Panzer. The giant armored ones, because you read a note.
Dark. It's just
you read a note like
dark room.
Yeah, because you read a note earlier in the game that's like, yeah, I've created the ultimate Soldat. I call it Panzer, and you're like, what the fuck is that? And when you go back to that hallway to get the final key, it's completely dark, and you're walking down this empty hallway, and you hear the sound of its drills before you see it, and there's just this giant hulking armored like monstrosity. It takes up the whole hallway, and there's a unique stinger for specifically when you encounter your first Panzer that sounds like a bunch of screaming machinery. Underrated horror, honestly.
Section.
A lot of people say that Village's horror peaks at Beneviento and it never tries to be scary again. I could not disagree more with that when it comes to like the factory.
I remember like when I first played Village, I played through Beneviento House and I tweeted out, oh my god, how's Beneviento, when I finished that section. And I really liked Heisenberg's...
I remember that.
I remember really liking Heisenberg's section, but I don't know, like, the castle never really hit me, you know? So
no, that's fair. I think the castle wasn't all that scary. I thought the dungeon was very well designed for like a horror sequence. I thought House Beneviento was peak. Moreau's area felt more actiony, but dude, I genuinely think Heisenberg's factory has some extremely well done horror in it. I just think it goes underappreciated.
It feels like an apology for the boat.
I just think it goes underappreciated because we're comparing it to that giant baby.
Yeah, right.
Like, it's not even its fault.
The House of Beneviento section is for the fans of horror that want to have like the PT experience of like walking around experiencing the spooky thing, and the Heisenberg factory is for survival horror fans.
Absolutely, it absolutely is. But yeah, continuing, because I got sidetracked again. Very artistic about this game.
Here we go.
We get to the very end of the factory after we defeat Sturm and after we end up getting Heisenberg's key, we go back to the top of the factory to try and escape, but get cut off by Heisenberg, who in classic Resident Evil fashion uses his powers to transform himself into this giant mechanical buzzsaw wielding monster. And we get thrown down back into this pit. And that is where we have our final encounter as Ethan with Chris Redfield, and the truth about what happened at the beginning of the game is finally revealed. Basically, what we find out from talking to Chris one-on-one, finally, in an environment where we're not immediately forced to fight each other, is that the reason why Chris broke into our house and shot Mia was because the person in our house was not Mia. What is revealed to us is that while the four lords all have their own unique powers, so does Mother Miranda. Mother Miranda is able to essentially go through the mold, which has a catalog of every single creature that has ever died in it, and extract that DNA to transform herself into that form. And if you remember, Mia was infected in Resident Evil 7 by the mold. So Miranda was able to take her form, come into our house to attempt to steal our baby, and Chris showed up and attempted to stop her. But, to quote one of the members of the BSAA, who could have thought she could have imitated a corpse? Fucking dumbass.
Who could have thought? So Chris shows up at Ethan's house, shoots his apparent wife, takes his baby with the most black evil suits like that he could wear, like doesn't explain anything to Ethan, and he just expects him to take it.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, so
why?
We got an explanation from Chris about why he never told Ethan, but like I don't think anyone ever accepted that explanation at all, because
there wasn't time.
And like I'm gonna have my own little piece to say about it, because I still do think Chris's reasoning for not telling Ethan is dumb. However, I think people give it a little bit too much flack.
I think it makes sense for his character, but I think that he himself is a dumbass. Like, I'm not saying it's bad writing. It's not bad writing, it's just, Chris, you are stupid.
Yeah, because the thing is, chat, the reason why Chris explains that he did not tell Ethan about Mia is he believed that by telling Ethan being the insane, like, stubborn family man he is, would do nothing, like, but try to save Mia and his daughter if he found out the truth.
He's right.
And would potentially get himself killed. And the thing is, a lot of people think that it's really stupid that Chris would keep that from him for that reason, but you gotta understand, the way I see it, Chris's entire character is defined by the fact that he loses everyone he's close to every single time he goes on a mission. He lost people in Stars, he lost everyone in RE5, he lost everyone in RE6, he lost everyone in RE7. His entire thing is that he has insane PTSD and is terrified of the idea of losing people. And he spent the last 3 years bonding with Ethan, knowing the kind of guy Ethan is, and being horrified at the idea that he could potentially lose him when his entire job and reason for taking him to Romania was to keep him and his family safe.
Mm-hmm.
So Chris, from his perspective, if he tells Ethan, oh yeah, that's not your wife, then
Where is my wife?
Ethan's gonna go, where's my wife? He's gonna march his way to the Village of Shadows. He's gonna fight the lords. He's gonna try and get Mia back, which is exactly what he did.
I mean, in this scenario, it's like, yeah, but like, why would you allow him to do that? And it's like, yeah, Ethan is 100% that guy. He literally did that in RE7 once he got a word about where his wife was, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like, and someone in chat made a really good point. In not telling, it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's the thing. Like, that's the reason why I still say, like, oh yeah, Chris is a little bit dumb for that. I do not, like, some people will sit there and say that it's a plot hole in the writing that Chris didn't tell Ethan. I do not think it is. I think it is perfectly within Chris's character to be scared enough of losing another person he cares about to not give him that information. I totally think that Chris would rather shoulder, like, the pressure and stress of knowing that one of his closest friends hates him instead of potentially losing him.
I 100%
But
believe
I also
that.
still think he's a little bit dumb for it, and I don't think that's a problem.
Even the game acknowledges this, because, like, as Chris is trying to complete the mission, the agents next to him, like, are talking about how he treated Ethan, and one of the agents, like, Chris tries to, like, explain himself, like, there was no time, blah, 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 I didn't want him to get hurt, blah, 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 blah. And one of these...
Even so, you should have told him.
Yep. The agents go, dude, you should have probably told him. And Chris goes, yeah,
I probably should
That's
have.
the thing, like, I see, like, I
You
feel the need to
dumb
defend this
asshole.
point of the story because I see a lot of people point this shit out as being a reason why Resident Evil 8 is, like, a bad game for some reason. And I'm
it's
like,
not.
it's not the game's fault that you don't understand the characterization of Chris Redfield and why he would do something dumb like that.
Chris Redfield literally spent a decade of his life watching his loved ones die. If he doesn't want to get attached, and he also already attached to Ethan, so he wants to keep him away as much as possible. It's just that the way that he went about it is the stupidest thing ever. But he acknowledged that it was, you know, the stupidest thing ever. It was a mistake.
He acknowledged that he fucked up. And I mean, I'm just saying, if you can't tell from the picture, immediately after Heisenberg's factory in the Heisenberg boss fight, when all of these things are revealed, Ethan is murdered! Exactly like Chris was afraid he'd be if Ethan found out!
He took a picture of it. He's watching it on his phone.
So the thing that Chris was afraid of happening to Ethan happened because he told him!
Yeah.
Because, yeah, like, Chris tells Ethan the truth about Miranda. He marches forward, fights Heisenberg in his boss fight, kills him, and then confronts Miranda. And Miranda rips out his fucking heart.
And drinks his
Like-
blood.
So the exact thing that Chris was afraid of ended up happening because he told Ethan. And people will still say, oh yeah, Chris, like, it's the dumbest writing ever that Chris would do that. Chris was right! Chris was right!
I would also like to point out, before we move on to the rest of the story of this game, two very important things that happen in this section that are the best things that have ever happened in Resident Evil history ever. Number one, Chris decides to fight, like, Heisenberg, and the way that he fights Heisenberg is by going into his factory, finding every piece of metal that is non-metallic, like alloys that are non-metallic, and he uses them... Non-magnetic metallic alloys, and then he uses them to build a giant chainsaw-wielding, turret-wielding tread tank. Somehow, he builds a tank, and then when Ethan is around, he says, you know what, boyo? Slaps him on the ass. Go distract Heisenberg for me. Go fight him if you really want to do this, like, for me. I'll go behind the scenes and blow up his factory. Like, he sends out Ethan to fight this giant metallic monstrosity with non-metallic alloys that he just found underneath the factory.
Which, by the way, it's really funny that that's the explanation, because at the end of the boss fight, it gets lifted into the air with his powers. So it was magnetic, and Heisenberg was just humoring the boss fight.
He was just not trying hard enough.
Yeah, he just had to
It's
try
so-
extra hard.
so goofy.
And
but I
finally,
don't care.
the second thing in this boss fight is that as the tank is going up the elevator and then Ethan meets Heisenberg and starts fighting Heisenberg mano a mano as a fucking giant kaiju versus tank battle in the middle of this field, then Chris blows up the factory behind Heisenberg, and Heisenberg seemingly have known that Chris was, like, around the entire time, looks back at his, like, burnt down factory and goes, "Oh, that boulder punching asshole!" Which means...
I'm gonna murder that boulder punching asshole!
Which means... we said this before, but this means that in Resident Evil canon, Chris is worldwide known as the guy that punched a boulder in a volcano to kill Wesker and save his partner.
In some part of Africa.
in some part of Africa, which means that, like, that entire thing got known by the public and got spread around, probably by Sheva, and it got
By
to,
Sheva,
and got
absolutely.
to Romania, of all places.
And I brought this up in the last stream too. That means no matter how they remake Resident Evil 5, the boulder punch still has to happen at some point.
It has to happen.
It's a canon event. He has to punch the fucking boulder.
It's his canon event to punch the boulder. If they remake RE5, it is actually a plot hole now if he doesn't punch the boulder.
I need that remake so bad.
I desperately need it. So yeah, I just want to I want to like accentuate this, like, because this is like beyond the stupid shit that happens in 7. This is like, nah, we're gonna go to war with a giant tank made in 15 minutes in a basement, and we're gonna canonize that the main protagonist of our series is now worldwide known as a fucking meathead gorilla that punches boulders and volcanoes. He's just that well known as like the fucking hero of RE5. Everyone knows about it. It's so fucking
Everyone
good.
knows him. He's like a superhero in the Resident Evil universe.
He might as well be like Steve Rogers of this universe.
Pretty much.
Fuck
And
yeah.
As well as that, immediately after all that crazy shit with Heisenberg is where we get the big fucking plot reveal from Miranda, both about how the mold from RE7 actually works and also what her plan is.
Here we go.
Because before she ends up murdering Ethan, right then and there in the middle of that field, she explains essentially that the mold, known as the mutamycete as its actual name, the whole idea with what this mold is and what it does is it is a fungus that absorbs the biological DNA of any creature that has died within contact of it. And what this essentially means is that in the past, during the it was the Black Plague, was it? Or no, was it the Spanish flu?
I think it was the Spanish flu, yes.
I think it was the Spanish flu. She had a daughter named Ava who was killed by the Spanish flu, but her DNA ended up being absorbed by the mold because she took her daughter's body into this cave with her where she intended to like slowly just die herself.
Mm-hmm.
And when Miranda discovered the mutamycete and its ability to absorb the DNA and, like, you know, essentially, like, for lack of a better term, like the soul of any creature that dies making contact with it, she realized that she could use it to potentially bring back her daughter through the mold. And it's also here where we learn what the actual ritual was. The reason why the ritual needed to happen, the reason why she needed Rose, the reason why she needed the Four Lords was essentially because what needed to happen was that there was this gigantic sort of core to the mutamycete located underneath the village called the megamycete. And the megamycete would be awoken upon the sacrifice of Rose and the Four Lords. After the sacrifice of the Four Lords and Rose, and through this ritual, through the mold, she would be able to essentially take her daughter back from the mutamycete and have her be reincarnated with like Rose's body.
I would like to point out, by the way, that the thing on the left here on the screen is the megamycete, first of all. Second of all, this thing was just in a fucking cave.
Yeah,
Like,
I think it was just vibing in a cave. The giant-ass fetus-shaped tumor in the earth.
it's in a,
Just vibing in a cave.
Just vibing in a cave. Like, we talked about Resident Evil 4 last lore stream. We talked about these parasites that were calcified and, like, were dormant underneath the caves of, like, the Salazar Castle. And we went like, yeah, so these things were, like, a huge problem back in Spain. In Spain, the plagas, like, infected random wildlife and, like, joined them into this hive mind. And then a cult formed around it, the cult of the Los Illuminados, and then Sadler ended up contacting a bunch of Umbrella researchers to mutate the plagas into this worldwide possible threat that controlled human beings into like these like parasite hosting like superhumans, right? So like the Plagas is already a problem. Then you have the Megamycete in fucking, what was the country of this game took place? Romania. So as slightly far away from Spain in Europe, you have the Megamycete, which is like already super mega mutated without the help of Umbrella researchers, and it's just a giant fleshy baby thing sleeping, slumbering underneath the earth in a cave. And it just...
Mother Miranda just stumbled across and was like, oh shit.
Fuck!
Oh man!
This random peasant woman from like the Spanish flu era lost her baby and thought, well, time to dedicate the entire 1,000 years of my life into trying to bring her back from this fucking hive mind creature thing. That's why she did all the experiments on all the lords, by the way.
Yeah.
What I never understood is what is the relationship between the Cadeau, like the the physical baby-shaped things, and the mold, you know? Like, what... Mm-hmm.
I was going to get to that specifically at the end of the Chris, like, section, because I do think I have, like, an actual clear explanation as to what those are. Mm-hmm. I mean, but, like, we're explaining the Mutamycete now, so I can just explain it now.
I mean, this is the end of the section, yes.
It is, so...
The next slide is fucking funny, by the way.
Basically, as well as explain the Mutamycete as being this mold that essentially catalogs the DNA of any creature that it absorbs, which, by the way, actually makes a lot of sense when you think about RE7, because of Marguerite being able to summon swarms of insects. Yeah. The mold is literally creating recreations of those insects that it's absorbed.
Diego Isaguirre donates $2 and says, "Isn't this Vita Carnis?" Pretty much.
No.
Yes,
but no. But yeah.
Well, it's not flesh; it's mold stuff.
Mold mimics.
Mold mimics.
Mold mimics. But basically, the way I interpreted what the Cadeau are and what they are supposed to be, Miranda was experimenting with the different DNA that was cataloged by the Mutamycete in an attempt to create a suitable vessel for Ava before she discovered Rose.
Right.
And in these like notes, she specifies that in order to bring about the mutations she does and why the mutations are so drastically different is that she does so using the DNA of other creatures that have been cataloged. The way I always viewed the Cadeau, and I feel like the way the game kind of explains it, is that she is using the mold to create these parasites that have the attributes of different animals that have been killed by them.
Right.
And then she's
like
implanting them into... Yeah, and then she's implanting those parasites into different people to see how their bodies respond to having the biological properties of those different creatures.
Right.
So they're essentially parasite versions of whatever animals she pulls from the Mutamycete, which is why Heisenberg got the stingray, which is why Moreau became a giant fish, which is why I don't know why why Demetresque became a giant vampire, but I mean like
probably vampire vats or something.
Something like that.
I do have a slight different interpretation for this, and it's not contradictory to what you said, but I think it's like an addition to it. I have this general theory that what the Mutamycete does heavily depends on the user's mental state. So, for example, you have like the biology and the subject's mental state. So, for example, you have Alcina, which is has like a blood disease, right? It really feels like she is mentally aware enough to be able to control the Cadeau inside of her body to the point that she has like almost complete control over it. Like she can generate fucking claws and shit from her body. But the specific disease that she has, the need to consume blood, came from that. It feels like the mental... not the mental issues, but the mental capacity of these subjects and the experiences that they had before they were infected granted them these kinds of abilities. So, for example, Moreau, as a person that is not the brightest and is one that was obsessed with fish around his area, feels like he was not mentally capable of controlling the Cadeau and was saw himself as one of the fishes and the sea creatures that he was so obsessed with. With Donna, it really feels that she had this acuity to the spore creating flowers because she was so obsessed with the death of her family that she wanted to create them, at least with the spores, with the hallucinations that she was bringing about, that she then gives out to other people. And then finally, Heisenberg is an engineer, a person that creates stuff in his factory. It feels that with the power granted to him by the Stingray thingy, it feels like he was able to finally fully control the environment around him just like he always wanted. Because he and Dimitrescu are the smartest ones out of the 4 lords. Those are the 2 that are most in control of their powers. So that's why they have the biggest, most hardest sections in the game. It really feels like the Cadeau is an extension and it matches the user's own mental capacities and abilities, you know?
And, honestly, with that explanation, that actually makes a lot of sense too, because that also puts into perspective stuff from Resident Evil 7 with the mutations we saw from the Bakers.
Yes. Jack Baker is a family man, desperately wants to stay being the family man, but has a history of violence, a history of war, a history of fighting. So he's the most violent and abusive member of the family. Marguerite is a protector who has a greenhouse outside of the property that she loved to take care of. Therefore, she got the powers of being able to control bugs and become a bug herself. Fucking Lucas his psychopathy got turned up to 11. That really feels like what is going on here, that the Cadeau, or at least the mold, or this infection, takes a hold of your brain, scans it for the hive mind, and then, heightens whatever you had going on yourself, and physically showed those characteristics as, actual abilities for each subject, you know?
Yeah, no, totally.
So it feels like as Miranda is doing these experiments with these 4 lords, she's trying to find the perfect combination between animal traits and mental acuity of each subject, which is why she has writings on each of the lords, and each says she's not mentally strong enough to do this, her body is not perfect because of her illness, Moreau is too stupid, cannot control his body, blah 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 blah, you know?
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I think what's interesting about that is that regardless of which one of our interpretations, the story still works perfectly the same, because at the end of the day, what she's doing, she's taking a piece of the Mutamycete, molding it into this parasite that could potentially mutate somebody, planting it into their body, and just sitting back and seeing how their body reacts to it and how it changes.
Yeah.
To try and see if she can create that vessel for her daughter. And of course, that never ends up working until she discovers Rose. And
oh boy,
Rose. So, I'm gonna get into Chris's section and then I'm gonna talk about Rose.
Okay.
Because following this massive explanation, which I just want to say, by the way, quickly, I really love Miranda as a villain, purely because of what she represents in the story. I really love the fact that our main character and our main villain both want the exact same thing. And the thing they want can only be achieved through the same daughter that they're both fighting for.
Yep.
Because, I've seen a lot of people, and, even in game, people are like, oh my god, this woman's crazy. She's doing so much just so she can get her baby back. And I'm just sitting here like, yeah, so are we. That's the plot of the game.
Ethan fucking Winters.
That has literally been our goal. Both Ethan and Miranda have both lost their daughter and spend the entire story doing everything in their power to get them back. And it just so happens that the key to getting their daughters back is Rose. With Miranda, it's literally reincarnating her daughter through Rose, and with Ethan, that's his baby! That is his baby!
Wanna explain how Miranda's obsession with getting her baby back ties to Resident Evil 7?
That's the reason why I want to get into Chris, is because I really wanted to explain that with the lab, because I think that's one of the coolest details.
All right.
But yeah, so following Ethan's death, after getting his heart ripped out, it cuts over to Chris, who is mourning the loss of Ethan, who ended up dying, just like he thought he would. But he can't focus on that. Now he needs to put an end to Miranda's plans. So he gets together with, what was the name of his squad? It was
the
like
Wolf
the Wolf
Team
Squad.
or Shim or some shit.
Which, by the way,
Alpha
I
Team?
really do love that it was like Alpha Wolf Team, or it was something ridiculous like that.
Something cool he came up with, like, on his fucking teenage bedroom.
The thing I love about him coming together with that team is the fact that he gets a team of people that are collectively known for going through every single mission without a single casualty, and he just only works with them now.
Hound Wolf Squad.
Yeah,
The Hound Wolf Squad.
God damn.
So that explains the cover, I guess. The cover of the game.
Oh yeah, because a lot of people thought that Chris was gonna turn into a fucking werewolf because of the cover.
Yeah, no, but
he works with the Hound Wolf Squad. He's the alpha. But yeah, I really love the detail that the team he works with in Village is known for doing every mission with no casualties, and he's just like, yeah, I only work with these guys now. I can't handle anything else. But yeah, he works with those guys, and their plan is to essentially get down into the cave where the Megamycete's located and blow the whole thing up. So they work their way towards it. He fights Urias's twin brother, who was in the cave protecting the Megamycete the whole time, that was never brought up, and kills him with the power of airstrikes.
Oh shit. Zach.
Yeah, what's up?
I think this is a coincidence, but remember what you said about House Beneviento and the fact that Donna and Angie are named after the original owners of the Annabelle doll?
Yeah.
So do you want to take a guess as to what the name of the ship from RE7 is called?
What?
It's called the Annabelle. I don't know why, but it's called the Annabelle. That's a cool coincidence, I guess.
What the hell? That's so weird.
I just saw it on the wiki. That's kind of cool, I guess. Doesn't have anything to do with dolls, but neat.
That's such a weird coincidence.
All right.
That's such a weird coincidence.
Sorry, please continue.
Yeah, so Chris ends up killing Urias Part 2, this time with a spiky mace. And he makes his way down into the Megamycete, where he arrives in the lab, where, if you thought the twists we have talked about already were insane,
here we
buckle
go.
up, strap in.
Here we go.
Make sure you're seated, because
Here we go.
holy shit. Okay, we're going to start with the nice and simple twist, and then we're going to work our way into the world-altering twists as we go. So first of all, Evelyn.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember how earlier when we were at the RE7 section and I brought up the detail of Lucas saying, yeah, it almost seems like you guys specifically made this little girl to be desperate for a parent. It is revealed in this lab that the reason why the connections made Evelyn, the actual reason, was because Miranda had given them samples of the Mutamycete so that they could research it and make bioweapons. And in return, she asked that they make her the daughter she always wanted. So the whole idea was that if they created a successful bioweapon that could be her perfect Ava, they would imprint a desire to have a mother onto that child so that it would immediately just accept Miranda and want her to be like her mother.
There are photos in this lab. This dinky-ass, so primitive lab where you see Miranda in human form in a lab coat alongside the other people that created Evelyn. She's just there. She was there all along.
And the thing is, this isn't some retcon or thing they shoehorned in. This was built up to in 7.
Yeah.
This was foreshadowed. They specifically alluded to the fact that Evelyn's obsession with family was intended because they always intended to build up to Miranda as a villain and reveal that she was specifically designed to be Miranda's child. And that reveal is so sad to me, because what that reveal means is that you have the villain of RE7, who is desperate to have a mother and just never knew that Miranda was out there, and instead she went for Mia. And you have Miranda, who's desperate for a daughter and rejected Evelyn because she viewed her as a failure. So you have a villain who just wants a mom more than anything, and a villain who just wants a daughter more than anything, and neither of them can accept each other.
Yep. It is such a perfect poetic parallel for the duology of 7 and 8. And both, like, kidnap Mia to get to their own ends. Like,
yeah,
the Winters family is right in between these two egomaniacal villains that will never get to, like, actually interact with one another because they're in two separate continents from each other.
They are both so desperate for something that they can both give each other to make themselves both complete, but they just refuse to see that in each other and instead choose to go after members of the Winters family to complete themselves, and they just can't.
Fuck.
I love Mother Miranda so much as a villain. I think she's so compelling. But yeah, there was that reveal.
And now...
And then... there's the next reveal.
And I need to preface this before he goes off. We talked so long about Resident Evil lore on this goddamn channel. And now, after everything, we get to this fucking point in the Resident Evil canon, the 8th and latest entry in the franchise. And then it goes back.
So, chat, in this lab, we learn that our story begins at the Spencer Mansion. Because, chat, the big reveal of this game. Do you remember, chat, how you saw the umbrella logo
all the way back,
symbol of the village
2 hours ago?
Do you remember that? Well, the reason for that is because this lab reveals that back when Umbrella was just getting started, before Umbrella existed, Oswell E. Spencer,
the man,
visited the Village of Shadows and met Mother Miranda. He studied under her, learned about the Mutamycete and saw it as the next step in human evolution, and was so inspired by her work, he took it back to America. He took inspiration from the symbol of the village, called it Umbrella, and decided he would continue her work, but he would do so with viruses.
Umbrella, as a company, was inspired by Spencer's trek into the Village of Shadows as a young man. Spencer becomes pen pals with Miranda across continents. This rankly old motherfucker did not even have the originality to form the plan to become immortal on his own. He found that out from a random woman from the Middle Ages when he went to trek through Romania when he was young. He ripped off the logo for his company.
He stole the logo of some random Romanian village, said, that kind of looks like an umbrella. Oh shit, wait a minute.
And he
then
made
his company.
Umbrella with that information. And, like, he's such an asshole. He's such an asshole. Oswell E. Spencer is the dumbest motherfucker to ever live because he saw the power of the Megamycete. He saw the power of creating all these fantastical creatures. He saw Lady D and thought, nah, I can do it better. I found a flower in Africa. I can just make viruses off of that. I can make myself better bioweapons. I can make myself immortal with viruses
He never
instead.
did.
He never did! He didn't! He just didn't! He failed! He's a loser! He saw Mother Miranda playing God and was like, oh, I could do that shit, but I could do it with the flu.
What?
And then he proceeded to not. And that means, because the thing is too, this is all explained in a letter he sent her, which means that in this timeline of Spencer's life, as a young man, he flies over to Romania. He meets Mother Miranda. He has a world-changing revelation when he witnesses the Mutamycete and all of her research. He goes back home. He's like, holy shit, I need to do something with this information. He goes to Africa, finds a flower, and then he's like, I need to tell my buddy Miranda about this flower I just found. She's gonna be so excited. He writes her a letter, sends the letter to Romania, and it's just like, hey, so I know it's been a bit. I started a new company. I found this crazy flower. I think it's just as big a find as that giant tumor you found in the earth. I think it's just as big a find. I'm gonna start a whole new company, and I'm gonna make my own bioweapons. Have fun finding your daughter, girly. And then he left, and then Resident Evil happened.
Miranda did not give a single shit.
She opened that letter and probably rolled her eyes.
No, she just left it onto the table.
She gets a letter and she's like, Oswell E. Oh, yeah.
Oh, this fucking guy.
This fucking guy. He found a flower. Who cares, man? I'm out here literally recreating like biological monsters. I turned some lady into a vampire the other day. That dude is shooting lightning from his hands. What are you talking about? Some flower in Africa for?
I turned this guy into fucking Magneto from the X-Men. Oh, what? You're making a big guy that has like a claw arm that you can't even control? You're a fucking stupid bitch.
So you had to kill over like 1,000 test subjects just to make one tyrant with a brain that operated? Huh, I just gave some tall lady a parasite and that was it. That's all I needed to do.
Like, this is the moment where the entire Resident Evil franchise goes, you know that guy? He was a chump. He ain't shit.
And like, oh my god, do I love this game for that? I love this game for just randomly being like, oh yeah, you know Resident Evil 1? What if he was inspired by some random woman in a Romanian village? Oh yeah, that's where we're going with the plot now. I'm like, okay, I'm here for it. I love this. This is so funny.
Oh. God. I love it. I don't think it's even a bad. It just it's just this idea of like the entirety of the world of Resident Evil as a planet is filled with these random events, rare hotspots of like biological danger. You have the flower, you have the Megamycete, you have the Plaga, and Spencer chose the worst one out of all of them to be able to create his company, and he had the biggest impact in the world because of it. Like everything else, it was a secret. The worst one.
Spencer was already kind of a pathetic character to begin with, just kind of by design. You know, he was this sad little evil corporate old man who's like, I will be good! But then, like, with everything else that happens later, it really puts into perspective just how pathetic he is. And it makes him so much funnier every single time, because it makes the other villains super cool, but it just makes him just, yeah, he's a sad little old man. Oh, yeah, the virus. I'll become God. I've got this cool virus. It'll work eventually.
Eventually. Also, the idea of like, oh yeah, you needed to impress her, my dude. Like, you saw this like hot ass 1,000-year-old woman and thought, yeah, you know what? I need to do it for her. I'm gonna be sending her letters. Like, I don't think that's the only letter that he sent Miranda.
Yeah, the other ones
Bro
are
was
in
in
the
love.
trash bin.
Yeah, I legitimately think that was Spencer going like, come on, hot mommy, be impressed by me. I'm gonna do it without your help. And Miranda's like, nah, whatever.
Please, Mommy Miranda, please. Please respond to my letters.
Do it in the old boys, please.
Please, Mommy Miranda.
Please, Mommy Miranda, I found this.
Thank you.
Please, Mommy Miranda, I found this flower in Africa. Please.
That's
I'm
a
gonna
really
start a
good
whole
voice.
company. We're gonna take over the world. Please, Mommy Miranda, please.
Miranda sending Spencer a fucking copyright cease and desist for using her logo.
Yeah, actually, if Miranda cared, she could just sue Spencer and get so much fucking money.
I showed you my virus. Please respond.
Oh well, that is somehow one of the most throwaway pieces of note for the entire. If you started with Resident Evil 7 and you go on to Resident Evil 8, yes, but you don't know anything else about the rest of the franchise, you would go, who the fuck is this schmuck Spencer? Oh, he seems like a dumb bitch. Whatever, I don't care.
Yeah,
but he's like the biggest guy.
I even love it too, because whenever Chris reads the letter, he's like, Spencer?
What?
Here? What? Not even Chris knows what the plot is anymore.
Anyway.
And speaking of that, believe it or not, that's not the craziest twist of the game.
Oh yeah, right.
What?
Because Chris, after going through this lab, he ends up finding a jail cell. And upon, breaking open the lock, he finds Mia being held in a prison cell.
The real one.
The real Mia. Because as it turns out, in order to infiltrate the Winters household, Mother Miranda kidnapped Mia, and Mia said that she was doing experiments on her, but we never even find out the nature of those experiments. And as Chris is trying to take Mia out of this building, she's like, no, I don't want to leave until I find out where Ethan is. To which Chris goes, I'm so sorry, he's dead. And Mia goes, no, he isn't. And Chris just looks at her, he's like, what, bitch, yes, he is. And she goes, nah.
Nah.
Because as Mia reveals, Ethan is much more than we ever believed him to be. And as she says this, Ethan wakes up in the middle of this strange, frozen, afterlife-looking area. And he walks around confused about what's going on. And there he sees Evelyn from Resident Evil 7. And what she explains is that this
show the cutscene.
Oh. Okay. I could show.
We could just show the cutscene.
Because that cutscene is iconic, actually.
Yeah, it's really good, actually.
Lot of lore. Oh, there we
Around
go.
There we go.
What's going on? Someone there? It's cold. How did I get here?
This cutscene cements Ethan Winters as one of the best protagonists in RE ever.
Freezing. Shit. My body.
You're so dumb.
Evelyn? How are you here?
You're dead.
Dead? I mean, Miranda. She... No. I still have to save Rose.
What the fuck?
Wrong. It wasn't Miranda.
You were always dead.
What are you saying? I can still...
See? Miranda didn't kill you. You mean you didn't think it was weird? No matter how much you got hurt? Remember.
Yeah.
3 years ago, the Baker house. You were murdered by Jack. You died there 3 years ago.
That's impossible. No way.
You shouldn't even be able to walk around.
Quit messing with my head.
You shouldn't be walking.
What a shit little kid.
Then what am I? I did all that. Rose. Mia.
Now do you get it? Your whole body is nothing but mold. You can't ever see your family again.
Family. No. Rose. I have to save my daughter.
You're already dead. Dead.
I will save Rose.
God.
Oh man.
And you know, the thing that gives me the most goosebumps is that immediately after that cutscene, you get a unique loading screen with this group.
Oh. Yes.
And it's so empowering to me, at least.
No, that's not the right loading screen.
What?
It's not?
It's that same picture, but the loading screen says, "I will save you no matter what."
Shit, right, I remember that.
Yeah.
Ethan gets this. The player gets this. A photo of his daughter with a caption saying, "I will save her."
Where am I?
And yeah, okay. But yeah, no. People in chat may have been wondering about that because, you know, the whole thing was, oh yeah, Rose was born as this super powerful bioweapon. But that's weird. Mia and Ethan had that child after Mia was cured of the infection. Why would she be that way? Because the entire time, Ethan has effectively been a bioweapon and he hasn't even realized it. He has been a literal walking corpse that shouldn't even be functioning. And the only reason he is even alive and the only reason he's capable of moving is because of his sheer will and obsessive desire to protect his family.
It is implied that throughout the years between RE7 and 8, that Ethan's marriage with Mia started to crumble, not because he was a bad father, but because he was too good of a father, and he constantly threw his own life away and exclusively focused on Mia and her own well-being and the well-being of their daughter. It is implied that he never actually properly slept, never had a life outside of him, for himself. It was always all he was thinking about was protecting his family. That's why he took up the firearms training. That's why he did all these things. That's why at the very beginning he just does what Mia wants him to do, or like quote unquote Mia wants him to do. He is a zombie born out of the exclusive objective that he first thought, his last thought in his life as he was being killed. He wanted to save his wife. He wanted to save the people that he cared about. That is what Ethan Winters, that's what his power is inside of the Mutamycete. In his own mind, he will stop at nothing to save the people that he cared about. That is beyond a Terminator, you know? That's like Jack Baker tier of, I will do nothing but this until I crumble into dust. You know?
That also explains several things in the game prior, like the reason why Mia was keeping secrets from him. She didn't want to tell him that the only reason he was alive is because he's made of mold and because he has this sheer will to protect his family. Because the thing is, his most deep-rooted fear was the idea of, you know, his daughter being a bioweapon or being some monster that would be used as a weapon. Imagine how much that revelation would ruin him if he found out that all of his deep-seated fears were actually true and it was because he himself was a creature made of mold. That would probably kill him.
Every time that Mia wanted to talk about us, you know, like in that cutscene, she said, like, what about us? What about you? Every time that happened, Ethan would just move along, would try to discard the topic, would try to think about something else. Because in his mind, he just has to keep going without questioning why he's even alive. Why he is able to just reattach his arms whenever he gets, like, decapitated, or not decapitated, like, his fucking hand gets cut off, gets punched through. It doesn't matter, just pour a little, like, healing juice on it, you know, Ethan? It's fine. He doesn't want to think about it. Because it's all about saving someone else. There was a... I Hate Coffee Grind said he's basically the anti Jack Baker, and that's basically accurate. They're both like mirrors of each other. Jack wants to be the family man, wants to be the patriarch, but that's mostly a self-serving, like, ego thing for him. His violent impulses don't make him a very good dad to be able to protect his family. Ethan is the dad. He is the guy that will go to hell and back to be able to protect the ones he cares about and make sure that they're happy and content. He is what Jack Baker could not do, even in his infected states. It is so fucking good.
And yeah, that's also why he was able to talk to Jack at the end of RE7, because him and Jack were both, like, people who were infected and essentially made of that Mutamycete at that point.
Mm-hmm.
He was literally looking into, like, the family's DNA that had been absorbed by this mold and was communicating with them inside of the mold. That's why he was able to do that.
Perfect.
It's one of those twists where it's so shocking, but it's so implied and built up to, you're like, holy shit, how did I not see this sooner?
I 100% believed back in RE7 where, like, he reattached his fucking leg. I immediately just assumed, yeah, no, he probably is infected and that's why that happens. But I did not believe the level of infection that he was just already dead and he was just 100% made of mold, you know?
Exactly, and that's also why Rose ended up being born as this perfect vessel for Miranda's Ava. Because, like, Miranda's done all these experiments, but never has there been a child that was just straight up born to someone made of the mold and a regular human being until Rose. Rose is like this perfect hybrid of the two things.
Ooh.
So it makes perfect sense.
So basically, you're telling me that all of RE8 happened because no one fucked Miranda?
Yes.
Miranda didn't want to have sex.
Which is crazy because she a baddie. But still, yeah, that's what's implied.
So.
Oh boy. After. Don't you pasture me. You guys know I'm right. Y'all are just afraid to say it yourselves. Okay, so anyway, final battle.
Yeah, especially the old version.
Oh yeah.
That's a fat baby, by the way.
Oh yeah.
That's like, look at those cheeks. That's a fat baby.
Rose is a chubby little baby. But so yeah, Ethan comes back to life after the revelation that he is a mold creature, and with this like newfound like will to save his daughter, he comes back even without a heart, and he wakes up in the carriage of the Duke, who, for whatever reason, picked him up and has been carrying him towards where the ritual is going to happen. And when Ethan asks him, like, Duke, why would you help me like this? Why would you bring me out here? Duke just responds with, not even I know myself.
No idea
and
what
he
that's
just drops him off. Yeah. Duke just has this entire way he's been wanting to help Ethan, and when Ethan finally asks, who are you, what are you, Duke can't even answer. He doesn't even know himself. But he drops us off. Ethan makes his way to the ritual site. Rose is brought back through the ritual, and one big final battle between Ethan and Miranda takes place where they fight for who is like, the true parent of this little baby. And in the end, Ethan ends up killing her. And the moment Miranda is finally killed and Ethan sees that his baby is safe and that his job is done, his body begins to crumble within seconds of seeing it happen.
Want to show the cutscene?
Yes, please.
I really want to show the cutscene.
All right. Maybe one of the best endings in Resident Evil.
It's so emotional.
I tear up every single time I see this ending, no matter what.
Baby.
Rose! Shh. Shh. It's all right, Rose. It's all right. Ethan! Ethan! Come on, Ethan. Come on, Ethan, wake up.
Chris.
Ethan, you did it. It's finished.
I think we've finished each other.
Ethan, we gotta
That's
move.
the spirit. A true blowjob brother to the end.
That's the Megamycete, by the way.
Keep moving, Ethan. There's a bomb in that thing that'll blow this whole village
Cat.
sky high. Hey, look at me. When I hit this trigger, we can't be anywhere near it. Ah, damn it. Mia's waiting for you. She's alive, you hear me? Alive.
Mia. I'm so sorry. I love you.
Keep Rose safe.
Hey. And you tell yourself. Now come on, it's not that much further.
Watch over her. Teach her to be strong. God damn it. Goodbye, Rosemary.
Ethan.
Rose?
Go, take us up now.
Wait! Where's Ethan?
Get moving. We have to get clear.
No, we can't go. Not without my husband.
Mia, sit down and strap in.
Not before you tell me where Ethan is. I know he wouldn't abandon us.
Bitch.
Tell me what's going on. Where? What was that?
I told you to sit down.
Where is he? Chris? What have you done?
He's gone. I tried. He stayed so we could all escape. I'm sorry.
Captain, you need to see this. BSAA didn't send soldiers. This is a bioweapon.
What are they thinking?
The ultimate bioweapon. Orders, Captain.
Pick up the rest of the squad. Plot a course for BSAA Europe HQ. Someone's got to pay.
No, not the song! Not the song!
The song!
Okay,
Not the
might as well
song,
show
man!
the ending. Like the next cutscene, I mean.
I mean, we still need to talk.
Yeah, we do.
So?
Okay.
So?
So that's the ending of Resident Evil Village. Ethan, after defeating Mother Miranda, after realizing that his baby was finally safe and that his job was done and they no longer needed him to protect them, his body began to crumble, and realizing he was going to die anyway, he stays back and blows up the entire village with himself in it.
I gotta point out, by the way, that Mother Miranda, as the leader of the Mutamycete, is dead, but Ethan's sacrifice is so much more important because he stayed behind to kill, essentially, 1,000-plus-year-old giant god that was sleeping underneath the earth. Like, that fucking thing was already, like, getting woken up because of, like, Miranda's ritual. if that thing hadn't gotten destroyed by Ethan, that is like the world ending right then and there. That thing is a gigantic, like, that is bigger than most of the final bosses of RE6 type of deals, you know? Nobody knows what the Mutamycete, like, the Mutamycete's actual plan was. Because, like, all throughout, we all know that Miranda was in control of most of it all, but just like the Plaga in RE4, we understand that these creatures are mostly looking out for themselves and to propagate themselves across the earth. No matter what the Los Illuminados called thought about, like, ascension and bringing absolution to the rest of humanity, it is all just the facade of a giant parasite that is trying to essentially dominate the earth. So, Ethan, my fucking boy, Ethan motherfucking Winters, decided to sacrifice himself to let everyone else live, including Chris, and kill essentially one of the gods of the Resident Evil universe right then and there. It's such a fucking good way to go out.
It's such a good ending for his character, but I want more Ethan, though!
And the best part about him is that he's not a cocky, wisecrack kind of guy. He tried to do a wisecrack there with, like, Chris, like, haha, I guess we finished each other. But, no, he's just trying to light up the mood. But even then, he is still terrified. You see in this last moment where he's holding up the detonator that he's whimpering. He's scared. He doesn't really want to die, but it's the only way to protect everyone. Like, he is not super confident about all of this at all, but he's staring death right in the face, the originator of all the trauma and issues that plagued his family, and decides to push the button anyway. This random-ass dude saved the entire world for his family. I fucking adore him.
And it's after his death and sacrifice that we finally learn how the storybook that was being read at the very beginning of the game ends.
Oh yeah, here we go. Oh wait, it doesn't show here? Oh, it shows on the credits. God fucking damn it.
Yeah. Since you didn't show the first...
I was gonna say, we can just go back.
Yeah, let's just go
So,
back.
The story after all of that, the storybook continues where it left off with the witch about to kill the daughter. But as the witch shows up and attempts to take the daughter away, the mother and father end up coming to the daughter's rescue. And while the mother escorts the daughter out of the forest, the father stays back, lights the entire forest aflame, and he and the witch both disappear forever.
Wait. Does that imply in this metaphor that Chris is the mother?
You shut up.
He's mothering for sure.
You shut up.
Cause
nice tits, bro.
Cause at the end, Rosemary ends up in the care of Chris, right?
You don't need to explain. Right? We know what you're getting at. Everyone knows.
Chris is the mother in this metaphor.
No.
Fuck Mia. I don't give a shit about Mia. But yes, it is a beautiful, literal bookend to the story, yes. And then...
Oh!
In comes Rose Winters. I'll show you the ending, why not? Fuck it. I'll show the ending. In come Rose Winters.
Grown up.
Do you think the little boy will be able to touch the moon?
Nobody can touch the moon. It's too far away.
Wait, the moon? We'll talk about that later.
What if he has a rocket ship?
Okay, then you can touch it, but it'd be very, very cool.
You were being silly.
I don't think the moon feels like a cure.
It does. But if
Look at this Forspoken protagonist.
Oh, we haven't even started the discussion about the DLC yet.
Fuck.
Just you wait. Just you fucking wait if you think she is one now.
Fuck.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Good.
Hey, Dad.
Good thing that we limited this stream to only these 2 games, huh?
Yeah, it's been 6 hours. Almost.
We all knew this was gonna happen when RE Village happened.
Yeah. Hey, Ethan.
Sorry I missed last week.
Nice grave, Ethan.
I have a lot of tests coming up. You know how it is. Talk of the goddamn devil. Duty calls. I love you.
Hooray.
Yeah, I found her. Where else? Today of all days. We have a situation. You're needed. Evelyn.
Dick move, bro.
Don't you ever call me that again.
Whoa, it's just a joke, Rose.
I can show you things even Chris doesn't know I can do.
We have a clear shot.
Stand down. I can handle it. She's just a kid.
You're an asshole.
Way to keep it together, Rose.
I see the BSA being so scared of her. They have just snipers trained on her at all
Not like
times.
him, you know.
I know.
I mean, considering what happened with Evelyn last time, yeah.
Who's the guy in the distance of the map? I'm so glad you asked. That's
What?
Ethan.
I didn't ask.
No,
It's Ethan.
Yeah, but that's not nothing. That's not like...
Yeah, it's not literally Ethan. It's supposed to be like spiritually Ethan.
Yeah.
Which you learn even more so in Shadow of Rose.
The father's story
But
is
it
now
is
done.
supposed to be Ethan, just not
That is
literally
Ethan.
there.
That is Ethan's model. It's not literally Ethan. It's metaphorically Ethan.
Yeah. Thank you, watch video games.
No, leave me alone. Okay.
So, here we go, the last portion of the stream.
How many slides left?
No, there's only like...
There's a couple left.
There's a couple left.
Shadow of Rose is short. Shadow of
Good
Rose
to
is
know.
short.
Any
That's
fucking
so-
final thoughts on the last Resident Evil game before that, though?
Greatest game ever made. Nothing will ever compare to it.
Christ.
Literally where the gaming industry peaked. What else is there to say, really?
Literally their
those
favorite game of all
vampires are
time.
hot.
Heisenberg is hot.
Heisenberg's hot. Everyone except Moreau in that game is hot, and even then depends on your taste.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. It's. I mean, I don't really feel like I have much else to say. It's just it's my favorite game of all time. It is my favorite game ever made.
I think that this game, the only thing that I'm regret about this game is that fucking Ethan. I wanted more Ethan. It hurts.
Genuinely same. That was my one big thing about this game, was Ethan's death was such a phenomenal moment, but that just means we're not going to get him back anymore, which is so sad.
Yeah.
Because he's like the first time they made a new RE protagonist that wasn't like a classic one that actually really hit as a character.
Yep. He is the everyman turned into the biggest hero ever, to the point that even the original hero of the franchise goes, no, he was the coolest guy, though.
Yeah, that means he won't be ruined later.
True.
But that's good.
True, I guess. Now, we have another character to ruin in his honor. His own fucking daughter.
Oh boy, I can't wait to talk about this. Before I talk about Shadow of Rose, I'm quickly gonna run to the washroom.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll be quick. I'll be quick.
So we
No,
will
take
be
your time.
talking about. So we will be talking about. I don't know. Yo, Nick.
Yes.
When you fucking played this game, what did you think about 1, Ethan, 2, Rose? Because I have my opinions on Rose.
Well, you see, when I played RE7, I quickly noticed how Ethan was supposed to be like a stand-in for me, or
Right.
well, the player.
First person, no
Well-
face.
And I think for Village, that kind of applies, especially when you finish off a boss. Like, he says exactly what I want to say to the
Yeah.
fucking boss. You know?
Yeah.
But other than that, I think it's really nice that he shaped up to be his own character rather than stand-in for the player.
He was
And
very
he's
dumb
just
in 7, but like not dumb as in like negative as in like just like endearingly dumb.
he's silly.
Yeah.
He's cute like that.
Every time
And
that Ethan
for-
finishes off a boss, he has to say something like a
Yeah.
cool one-liner.
Yeah. And for 8, it's kind of the same, but in a dad way.
Like
In the way that
his
father would say
his
a dad
lines
joke.
become more dad-like.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. It's so silly.
Because before you have
Rose?
like you have Leon, for example, with Resident Evil 4. That's like the best example of this.
Yeah.
Leon in Resident Evil 4 is obviously a cool guy, and all of his lines are very cool guy-esque, like action movie hero type of thing, you know? Like, even in the remake, like, nighty night, nights, your right hand comes off. Where's everybody going? Bingo. But
Bingo.
in Resident Evil 7 with Ethan, he's like, it just doesn't land for Ethan. Like, Ethan is trying to be the cool guy, and it's just not working.
It's not working, but I like it that way.
I like it that way because that's like, it feels like Ethan is going, like looking at the camera and going like, hey, am I cool? Am I cool? No, you're not cool. Yeah, like you hear crickets at the end of every pun that he tries to make.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
About
back.
Hello.
About Rose, I didn't really get to see much of her. Like, yeah, she's just a teenager to me.
Right.
Nothing much to say. I
I-
tried Shadows of Rose. I played like an hour and I got bored.
Fuck. I didn't even
abandoned
try
it.
it.
Yeah.
Y'all are so lucky to have me here. I beat it 3 times.
Damn.
Wow.
Like,
it's
Sorry
not great.
for you. Sorry that happened.
Like maybe I'm just like, I don't know, maybe I'm just like salty because Ethan died, but the moment that Rose got presented in the post-credit scene of Village, I was like, what the fuck is this like shit kid, like angsty, like
It's not like you play the whole ass game to save her or anything.
Yeah, but it's like I would rather have Ethan. Is this gonna be the new protagonist of Resident Evil moving forward? This is on the same tier as like Jake Wesker, you know? It's like she's like super powerful and she has all these powers and she's like a badass and everyone fears her.
Yeah.
It's like
See, my thing with Rose, I find her story and I find the actual stuff she goes through very compelling and sympathetic,
Mhm.
but I don't like her personality.
right.
Like, I sympathize with her a lot as a character, and I really like her story, but she annoys me.
Okay, so 3 for 3, we're all in agreement then.
Yeah.
Okay.
This, like, Shadow of Rose, it's one of those things where I'm fascinated by it, and there are elements of it I really, really like. However, as a whole package, it's pretty flawed.
Let's go into the cutscenes and talk about the video game. How long is this
Sure.
goddamn game compared to Village?
Shadow of Rose is 3 hours in length.
Right.
So Resident Evil 3 Remake. A whole Resident Evil 3 Remake playthrough.
Oh.
Or separate ways.
Sorry, I just felt the need to throw that out there again.
Oh, that damage. Okay.
Sorry I had to do that. So, Shadow of Rose opens a little bit, it opens like a day before, or like quite a bit before the events we see in the post-credit scene with Rose in the base game.
What?
Yeah, Shadow of Rose takes place before the scene with the grave.
Oh, so you don't get to see the mission that they're going into that required her?
No.
Oh.
Shadow of Rose is not the mission. Shadow of Rose is explaining why, like...
Oh.
I know this is gonna sound really dumb, but it's explaining why she was visiting her dad's grave.
What?
And, like, being all like, I miss you. It's the lead up to that.
Okay.
So, Shadow of Rose opens with Rose being called in by a family friend and someone who works for the BSAA named Charlie Graham.
This bitch?
Charlie, yeah, this dude that's currently on the bench with her.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever she goes to meet with him, she's under the impression that Charlie wants to prepare her for this big mission that Chris is going on, the one they talked about in the post-credits, but he tells her, no, that's actually not what this is about at all. Turns out because he's like a close family friend and cares a lot about her, he's noticed that as a result of her being this bioweapon that is essentially being monitored 24/7, she kind of is miserable. Throughout her entire childhood, she has been the subject of ridicule and bullying with every single kid and like peer that she's tried to bond with. And he's noticed that essentially her entire life, her powers have been a curse. And he explains to her that while doing research on samples of the Megamycete, they discovered that within the Megamycete, there may be a way for her to actually find something deep within it that can remove her powers from her body permanently.
Oh, going adventure on the inside of the mind.
Yeah, she wants to venture into the Megamycete to hopefully find a way to remove her powers. And this dude, he believes that there's a way to do it, and he wants to help her because he genuinely cares about her and just wants her to live the life a regular girl would. So that is the setup of Shadow of Rose. Is he takes her to this lab, she essentially puts her hand to this Megamycete sample, and she ventures into another world that is made up of the collective consciousness of everything that has been absorbed by it.
Just literally put your hand out to it.
Yeah, literally put your hand out to it, sense it, and she just gets sucked right into it.
Oh, that's an excellent way of reusing assets from the main game, actually.
Absolutely it is.
Yeah, right.
They get to reuse old locations and say she's traveling through the memories of all these creatures and beings that were absorbed by the Mycete.
Wait, okay, they're actually bullying her right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on.
So she's... Yeah.
Freak.
I love the concept of horror movie kids in high schools bullying the all-powerful goddess.
Yeah.
Just
yeah, right?
baiting her into killing them.
This girl is literally known by the world at this point as being this, like, all-powerful deity of a human being, and y'all are bullying her?
Balls!
Would you have bullied Hercules?
The balls!
But yeah, so she gets bullied relentlessly and agrees to go into the Megamycete to try and find a way to rid herself of her powers. And that's where things start, and immediately something is really, really off about this place that she goes into. Because the moment she ventures into the Megamycete, she finds herself in this old rundown dungeon location, and she begins encountering these distorted, bizarre clones of herself.
This feels like... Have you ever played The Evil Within?
Yes! That's what I was saying when I first played this! It feels like The Evil Within!
Like random,
I like this game a lot.
Rusted, fucked up locations inside of the mind of some mentally disturbed person.
Yeah, dude, I love those games. I really like this. But yeah, so she ventures into it and begins encountering these like bizarre, distorted clones of herself, as well as these creatures, which I don't believe this is where we see our first one. But as well as these like weird clones of herself, she starts seeing these creatures that I can only describe as like generic stereotypical Silent Hill monster. Like, they are these pale creatures without eyes with these giant mouths that like twitch sporadically and move around. And when it seems that these creatures are specifically targeting Rose and her clones. And when they get their hands on her, they like open their mouths and just suck the life force out of them.
I think I found one of the cutscenes.
Yeah, I think there's a cutscene here where you get to see one. Yeah.
Ooh.
That's what it does to the Rose clones whenever it gets their hands on them. And I wonder if we get to see one here.
I'm just going through the footage. Oh, this is just Castle Dimitrescu.
Yeah, because,
There we go.
Yeah, there's one of them.
Yeah, these are not molded.
They are not molded, they are their own things.
What are they called?
Let me remind myself what these things are even called. I don't remember their names. Shadow of Rose monsters.
It's those creatures from Harry Potter.
They're called face eaters.
Ah. Okay.
Yeah, so,
because they eat your face.
Exactly. It's very creative. So yeah, Rose encounters the face eaters and she encounters all these clones of herself. And while she's trying to get away from these creatures, she ends up stumbling into this perfect recreation of Castle Dimitrescu. And upon exploring and encountering more of these face eaters, she ends up noticing, as shown here, that there is some weird golden heavenly text that just appears in random spots to give her guidance on where to go next.
The developers of the game.
This is a new character who is introduced as her guardian angel, Michael.
Yeah, it's Michael.
His name is Michael.
Mike?
Yeah.
And the whole thing with Michael is that he is some like, he is this kind presence within the Mutamycete that is trying to protect and look after Rose to make sure she doesn't end up getting herself killed by the face eaters, like her clones of herself.
My guardian angel.
Exactly.
What is this Harry Potter shit?
Dude, like, that's what I was saying. So as the two of them meet each other and
oh my god, he's gonna
that
Michael.
There he is. It's Michael.
Oh, come on.
The guardian angel, Michael.
Come on.
So as he introduces himself and the two of them get to know each other and she realizes she has someone guiding her, Michael literally just materializes a gun for her. Like, hold on. Just give it a second.
Dangerous here. Move. Let's see
Just give it a... Eventually, okay, it's not this cutscene, but literally she's like, I need something to defend myself. And then Michael just makes a gun out of thin air. So she continues to explore the castle knowing Michael's looking out for her. And we get introduced to our first villain of the DLC.
No.
Who is named the Masked Duke.
No.
The Masked Duke is this sadistic character who is in control of the face eaters and in control of the castle. There he is. And he is, for whatever reason, forcing the face eaters to go around hunting for any clones of Rose so that they can be brought to him and tortured.
What?
Just for the hell of it. He is just this super evil, sadistic, vile version of the Duke we know. And okay, I'm just going to say right off the back, right, just because I don't want you to worry, this is not the Duke from base game.
Oh.
This is a different character entirely.
They just reused the model.
They reused the model and put a funny porcelain mask on him and acted like he's a different character. But I don't want you to worry, this is not the Duke we care about.
Okay,
He didn't
good.
randomly turn out to be evil.
Okay, good.
I could hear the concern in your voice and I didn't want you thinking that.
Good. He's just some guy.
Yeah, he gets explained later what he is. But yeah, no, he just looks like our Duke.
Right.
But yeah, so he discovers the true Rose has made her way into the Megamycete and sends all the face eaters to go after her. And I believe it's after here that she gets the gun.
Yes, yes, weapon.
The weapon.
Gun.
Hold on, wait for it.
The mental gun.
You need gun. You need fight.
Touch my words.
Touch my words.
What the fuck is this Kingdom Hearts shit?
Whoa.
I'm sorry, what?
They turned into Gun!
Right.
And now she has a
I'm
weapon
gonna
to
kill
defend
you.
herself with.
So,
Point and shoot.
oh come on, fucking face eaters, heartless, nobodies. It's the same fucking thing.
Okay. Okay, it even looked like a nobody, so yeah, fair enough.
Next one.
Yeah, so she gets her gun from Michael, and as well as this, over the course of this level, she learns to actually use her powers. One thing I actually quite like about Shadow of Rose is that you have like two different sort of resource management mechanics. You have your regular weapons, which get barely any ammo at all, but she also gets to use her powers by eating white herbs, and the powers will stun enemies in place and completely freeze them. So you got this neat little thing where it's like, oh, I don't want to waste my ammo, but I also only have so many uses of my power before I have to go collect more herbs.
Right. Okay,
So it's actually it's a pretty good resource management mechanic. It's not like perfect, but I thought it was okay.
Okay.
But yeah, so you go through this whole area, and it just becomes Castle Demetresk. Basically, there's this statue that has that stone in it, and Rose believes that stone to be like something that could remove her powers. So she goes around collecting masks to open up the cage. It plays like Castle Demetresk.
Mike, I like this idea that Rose has had no one in her life to be her friend. She's a loner, she's a weirdo, she's an outcast. So the only thing that could help her in this scenario inside of her own mind is just some words on the walls.
A literal guardian angel in the form of words on the wall that just says, take a gun, do it now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Don't worry, it gets explained.
Okay,
It does, don't worry. But so Rose goes through the castle, she collects all the masks, and she gets pursued by this new stalker enemy of the castle that is simply named the Executioner. It's like this giant buff face eater that just looks like this giant mass of like faces. It looks really cool, but it has the exact same AI and animations as the Urias boss fight from base game. So it's kind of, I don't know, it looks cool, but you know, it's not the most interesting thing in the world. But yeah, she ends up avoiding that thing, gets all the masks, and eventually she gets her hands on the stone, only to find out that the stone was a trap put there for her by the masked Duke. And now that she gets her hands on it, she gets put into this trap by him, which should be shown a little bit further ahead. Oh, I think that dungeon was where you get to see the Executioner.
I actually want to check him out.
He's a pretty cool looking enemy, despite the fact that they kind of reused like animations and AI. Also, that's her powers in use.
It's just a flash grenade.
It essentially is. It's a flash grenade in a different color of paint.
Let me go try to find the next cutscene. Ooh.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of pretty neat puzzles in this DLC. One thing I will actually give credit for, the puzzles in Shadow of Rose are actually more well thought out than the Castle Demetresk puzzles.
That's him?
That's the Executioner, that's him. And this is the trap she goes into.
Right.
Yeah, so he essentially puts her in this trap by having her collect the stone, and then she has to do this like giant one-on-one fight with the Executioner as the end to the first area for the Masked Duke's entertainment.
Okay, that's not nothing.
And yeah, the whole mechanic of the boss is you need to use your powers to freeze it, and then when it's frozen, you shoot at the weak spot. It's giant golden flower weak spot.
Of course.
But yeah, so she ends up killing this thing, and this boss fight's pretty all right. And she ends up falling into the next level after the death of the Executioner, because this world is weird. It functions in these layers that she just descends to after
it's Inception.
like, escaping each realm. It is.
Okay.
So the first area she goes to is Castle Demetresk, and then she just descends deeper into House Beneviento afterwards.
What?
And oh yeah. After she goes here, this giant abyss she's about to fall into goes right into House Beneviento. And I cannot believe I'm saying this, but there is a section in the House Beneviento part of this DLC that rivals the baby.
Oh?
It is they introduce a completely new enemy in Shadow of Rose. It is not scarier than the baby, but it is damn close to it. It actually scared the shit out of me.
Oh, that's just outside of the house.
Yeah. Which, by the way, if you're expecting every level in this to be like one of the Lord's lairs, it stops after House Beneviento.
That's only how it.
It's the first two, and then it doesn't go to any of the other areas.
Weird.
It's how fast. Just like in
I
DLC.
know, it's so bizarre. But yeah, she ventures into House Beneviento, and this is kind of interesting, because you know how House Beneviento, whenever Ethan went there, was all of his personal fears?
Uh-huh.
When Rose goes in there, the entire place is catered towards her insecurities and fears now.
That makes sense.
So it is actually, like, Castle Demetres was very similar. House Beneviento is a very, very different experience.
Oh my fucking god!
As shown here.
Something feels different.
Yeah, so the whole idea with Roses is it plays into her, like, childhood insecurities and her, like, and the bullying she went through. So all of the puzzles and whatnot, she has to, like, pick up these little dolls that represent different people from her class, and she has to recreate moments from her childhood where they were, like, abusing and bullying her to get keys.
Look at all those monkeys.
Also, shout out to the cake from RE7 being reused there.
Happy birthday. Oh no!
And you're doing an autopsy on our childhood toy.
Oh no! Don't cut up the monkey!
Yeah, you go through all of her, like, most insecure moments throughout her childhood.
Very
them to get
Silent
the keys
Hill
and whatnot.
Shattered Memories.
That's what, yeah. And eventually,
Oh
instead
my
of being
god!
introduced- Oh yeah, they,
Is she being strung up? Like, fucking, like, crucified? And everyone else is laughing at her?
Yeah, it's supposed to be the whole thing is that, like, everyone views her as a monster, and one day they're just gonna, like, straight up try to kill her.
Oh my god. Oh
yeah,
no!
that's how deep-rooted her fears are.
She gets bullied in the women's bathroom. Also, those are the dolls from RE7.
Yeah, the dolls from RE7, and believe it or not, they actually have a purpose here for this level. It's not just them being reused for no reason. Because as you make your way through here, instead of encountering a giant baby like before, you encounter a monster that kind of represents Rose's fears and insecurities.
Do you have to go down here, or?
Yeah, it should appear very soon here.
Oh. Alice Mantis returns. Oh, that's Mia. Metaphorically Mia, I mean.
Yeah, the Mia mannequin from before.
The Mianikin.
I believe coming up here is when they first appear. I forget if they first appear at the same point in time where the baby does or not.
The baby also reappears?
No, the baby does not reappear in the DLC. I meant like, you know, she went down to the well, so I forget if the mannequins are going to appear at the well or if it's a little bit later.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh.
So, instead of the baby, Rose, the mannequin versions of her mother come to life, and they function like weeping angels.
Of course.
And I'm being so dead serious when I say House Beneviento benefits these types of monsters so fucking well.
But that's so cliche.
I don't care if it's cliche if it's done well. I
like the wide, bright eyes, though.
That's the thing. The whole thing with this is that they are these giant, like, weeping angels that move until they see you. And as you go through the level, more and more of them begin to appear.
Oh.
So it starts off with this one that chases you, and then slowly they begin to stack up. And with how closed in and, like, you know, labyrinth-esque House Beneviento gets at this point, they work really well. They're cliche, I agree, but I don't care because they're done effectively.
Okay, I do gotta admit, that's a smart, like, acid reuse. Because that's just a prop in this section, but now it becomes like an actual enemy. That ain't bad. That ain't bad.
If they're gonna be reusing assets, I think if they do it creatively, it's okay. But yeah, you see, they begin to stack up, and Look, maybe it's just because I have a really bad fear of like mannequins and dolls, but this shit was what I expected the first time I went into
Wait,
House
they can't harm you?
They can't harm you if you're looking at them.
Oh, don't look
They
away.
absolutely can harm you.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Is Mia dead?
No, Mia's alive. It's implied a lot throughout the story that ever since what happened in RE8, Mia is very absent from Rose's life because she's constantly being trained by Chris and other people, so she never gets to see her daughter. But here's where shit goes a little bit crazy, because House Beneviento's villain is definitely not who you're expecting it to be. Because you go through the dollhouse section, and first of all, when you get out of the elevator, I'm just gonna let the cutscene speak for itself.
Okay.
What's going on here?
Oh shit, you're a dolly.
You are now the size of a doll.
I'm waiting for you in
Evelyn?
Yeah, so the main villain of House Beneviento is Evelyn.
Oh, because she's still in there.
And that's why all the dolls from RE7 are all over the place, because Evelyn has turned this place into her little playhouse.
I really like that, though.
That's really cool, isn't it?
That's genuinely super cool.
And you do this, like, this is where the gameplay completely changes up, too, because it goes from, like, this typical survival horror to now you're, like, it's like a stealth game now where you're constantly trying to avoid all these weird dolls that are floating around trying to catch you, and if you get caught twice, you die every time.
I dislike that a lot.
Yeah, I hated playing this part, but the story was sick.
Oh, it's a cool concept. That's the worst gameplay for a horror game, in my opinion, because I'm horrible at stealth.
No, dude, I agree. I did not enjoy playing this section.
But that's a smart acid reuse with all the dolls, because the dolls were also like detailed in the original campaign. So of course, oh my god, look at that one.
Yeah, right. They're really cool looking.
And like their head stays in place as they rotate around. That's such a good like reuse of assets.
I also just really like the creative application of reusing the dollhouse, but instead of having the villain of the dollhouse be Donna like you'd expect, it's a character who is like associated with dolls and being super childish already.
Fuck yeah. Okay, not bad, not bad.
It's a smart repurposing of the assets, I think. But
why the fuck is Evelyn torturing poor little Rose, though?
So, you go through this whole section, and eventually the entire place starts deteriorating, because Evelyn, being the little brat she is, takes pleasure in tormenting Rose based on all of her insecurities.
Right.
And she gets chased, you can't see what's chasing her, but she's being chased by a giant Mia mannequin.
As you do.
And if you get caught by it, you get to see a death cutscene of it cracking your head open like a nutcracker. Yeah, which is pretty crazy. But at the very end of this sequence, when you actually do encounter Evelyn, it's because of the fact that Evelyn is essentially trapped in this realm, and she still wants Mia. And now that Evelyn has encountered Mia's biological daughter, she is extremely jealous of her and is taking out all of her fury and spite on Rose by tormenting her. Meanwhile, our boy Michael is trying to help out by being a supportive text on the wall.
ChatGPT, please be my friend.
ChatGPT, please, I had a rough day today. Could you be nice to me? So yeah, you have your encounter with Evelyn. Rose has this little moment where she talks and vents to Michael about how she's genuinely really depressed that she never got to meet her dad or have him present in her life at all. And after that whole conversation is over, you get this Evelyn boss fight.
What? Gimme.
There is an actual Evelyn boss fight where you have to use your powers to stop her because she's trying to stop you from progressing to the next level. Wait, go back. Wait, go a little bit forward. I mean,
forward.
That was something I completely forgot because also, yeah, shout out to me playing this DLC 3 times and forgetting key details of it. While Michael's having this conversation with Rose about how she misses her dad that she never got to meet, Michael's just like, "Oh, hey, this is your childhood house. You want to go there?"
Oh, I get who Michael is now.
Yeah, you're starting to understand.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, because Michael hears this whole explanation and then transports Rose to her old family house so that she can essentially live out the like last happy days that that Ethan would have had before he died. And it's this like this bonding moment to try and like put her mind at ease. And yeah, it's all wholesome and stuff, but then yeah, Evelyn shows up, and then we get the Evelyn boss fight.
Well, okay, let me just look at this.
Yeah, no, I'll just let it play out.
For you, no matter what, I'll be there every birthday to watch you blow out the candles.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Ethan left a note for her in that drawer that was locked, and he intended on that note being given to her whenever she was old enough to read it, and that's why she was transported to this place, so that she could finally find the note and read it, even though the house doesn't, like, exist anymore.
Is that a printer?
A letter for me?
Happy half birthday, Rose.
Oh.
My gift to you is a promise. I'll always be there for you, no matter what. I'll be there every birthday to watch you blow out the candles on your cake. I'll be there to make you breakfast and walk you to school every day. I'll be there when you have a bad dream and sing to you until you fall back asleep. I'll hug you tight when you're troubled or worried and tell you that everything's gonna be all right. You are my precious Rose. Never forget that, Dad.
Aww.
No one loves you.
Low tier god Vine Boom. Wow, what a jealous bitch.
Michael! Michael, help! Michael!
Wow, it's really jarring to see her model.
Yeah. Also,
I know, right?
Also, why does everyone hate me? Because of this.
This is exactly why! You evil little bitch! Yeah, so Evelyn condemns her to the Shadow Realm, and the two of them have their big encounter.
That thing you're looking for isn't here.
Why does this look like an SFM cutscene?
So,
SFM animation.
Have a purifying crystal?
Because it's using two different models from different
games.
Of course not.
And because the camera work isn't that good.
Yeah.
You'll have to go deeper. Much deeper. Poor Rose. She can't trust anyone.
Even in the Mindscape, she loves doing this shit to people.
I know, she's living for it.
No one loves you.
Vine Boom.
You're dead. No one will care.
Vine Boom.
Ew.
Okay, and now you get another chase sequence
Mm-hmm.
in this same building, and then
also
there isn't much to say about it.
The
but,
cope and projection of this tiny little shit child. Like,
I know, right?
Like, she's projecting so hard onto Rose. Yeah, Rose, nobody likes you. Nobody loves you. If you die, everyone's gonna be happy. Fuck you. Fuck you, Dad. Fuck you.
Yeah,
the
that's
absolute
literally...
cope.
Yeah, this girl is just so bitter towards Rose for being the daughter that they actually wanted that she just can't help but project every insecurity onto her.
Man.
And honestly, they did Evelyn well in this DLC. I'm being so real. They wrote her well.
I mean, if this is exactly what she would fucking do.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, say what you want about this DLC, Evelyn is great in it. But yeah,
L
here's where we
plus
get to the boss
ratio
fight.
plus cope plus no family.
So yeah, you get to do this boss fight where the entire thing, it's basically like the RE7 Evelyn boss fight, but you're using your powers to nullify her when she goes for these big blasts on you. So she shows up, does the blast, and you have to like hide behind cover.
Oh, that's so shitty.
Yep.
It's cover shooting in a Resident Evil game. Oh, great.
Yep.
I just like
So you
keep
end
doing that,
You just keep doing it until eventually she's defeated.
and then
I can't believe how useless I am.
oh shit, she's actually admitting.
No wonder no one loves me.
Oh.
What now?
The sisters are fighting.
This is all your fault.
Okay, back, fucking bipolar bitch. BPD asshole. What?
Plot twist, Michael was Ethan the entire time!
I mean, yeah.
What?
Oh my god.
Who saw that one coming?
The moment
we-
the moment that you made some details about Michael, like yeah, that makes sense.
It's the most obvious. Literally, I am not kidding. I am being dead serious. When I played this DLC for the first time, I was in call with my friends who had already played it. The moment Michael's first line of dialogue showed up, I said, okay, so that's Ethan. That was the first thing I said.
Obviously.
Literally, the first thing I said was, hey, over here. I'm like, oh, okay, so that's Ethan. He's guiding us. Yeah, okay, cool.
I mean,
And my
who the
friends were
fuck
just like,
else?
How did you know? And I'm like, who the fuck else would it be?
Yeah.
Like,
Magical
oh, she
developer commentary? No.
She actually has a guardian angel named Michael. No, shut the fuck up.
So how does
Yeah,
this
so-
end?
This is the
Ethan
final
will
stretch.
totally
Ethan
pick Michael
shows
for
up
me.
and saves Rose, and she makes it to the final layer that she needs to be at to get the purifying crystal to lose her powers, which is literally just the regular village, but like she needs to descend into Mother Miranda's lab. And it's here where everything starts to make sense about what's going on.
Mm?
Basically, the big reveal of Shadow of Rose is that any creature who is killed that was previously infected by the Megamycete, regardless of the level of their infection, when they die, they enter into this world conscious. Like, this is essentially their afterlife. They become a living, breathing organism within this world. And that includes Mother Miranda. So, after Miranda's death in Resident Evil Village, she woke up in this world fully conscious. And because she was essentially immortal in this new afterlife, she became obsessed with trying to find a way to bring back Ava so that they could live for eternity in this afterlife together.
Still.
So she began experimenting with the Mutamycete and trying to create a fake version of Rose to act as her Ava vessel.
Oh, you piece of shit!
But here's the part that gets crazy. She realized that she cannot do that unless the real Rose has her DNA taken into this world. And so, Miranda used her power and influence over the mold outside of this world to create a hallucination of Charlie Graham that was never there, telling her that there is a rock that will cure her of her powers if she steps into the Megamycete world.
What?
Look at this cutscene. Look at this cutscene.
No.
Or did I?
No. No!
He was never there!
Very convincing, wouldn't you say?
It was Mother Miranda the whole time.
Now you can become the vessel for my Eva!
Let it go, you stupid bitch! Holy fuck!
Also, this explanation of the twist. Also, yeah, shout out.
Shoutouts to Ethan.
Oh, she also turns into her final boss form.
Ethan, you pest!
Ethan! Not again!
Yeah, I love how these two are just bitter rivals even in the afterlife.
God damn.
Yeah, so what ends up happening, that twist also explains a lot of things that we've seen throughout this DLC. Mainly the Masked Duke. This chase scene fucking sucks. It sucks. You've just got a slow-ass Mother Miranda gliding behind you while
they're
Ethan
holding
runs ahead and
shotguns.
occasionally stands still and turns to shoot something.
They're holding imaginary magical mind shotguns.
Yeah, but the thing is, that twist explains quite a lot though, because basically everything that you've seen throughout this DLC was created by Mother Miranda, or it had something to do with Miranda.
God,
for example,
desperately
I've been
trying to
saying
hide his
this in-
face.
Oh, they are. But like I was saying that the whole thing with Evelyn was her jealousy towards Rose about Mia, and that is partially true. But the other reason is because Evelyn desperately wants a mother, and
Wait.
Miranda in this world
Wait.
only wants Rose.
What?
So Miranda literally has a child right in front of her in this world with her, within arm's reach, who wants a mother more than anything in the world, and Miranda's just going, I don't want this one.
No, fuck off.
This isn't the one I want. Also, the Masked Duke. The Masked Duke isn't literally the Duke, it's Miranda's recreation of the Duke based on how she views him.
Ah, fucking whatever. Holy shit.
Yeah, right?
Oh, come on.
And the whole twist with that, you know how he was just chasing down like Rose clones with the face eaters? The reason he's doing that is because Miranda realized that these Rose clones could simulate her powers partially if they were in extreme pain and agony.
What?
So she just put the Duke up there and was like, okay, you
What?
just like torture them for fun.
What?
Just do that. That's your goal now. That's your reason to exist.
Ethan, what are you doing?
I was gonna say, could you please go back on Ethan getting bitch slapped?
Fucking
Miranda?
tackling Miranda? Also, they are in the field where Ethan met Evelyn.
Mm-hmm.
You can't escape Rose. Ethan, persistent as always.
It's just like a fucking nemesis line. Oh yes, Ethan Winters.
Rose, now's your chance.
My
Live a
nemesis.
normal life. Make friends. No one
Do
will
you
ever
think
call
he
you a
ever
freaking
washes
kid.
that hoodie he has?
Nah, it's a magical stinkless hoodie. It's a mold hoodie.
Rose, just
Right. Literally.
Like, bro, what were you trying to do?
Hug her really tightly and then
And then he kicks it out of the way!
I love you, but I need to know that you're safe.
what the fuck is this fanfic shit?
Yeah.
So yeah,
Again!
I got this. Get out of here.
you do not got this!
He do not got that.
She has the opportunity to leave. She has the crystal to remove her powers. She could do it.
Is she just gonna stand there? What? 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 What?
She got her powers back. They were in the crystal.
Oh.
Yeah, because the crystal.
This is her anime moment, Phil.
Ah!
Don't worry, Dad. I've got this.
Now she has the 6 eyes. She's awesome.
Pull out the shotgun.
Imaginary technique.
So,
Shotgun.
being dead serious, now you get the Elden Ring boss where you use your spells to kill Mother Miranda because they introduce a bunch of
Oh
new
my
mechanics.
fucking god.
She gets her anime main character moment, and I need to preface this, all of these mechanics are introduced specifically for this boss fight.
Oh.
Like none of these were a thing before.
Oh, Resident Evil is fucking trash.
Yeah, this new dodge and the big anime buster attack you're gonna see.
Oh,
none
it
of
is this
was
Kingdom
something you could do
Hearts
throughout
shit.
the DLC.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, and it's all because
Buster
she
attack?
learned to love herself and her powers because she realized that Ethan supported her and loved her no matter what. Turns out having powers is really sick, actually.
Turns out, yeah, no, like, actually, powers are, like, the best, though. Why would I ever want to get rid of these?
See, she uses her super awesome anime powers. I'm really hoping you can see the actual Dragon Ball Z attack she can do.
I am trying my best to skip through the footage.
It's just one of her
Oh,
attacks.
fuck!
She can absorb Miranda's attacks.
Oh my god.
With just her bare hands.
Please
I'm
do the
waiting for
thing.
it. Please
YouTuber,
do
please
it.
do the thing.
Please, YouTuber, use the main mechanic of the boss fight. Why are you playing on hard mode? This person's playing the game like shit. Yeah!
Oh my god.
There it is!
Well,
Yeah?
So yeah, you use your super anime powers to
Undertale
kill
Jello
Mother Miranda.
did the same thing and it was way better.
Yeah!
You could dodge and use a super blast.
It was... Dude, okay, like...
This is just a
little side note with
reused
this,
RE8 boss fight, too. It's like just the same
I know.
one.
It's her same mechanics, but now you just have random abilities that were just thrown in that you don't get for the rest of the, like, for the whole DLC. Which, by the way, I want to point out, I had a friend of mine who introduced me to Resident Evil Village.
Yeah?
And he wanted me to play Shadow of Rose because he was like, yeah, I really loved Shadow of Rose when it came out. I thought it was really fun.
Yeah?
I played Shadow of Rose and he's like, what were your thoughts? And I'm like, would you hate me if I said it was kind of bad?
Fucking slop! I'm looking at it and it looks like slop.
I was like, dude, would you hate me if I told you, like, I really didn't like it. I thought it was bad.
There's some
And he
stuff
was like-
here, like Evelyn's character, but
then he goes, the funny part of the story is he goes, what? No, I remember it being really good. And then he plays it again and he goes, yeah, never mind, that was shit.
like the excitement got to him.
It was that like excitement of the new Resident Evil DLC being out that kind of like clouded the judgment of whether it was good or
Right.
not, you know? But yeah, no, she uses her super anime powers to kill Miranda. And now that she has this newfound respect for herself, the DLC ends with her and Ethan basically saying their goodbyes.
Here we go.
And realizing they loved each other.
This motherfucker will not die. Even in the Mindscape, he is eternal.
Okay, but like this cinematically looks kind of cool with the red sky.
Take her down.
The last of Michael's power.
Ah, fucking fuck off. Holy shit. Oh my
Lend
god.
me your power, Papa.
Oh my fucking god. Dragon
he gave
Ball
her all his
Z
cursed
power.
energy.
Oh my. Domain expansion.
Domain expansion. Mega Mycete.
Calm the
No,
fuck
I think
on.
Her domain will be just called Shadows of Rose.
So much.
Domain expansion. Shadow of Rose.
It will be. It totally will be that.
Oh, and now she's double dead.
By the way, she keeps talking about Ava, and it's like, is she even around in the Mega Mycete or
okay,
like?
No, because she didn't die.
That is the biggest plot hole of this entire. That's the
What
biggest
are you
plot hole of this
being-
entire fucking DLC. Is they explain in Resident Evil Village that the reason she's doing the fucking ritual is because her daughter was absorbed by the Mutamycete and she wants her to be alive again.
Yeah, that's why she needs a
the Ava
vessel.
vessel. But if she's in the Mega Mycete,
Why
the
would you need
world-
a vessel?
Her daughter should just be there.
A baby?
Like she should
Unless
just be able
she
to
died.
reach into the black tar and just, oh, there's my baby.
What?
Why does she still need Rose?
Not some stupid.
I'm sorry. What happens if you die in here? Do you just?
Nah, game over. Probably just game over.
Yeah.
No, I think he means like lore-wise what happens if you die in the Mycete world.
Oh,
Yeah.
if you die in the
don't know.
Mycete world, you die for real.
I guess you're just dead forever. Like, I mean, Mother Miranda's double dead now.
Yeah. That's what I'm asking. What if Eva died a long time ago?
Again.
Same dialogue.
Same death animation. Down to the crumbling being the same animation.
Yeah.
Hey, sweetie.
Do you think there's another Mega Mycete heaven?
And after you die in this one,
Yeah.
If you die in the game, you die in real life.
look at his luscious eyelashes.
I know, right? One thing about this whole twist and like ending that I do like is the reveal that Ethan because he was a part of the Megamycete and because Rose is like connected to it, Ethan in the afterlife has been essentially watching her every single moment growing up and like watching over her and like seeing her grow, but he just could never interact with her.
That's kind of creepy.
I think it's kind of like this like wholesome thing where it's like he got to fulfill the promise he made for her in that letter.
I suppose.
I couldn't protect you.
Because in the promise in the letter, he said he would always be there to watch her blow out her candles and care for her, and that's true. He was always there to see her grow up. She just didn't realize it.
I kind of hate that he's just wearing this regular ass human guy like hoodie, because like the jacket that he wore on the original Resident Evil 8 was pretty fucking good, but now he looks like the guy from Cry of Fear.
Sorry,
But I mean, he was wearing that sweater underneath, and she's wearing his jacket.
Evil Simon.
I guess.
All I've ever done is protect me.
No. Not this time. You lost your chance.
What?
I'm so sorry.
No. It was my choice. And I don't regret it one bit. If I had left you, then we never would have had this chance to talk face to face.
Face to face. Aww.
I like this moment a lot.
Bomberman says, what in the power of friendship did I just watch? The power of daddy.
I'm okay.
What the fuck is this DLC?
I'm so proud of you.
Didn't he get stabbed?
So very proud.
Why is there no hole?
Dude,
He
it's
healed it.
Ethan Winters.
Okay. But he's dying though. Isn't he?
No, he's not.
I love you too,
Okay.
Dad.
He
Okay.
just needs to rest.
Let's still rest a little bit.
I guess.
Okay, but like, I like the way this does recontextualize the scene of her at the grave, because that means when she's talking to him at the grave, she knows that Ethan actually can hear her.
Aww.
So that conversation isn't like a one-sided thing of, oh, she's talking to the grave hoping Ethan can hear her. That's literally her going up to the grave and being like, Dad, I know you can hear me right now. Happy birthday, I miss you.
Neat. So if the guy that talked to Rose at the beginning is like fake hallucination, how did she just get into this lab and touch the thing?
The illusion guided her.
What?
The illusion unlocked the doors, Phil.
To just a random lab?
The illusion used the key cards, Phil.
Wait, the illusion legitimately opened the door, though.
The illusion had key cards. It tricked the scanners.
And it literally
The
shows
illusion-
the ending.
The
Now.
illusion tricked the law.
Ugh.
And yeah, that's also why at the end you see Ethan passing by. The whole thing is, when people originally played the game, it's like, oh, he's metaphorically looking over her. No, he is looking over her. He's literally watching over her from the Megamycete.
Ugh. Hey, Fartface, thank you for the $5. Yeah, this DLC really felt half-baked. Good moments drowning in slop. Really feels like it feels like a fanfic.
This DLC feels like it was made to fulfill a DLC quota.
Yeah.
This DLC feels like it was made because they had to make a DLC and they had some ideas for how they wanted to explore Rose's character, but they didn't really know how to do it.
Reuse of model assets, of animations, of locations, like...
You know what pisses me off about the whole thing?
Hmm?
We could have had a DLC where you just played the RE8 story from Chris's perspective.
Oh, that would have been good.
Could you imagine playing
like
like
a
a Not a
whistleblower
Hero
kind of deal.
DLC, but it's just what Chris was doing throughout Village, and that's the DLC for the game? That could have been
good.
it.
Yeah.
Well, we know Chris was super active doing shit in the Village. Why didn't we get to actually see that?
Not a hero
He's on the
again.
They
cover.
didn't think about it. They didn't think about what Chris was actually doing besides the bits you were shown.
I mean, I would have liked to have, like, a DLC where you play as, like, the bitch that greeted you in the group of villager survivors at the start of the game, and, like, you got to see the start of the assault on the village from her perspective. Because, like, you pretty much arrived at the end where, like, the Lycan killed everyone. I would have liked to see, like, I don't know her name. Samantha? I don't fucking know. Like the woman that like had to kill her dad at the end.
Oh, it was Elena.
Elena. Like, it would have been nice to have like a character from the village, seeing like the village go from completely full of life to like attacked by the werewolf men and surviving that. That would have been cool.
Yeah, could you imagine the opening cutscene is the ritual that was described in that note where like all the villagers gather around and see Mother Miranda just fucking crystallize this baby?
And then the entire village goes to shit and everyone starts getting killed.
Yeah, like
that would have
imagine
been cool.
that as like the opening to a DLC. The thing is with Shadow of Rose, there are elements to the story that it introduces that I really like. I really like the idea that although Ethan is dead, he has been there to like kind of watch his like daughter grow up and be the person he wanted her to be.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's like oddly sweet and a nice little like bittersweet ending to it.
I guess.
It just kind of takes away from the tragedy of the ending of the original, though.
Does it? Does it really? He got to watch it. He got to watch his daughter grow up and suffer through the whole thing of like being bullied and whatnot, and he was never there to be able to reassure her or help guide her. He could only watch it happen.
I don't know.
So there was this bittersweetness to it where he got to look over his daughter, but he couldn't be there to help her.
I don't know. It's just whenever like I see a heroic sacrifice in like a movie or a video game or like a show, I always go, the best parts about fucking face blast. The best parts about those are when the hero sacrifices himself and he doesn't know if everything's gonna turn out all right. That's the punch of the sacrifice is that the hero never gets to see the good ending. So it kind of feels a little bit cheap, but
I don't think it feels cheap to see this whole story arc where all he ever wanted was to protect his daughter, and you know he's able to look over her, but he sees that she's grown to resent him for being absent in her life.
Aww.
Without really being able to do anything about it. I think that just adds to the tragedy of it.
I suppose. Anyways, so that is Resident Evil as we know it.
Okay, Weird Name said, yeah, this was a horrible introduction to Rose, who I assume will be the protagonist of RE9.
No, she will not. No, she will
not.
She definitely will not.
For your information, Shadows of Rose takes place like 60 years after RE8, I think.
Oh yeah, right, because like she ages like a regular person.
Yeah, and Resident Evil likes making their games take place at around the date they come out in.
Right.
So that's probably not gonna happen, and they probably don't want like a 65-year-old Chris around.
Also, people don't really like Rose.
At all.
That as well.
At all. Like, nobody really likes Rose.
Too.
Because, like, one thing I didn't mention when we were talking about the lore of Shadow of Rose, because I didn't feel like it was necessary, all of her dialogue when she's doing shit is, wow, I just did that. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I just did that.
Literally Forspoken shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow. I mean, you know, it's really brilliant that Capcom figured out how to theme the story around Rose not being liked. I mean, she is nobody likes her in the story and outside the story, you know?
Exactly. It's kind of this like beautiful thing where you would want to bully her too.
Right. Thank you 512 for the 15 months. So yeah, that's the Resident Evil storyline as of now, really. The last thing that we need to do, now that we've gone through all of that, is, I guess first just give our thoughts on the series in general, and maybe a little bit of a guess as to what's going to happen in the future, you know? Anybody want to give out their predictions or thoughts on the series up to this point?
Okay. Dead Space.
I mean,
but Resident Evil.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that, but you know, like before that, like
I really think that there will be a returning protagonist taking the role of protagonist in the next game.
back from
Maybe
Ethan.
Jill. I'm hoping it's Jill. If it's anyone,
I would love Jill so much coming back.
she's been absent for so long.
Right.
See, I like to be optimistic when I think about Resident Evil 9 and what to expect from that as a game.
Mhm.
Because there's a part of me that's like, Capcom has seen the absolute worst of their series. And even if they make some shit stuff, I don't think they'd ever go back down into Resident Evil 6 territory. I have a little bit of faith in them. So I think Resident Evil 9's gonna be something like really big and ambitious, but there's a part of me that's like, it won't be 6, Zach. It won't be 6. It won't be 6. It's gonna be good this time.
Thankfully, it has been officially announced that the director of Resident Evil 7 is indeed coming back to develop Resident Evil 9. So, whatever the fuck happened in Shadow of Rose, don't worry about that.
Will not happen.
I just think that was a half-baked DLC they weren't trying for. I don't think that's really like reflective of how they'd make a full game at this point.
There is some rumors going on that the next Resident Evil will be open world, and
that sucks.
But wait! I'm gonna be the unexpected optimist over here and say there is potential when it comes to that. I mean, if you really think about it, Resident Evil 8 could have turned out to be an open world game if you just, you know, collected the different parts of the lords in whatever order you chose, you know? Like, the story of Village would have been fine if you had just unlocked every area from the very beginning. Like, sure, some of the plot threads would have had to, like, been a little bit balanced differently, but overall, I like the idea of a survival horror location where you can choose which baddie to fight next. And we know for sure that 9 will continue the tradition of main villains with different gimmicks being presented in different, like, horror game cliches. Like, featuring all together in one game, you know? Like in Mega Man, yeah. Like, I legitimately believe that when they are talking about open world, I'm thinking of an open location where you can go towards different points and get the the keys for the big fucking door in whatever order you chose, you know? I believe that would be the ideal way to do a 9.
Is that really open world though?
If you can choose where to go and whatever objective to do next, yes, I would consider that open world. What about you, Zach?
I mean, I do think the idea of an open world Resident Evil game would work specifically in the context of, like, limited open world.
Yeah.
I could imagine, like,
not a city.
Semi-open
not
world.
like not like a city, but like I could imagine, like, you go into a level, and that specific level is this very open area where you're essentially given access to, like, every major area you need to go to right off the bat.
Like
but
a hub
those
world.
areas have like a little hub world, and then those areas have those have like their puzzles and their key items you can use to make progress into the next big open area.
Yeah.
As opposed to being like Elden Ring.
I mean, yeah, I will never fucking expect Resident Evil to start like, oh, you can walk around all over a city. Fuck off. I think that it's like, just like RE8 Village, you have this village section where it's like intricate, full of like small little puzzles, like full of keys that you can find and like open up the locations all throughout the main area. Like, I think it's gonna be that. I think that Resident Evil 8 Village played around with the concept of an open explorable location with different linear levels attached to it, and that the next sequel is going to be that idea brought, like, properly into focus. I think that they tried to with Village, but they didn't commit hard enough, so they had to linearize the progression of which lord to go towards, you know? I think it will be like a Mega Man thing, where you have the hub world and you can just go wherever. That's my.
Well, if that's how it is, then yeah, fuck it. Let's do it.
I think the idea of that would work like really, really well.
Mhm.
Because like one thing I liked about Village that I think they could expand upon with a Resident Evil 9 that had that kind of level design and focus
Mhm.
is like one thing I really liked was you go through a level in Village, and whatever keys you acquire during that section of the game, you can then go back to the main village and use those keys to unlock different buildings in the village. Imagine that, but in a bigger scope where like, let's say it's a similar format, 4 big villains, and you get to choose the order in which you go after those 4 villains. Maybe I go after one who gives me a unique key in their area, and then when I go to the next villain's area, there's a door that can only be open with that key, and the only way I'd be able to access that door is by going to the previous one first. So you can do multiple playthroughs where you get access to multiple different areas that you wouldn't based entirely on the order you play.
Maybe it would be also literally like a Mega Man thing, where like in each area of each main boss, you find a different kind of weapon. So like the shotgun is in like one area, the SMG is in one area, the rifle is another area. Like each of these bosses have like a weakness or a very specific gun that they will give you in their area. And those are the ones that maybe the other boss is weak to or something like that. I don't know. It's the idea of having unlockable weapons that if you want to go for this, you will find this arsenal in this area.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's growing on me. Yeah, a lot of people are negative about this concept, but I really think it could work for survival horror.
I just think it's because a lot of people hear open world and they immediately assume like Breath of the
GTA.
Wild, Elden Ring,
Yeah,
or like
no.
GTA.
Yeah.
That's
I don't know,
massively
I think
open world. I don't like that at all.
I think I'm just. I think I'm just concerned about the story aspect because you know like choosing the boss order will kind of mess with the way the story is told.
Oh, it won't be like a linear story. It will be like backloaded a lot because you can't progress naturally through the story because you have to let the player choose. But
yeah, because for example, Mega Man works because it doesn't really have much of a story until you get to the very end.
But I mean, let's be honest, the Resident Evil 8 do that too? Like, there wasn't much of a story aside from the backstories of the lords in each area. It's just that when you get at the end in Heisenberg's factory and then you get to meet Mother Miranda, then the main story starts to pick up.
I mean,
that was the big thing about Village actually was like Lady Dimitrescu, that had to be the opening because that's how you learned about the flasks.
Mm-hmm.
But then Moreau and Donna, when you think about it, narratively are interchangeable.
You can just do whatever is order. And really, if you just pick up the flask in their own sections, like you can bring the flask to Duke, and then he could tell you about whatever flask you have that is a part of Rose. So even if you say that Dimitrescu Castle is like the introductory section, it could still be swapped out as long as just bring the flask to Duke in the middle of the area. You know?
I actually initially thought that I could choose where to go. But then on my second playthrough, I realized, oh no, I just picked the right decision by accident.
If you really think about it, if you had the full key, like the full like angel wing fetus key that you use to open up all the main areas, like you could just go wherever, you know?
Yeah, and nothing much would really change because somebody could potentially make the argument with that of, oh, well, you'd be able to get stuff like the grenade launcher early. Oh yeah, that would certainly matter in House Beneviento.
Yeah.
Like, it's an interesting thing with that game where like Village is both incredibly linear but also really not linear in its approach of game design because the order in which you go to the levels, it looks like it's going to be more open than it is, but the village itself is also very open in its exploration and what you can do in the village itself.
So
like,
I genuinely believe that it was an experiment for the future, in my opinion at least.
Yeah, like Village felt like them testing the waters of like making a game where the levels themselves follow the typical Resident Evil fashion in a much more linear structure, with a hub world that's open, so that they could then be like, okay, did people like that? All right, that's the go ahead. That's the go ahead. Make 9 more open. Make 9 more open.
And then the developers can tell the Capcom higher ups, oh, we're technically following trends by making a open world thing. So like, because like you always need to like appease the higher ups. People are obsessed with fucking open world games now that Elden Ring came out and fucking Breath of the Wild came out. So like they want a game that they could be considered like open world. So if they can trick the fucking executives into accepting that project because of that, just like, you know, to trick executives into greenlighting a project like this, I think that would be a very smart way to do it. And you can totally do survival horror in like this semi-small open world, hub world type of thing, you know? It would totally fucking work.
Right.
Especially if you set the game in a space station.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had these different hub worlds be parts of the space moon base station that you could then have different villains based on different sci-fi creatures like The Thing or Alien or Predator, you know, like all those different horror villains, you know, like you can have like a Predator like stalker enemy, and you can have like an alien creature with eggs that is infecting the people of the moon base with the alien eggs, and you could have like a mimic that like infects you and like tries to pretend to be like a member of the space base crew. And I'm like, come on, Capcom.
And you know what the best part will be about that?
Yeah?
That even after you see aliens and all that bullshit, you will still reach a lore room explaining how that was originated from something from Earth.
You will go
scientifically.
You will take all the keys from the different moon bases, all themed around each villain of each area, and then you will open the big fucking door in the center of the moon base and go underground into the core of the moon, where it will be revealed that there was actually an ancient Umbrella space probe that found some fucking parasite in the middle of the core of the moon that they extracted to be able to fucking pay off the research, and they actually wanted to excavate once again to be able to be brought back into Earth to be able to sell for profit. Yes.
Oh, but this is a different Umbrella. This is macro Umbrella.
Yeah.
After all.
You find this little tape. You find this little tape at the end of the game, and you're like, "Ooh, what's this tape?"
My name is Arthur E. Spencer. Many years ago, a parasite from space wriggled its way into my brain through my ear, and it told me you must go to the Village of Shadows. So then I went, and if it wasn't for the aliens, I never would have been inspired to make Umbrella. It was all the aliens.
I like Nick infected me with this fucking idea
like
so long
3
ago,
years ago.
and now I just have this fully realized Resident Evil game in space idea featuring all the classic like alien monster types, like The Thing from John Carpenter, or like Ridley Scott's fucking Alien, or like the Predator or stuff like that. Like literally gray men. Fuck it, I don't give a shit. Gray men. And all of them are just generated from this one fucking parasite inside of the moon.
Yeah.
I personally still want my Resident Evil game about skeletons. I am not gonna give up on that. I want Resident Evil skeleton. I want the Skelly virus, where people's skeletons gain consciousness and burst out of their skin. It would be awesome. It would be metal as fuck. The main villain can be named Skeletophiles. He is a lich.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Maybe a lot of people watching this section thought, but Phil, what about the ending of 8, where, like, Chris said that they are going to go to the BSAA headquarters because apparently they're using bioweapons. What about that plotline? I'm like, get the fuck out of here. They don't give a shit. Like, the ongoing Resident Evil plotline is worthless. Do you think that they wanted to bring about the connections in Resident Evil 8? Like look, seriously take a look at every single game that we talk about during these streams and just
Yeah, you
think
have to rewatch all of them.
just think about like where do you go from here? Oh, you go from Louisiana Swamp obviously to, you know, Romania with fucking vampires and werewolves? No, nobody fucking expects that because Capcom doesn't give a shit. And that's the best part about this franchise. Just take a random cool ass place in like Earth or like not Earth and just fill it with
Maybe
random
reach for the moon.
biomonsters. Yeah, reach for the moon. Oh!
Full circle.
Reach for the moon. Engine.
You open up the tape at the end of the game. You open up the tape of the game. I always wanted to reach for the moon.
Reach for the moon, and the developers were all planning it all along. They were making that engine so they could make their favorite Resident Evil open world game in space. Yo! Okay, I'm hyping myself up.
Hyping yourself up for a Resident Evil game that is certainly not going to happen.
Okay, no, Sack.
Okay, wanna bet?
Sack.
Wanna fucking bet?
Sack.
Okay, what?
Remember when we talked about Wilson in the Bendy stream?
I remember, I'll never forget
And we
it.
just completely guessed the ending just right away? I think, I seriously think that there will be a real ass chance for this to be a reality. And if that happens, people need to watch this fucking stream again. Because we will be fucking prophets. Like Apollo with the gift of prophecy throwing a fucking ball directly at a child's head. I am so ready for this to be a thing.
Yeah, I think they will definitely do space either
Eventually.
on 9 or 10, aka
X. Like Jason X. Like Jason goes to
Yeah.
space.
Yeah.
And then
It's gotta be one of
Jack
those.
is an enemy.
Oh, I wish. Just humor us. We're not gonna place a bet.
The thing is, I'm sitting here like, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
But I'm sitting here like, is Resident Evil 9 going to be on a space station? Probably not.
I mean,
Look, I don't want to be the one. I don't want to be the one to shut down the fun argument because I love the idea of Resident Evil in space. I just feel it's not realistic to expect Resident Evil in space in the next game.
Okay, from the YouTube VOD editor, cut that clip and then put the Resident Evil 9 trailer that starts with a shot of the moon.
If it starts with a shot of the moon, that would be fucking crazy.
I know it
opens up,
will
shot of the
because
moon,
it will open
shot-
with the engine.
Right, obviously.
It opens up, the shot of the moon in the actual gameplay immediately cuts to Leon. You ever thought about reaching for the moon?
And that is Resident Evil.
Yeah.
It's done.
It's done.
It's over.
It's
It's done.
Okay, but for those on the back that didn't pay any attention, can you do a quick summary of all of it?
It all
right.
started.
Zach?
So, our story begins at the Spencer Mansion. A string of grisly murders in the Arkley Mountains.
And that's enough. We're gonna
resulted in
end the stream. Bye bye, everybody. It's end. No, bye bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. I love you, everybody.
Thank
This was a
you.
great stream. Bye bye.
That was a great season.
Hell yeah. Bye.
Bye. See you next season. Bye.
Subscribe
Fuck
to Past
yeah.
Respect. Bye.
Yeah, do that.
Fuck yeah.
Unsub from Phil.
What?
I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife and he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my Twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that, it looks like 2 balls in a bong. He fucked my wife, so guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right, this is what you get. My super laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama?